Football Modifier. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 ALLARDYCE and -039 S Raw. Mick Ashley is still dreaming of £450 million, waiting to ruthlessly slaughter those big fat sheep that come to his door. The rich man firmly believes that someone will be interested in Newcastle, because since Abramovich acquired Chelsea, in this money-dollar Premier League era, where rich people will buy a Premier League team to play as a fashionable pastime. A team with a foundation like Newcastle is definitely a rare commodity. As for the fans who demonstrate every day at St. James Park, Mick Ashley only thought that they were a bunch of poor fools when he decided not to invest in the Magpies. In fact, Ashley didn't invest at all since he took over, but instead sold the team's main forward Martins at a high price. I will never consider the feelings of the fans again, of course. The so-called wealthy Arab countries are interested in Newcastle, which is completely a lie by Mick Ashley. This is a very common little trick in marketing. Chinese real estate dealers often do this, claiming that the house is about to be purchased. In fact, just to make potential customers lose their composure and become nervous. But unfortunately, Tongfan, a potential customer, didn't accept Ashley's advice at all and disappeared without a trace after the initial price inquiry. November 21, 1900 hours. The Three Lions final European Cup qualifier kicks off at Wembley Stadium. According to statistics from the stadium staff, there were a total of 89,399 fans sitting in the stands. Among them, Croatian fans are less than a fraction of this number, since the team has already advanced. All Three Lions fans came to watch the game with a very relaxed attitude. The opponent Croatia also locked a promotion spot before the game, so there is no pressure. Amid the cheers of the fans, a goal battle took place at Wembley Stadium. Less than a minute into the game, Chelsea midfielder Frank Lampard, who had been supporting the England team due to David Bentley's injury before the game, showed off his strong organisational skills. A clever pass from the front of the penalty area to assist the right side Lou diagonally inserted into Nate Phillips and scored alone. 1:0 exclamation point in the 5th minute. The England team got a direct free kick opportunity about 40 meters from the left side of the penalty area. Since David Beckham is not in the team, Frank Lampard has undoubtedly become England's #1 free kick taker. The Chelsea deputy directly hit the goal with great force and penetrated the Croatian goal like lightning. Lampard's goal kick that reached a speed of 130 km/h shocked the audience! 2:0 exclamation point in the 8th minute. Croatia got a goal back. Arlik, the forward from Hamburg in the Bundesliga, got the ball and sprinted to the wing and suddenly passed the ball at a 45-degree angle. Arsenal striker Eduardo, known as the Fox in the penalty area, volleyed directly from outside the penalty area without waiting for the ball to hit the ground. The football drew a strange arc like a rainbow in the air and floated into the England goal. This is a shot with extremely high technical difficulty because Eduardo almost turned his back to the direction of the flight of the football before taking off the foot. Young goalkeeper Ben Foster had no reaction in the face of such a shot. 1 exclamation point in the 14th minute. Another goal happened. Eduardo returned the favor, leaning on lead leaking on the penalty area line, and used his head to rub the Croatian goalkeeper's big kick in the backcourt to the penalty spot. Arlik quickly stepped in to meet the ball after getting rid of Michael Dawson's defense. Shoot. Unlucky Ben Foster once again failed to react! 2:2 exclamation point. Croatia equalized the score. Now the England fans in the stands couldn't sit still and stood up to cheer for the home team, but the effect didn't seem to be very good. In the 49th minute of halftime stoppage time, the score changed again. Croatia played wonderful cooperation in the front court. Simunic made a long pass from the backcourt. Kranjka leaned on Jimini Janus, and after stopping the ball, he knocked his heel to Eduardo. Eduardo attracted the attention of the English team's defense and then pushed straight into the penalty area. Arlik, who formed a one-man attack, did not take credit when facing the attacking Ben Foster, but promptly distributed it to the better position on the other side. Kranjka Portsmouth wingers push shot into the empty net ! 2:3! Croatia's incredible comeback. After the first half, the happiest people were obviously the more than 6,000 Croatian fans in the stands. However, the fans of the Three Lions did not seem to be very disappointed. The loud singing of God Save the Queen echoed in the night sky of Wembley like a battle horn. Fans believe that as long as God on the sidelines of football and God of Bandage War madmanly stand in front of the command seat, the great Three Lions will not lose. Facts have proved that England fans' almost blind worship of Crazy Lee is not unreasonable. In the 70th minute of the game, the Blues' miraculous Frank Lampard once again showed his strength as Europe's top midfielder, once again scoring a powerful free kick from the left side of the Croatian penalty area. 3:3! The Three Lions equalized the score, but the Wembley goal-scoring performance didn't end there. In the 86th minute, Walcott received a wonderful pass from James Milner and entered the penalty area at high speed and scored with a shot from the small penalty area. Little Tiger scored his first goal in the England team! 4:3! England takes the lead. The most exciting moment happened in the first match. Aston Villa striker Ashley Young seized the opportunity of Croatia's massive attack and used his absolute speed to perform an unparalleled solo attack. Oh, Ashley Young's chance, a quick counter-attack. The speed of the wind. Horrible. The Croatian defender can only eat dust behind him. Shoot. Goal. Ashley Young's goal helped England lock in the victory. 5:3! The game ended as the commentator Sester was so excited that he was stuttering like a convulsion. The Three Lions completed the 2008 European Cup qualifiers in a very dramatic way, because a native brought them into hell and a foreigner pulled everyone into heaven. In the 2008 European Cup, the Three Lions joined hands with Croatia to enter the finals. The qualifying teams of other groups also emerged one after another, and strong teams entered one after another, and basically there was no big upset. After the European Cup, the football world's vision returned to the league, and the competition for the 5 major leagues gradually reached a climax. On November 25th, Newcastle tied with the lower-ranked team Reading 1-1 at their home stadium, St James Park, with Alan Smith's goal. The Magpies League standings dropped 1 place to 16th place. At this time, the draw ceremony for the European Cup group stage was announced in Lucerne, Switzerland. England was divided into Group D, with Spain, Greece and Norway as opponents in the same group. The situation is not bad. If nothing unexpected happens, Spain and England can get a chance to qualify from the group. Group A of France, Italy, Croatia, and Serbia has become the group of death. As long as France and Italy are a little careless, there is a possibility that they will go home after the group stage, because Croatia and Serbia are not weaklings who can be slaughtered at will. #The European Cup draw ceremony has little impact on the Premier League. The English media only reported the relevant information a little bit and quickly shifted their attention to the domestic league. Lee Tongfan kept his focus on Newcastle, and even appeared at St James Park several times as the national team coach to inspect the players. After Mick Ashley made a declaration to sell off the Magpies, the rich people who really had the ability to buy Newcastle did not flock to him as he thought, because in the face of the upcoming economic crisis, the world's rich people with a keen sense of smell also remained rational enough. Mick Ashley tasted the bitter fruit. The morale of Newcastle's players was getting lower and lower due to the impact of the team's finances and the chairman's remarks, and they played a series of bad results in the league. On December 2nd, Newcastle lost 1:2 to Blackburn. On December 9th, the Magpies lost 1:2 to Bolton at home. On December 15th, lost 0:2 away to Manchester United. On December 23rd, lost 0:1 to Aston Villa. On December 26th, lost 1:3 away to Liverpool. On December 29th, the away team miraculously defeated Arsenal 0:1 with Owen's goal-bound shot. This victory made the fans of the Magpies happy and encouraged. a team finally improved. But, on January 1st of the following year, the first day of 2008, the home team lost 0:5 to Chelsea, which once brightened up the St. James Park Stadium again shrouded in gloom. On January 5th, the bottom team Reading took away a 1:0 victory at St. James Park Stadium with a fierce tackle. On January 12th, Newcastle 0:2 Middlesbrough. Until January 29th, Newcastle lost 1:2 to Portsmouth at home, and the dying Magpies finally slipped into the relegation zone. After 24 rounds of the Premier League, Allardyce led this once Premier League powerhouse to 7 wins, 3 draws, 14 losses and 24 points. Ranking 18th in the Premier League standings, this surprised many people. The stands at St. James Park are getting emptier and emptier, and fans are putting more energy into gathering around the club's office building, or the villa of owner Mick Ashley. For Ashley, the pain is not from the fans. The recent poor performance of the team has caused Newcastle's market value to plummet, and the few wealthy people who had previously shown a little interest in Newcastle have suddenly become distant. As a last resort, Magpies head coach Allardyce became a scapegoat and was ruthlessly fired by Mick Ashley. Mick Ashley is a fool. Newcastle's disaster was caused by this fat man who doesn't know anything about football. Allardyce was extremely angry after leaving his job and quickly turned the tables. He is simply a fool. He started to sell off the club blatantly less than a year after acquiring it. None of the superstars he promised to bring to the fans came. Instead, he sold Martins, my most trusted Nigerian striker, before the start of the league. Oh, God, let this fool leave Newcastle as soon as possible. Finally. Finished coding. I'm almost exhausted. Today is almost 11,000 words, and the 2,000 words owed on the Mid-Autumn Festival are considered to have been made up. Please support Xiaodao. Chapter 252 time. Action begins. After firing the current head coach Allardyce, Mick Ashley was like a buzzing green-headed fly, waving money anxiously to find a famous coach who could save the Magpies from the abyss of relegation, because the fat man deeply understood that, if the team's performance continued to decline, then Newcastle's market value would fall to the lowest limit in history. Such an outcome is undoubtedly an unbearable disaster for Mick Ashley, who is determined to make a fortune. Unfortunately, Allardyce's angry roar had already let the whole world know what kind of person the boss of Newcastle is: stupid, selfish, ignorant of football, only want money. At this time, no famous coach who is capable of saving the team is willing to take over the mess of Newcastle. The army is demoralized, the chairman is alienated, and there is a financial crisis. In such a big background, whoever comes is a fool. Even if he is a world-class coach, he will probably be infamous for falling into this mud pile. The funny thing is that Mick Ashley, who returned with a setback, even set his sights on Lee Tongfan. This made Lee smile bitterly. Ashley hoped that Lee Tongfan could help his brother at the critical moment. He only needed to coach for half a season to pull Newcastle out of the relegation abyss, and Lee could get a reward of £5 million. However, how could the sultry man who wanted Ashley to get out quickly agree? I am very grateful for your trust. Well, I'm flattered, but Mr. Ashley, I don't think the English Football Association will agree to your request. You know, the European Cup finals will start in 4 months, and I must ensure the interests of the England team in 2008. Disappointed, Ashley listened to the advice of the team's coaching staff and moved the retired former Magpie star Alan Shearer with the righteousness of Newcastle's survival. The latter hurriedly took office and became Newcastle's acting head coach soon afterwards. The anxious Mick Ashley accelerated his pace of selling Newcastle. On February 2nd, the official website of Newcastle Club announced that the club owner had appointed Mr. Martin Brighton as the chairman of the club, who was specifically responsible for the sale of the Magpies. According to the Liverpool Post, Martin Brighton is currently the chairman of British Airways plc. He will form a new management team with Newcastle General Manager Purslow, Commercial Director Ian Eyre and Financial Director Philip Nash to be responsible for the sale of Newcastle. The newspapers are full of news that a certain consortium is interested in acquiring Newcastle. The rumors of the acquisition have made Newcastle people numb. The fans of the Magpies have long stopped putting their hopes on the shameless fat man who vowed to lead the team to glory 7 months ago. On February 9th, St. James Park was full. The fans in the stands held up a prayer slogan, "Alan, please give us hope." The fans of the Magpies hope that Alan Shearer, the former hero on the field, can put on a suit and stand on the coaching bench to lead Newcastle out of the abyss of suffering. However, Shearer was indeed a god at St. James Park when he was a player, but as a head coach, after 90 minutes, Newcastle lost the game 1-2, with the goals of Brazilian midfielder Elano and Swiss teenager Grenson Fernandes. The opponent Manchester City team boarded the return bus with laughter. The Magpies are broken-winged, and the glory is gone. Shearer can't save the Magpies. Newcastle ranks at the bottom. The former European powerhouse fell into the relegation zone. Who is the culprit? The media's criticism of Mick Ashley can't alleviate Newcastle's crisis at all. There is a cloud of despair hanging over St. James Park. At this time, Lee Tongfan felt that he had to take action. After 26 rounds of the league, Newcastle has ranked last in the Premier League standings. If they can't take over the Magpies as soon as possible, then even if they can't bring Newcastle into the European League with their ability to win every game, they may not be able to do so. And if after the end of the season, they can only help Newcastle to stay in the league and lose the qualification to participate in European competitions, it will undoubtedly cause huge financial losses. Such an outcome is an unbearable disaster for both Newcastle and Lee Tongfan, because the huge broadcasting share and financial income brought by participating in European competitions are the key to Lee Tongfan's plan to realize Newcastle's revival. You must know that at this moment, in order to accumulate money, Lee is so eager to wipe his ass with a lump of earth. Even if the acquisition of Newcastle is barely successful, what about the team's transfer budget next season? Who will pay the players' wages? Who will repay the team's due debts? Everything needs to be solved by the pound printed with the Queen's banknotes. In the 2007-08 season, Newcastle must be brought into the European arena, even the UEFA Cup. This is Lee Tongfan's bottom line. So, Lee Tongfan appointed dog-headed military advisor Tarosi Tangji to contact Mick Ashley for the second time to test the bottom line of this fat man! £200 million. This is the latest price given by the Newcastle sales team headed by Martin Brighton, although it is £250 million less than the first time Mick Ashley opened his mouth. It is definitely not something that Lee can afford. Wait one more round. Be more patient. On February 24th, the 27th round of the Premier League resumed. Newcastle lost to Birmingham 0-1 in an away game. The team's points have opened up a 5-point gap with Derby County, which ranks second from last. The dog-headed military advisor negotiates for the third time. £150 million. Well, it's reduced by 50 million, but according to Lee Tongfan's current strength, he still can't afford it. After acquiring about 20% of the shares from small shareholders in the initial stage of the league, although he made additional income from coaching the England national team and later signing several large endorsement contracts, Lee Tongfan's savings in the bank were stretched to the sky. Just over £60 million. However, time has been stretched to the limit and cannot be delayed any longer. Lee Tongfan faced two choices: loan financing or find partners to jointly acquire. The first method is obviously not feasible. Yes, there are many people on this planet who can get hundreds of millions of pounds in one-time loans from banks with their personal assets and credit. But Lee Tongfan is obviously not one of them, not to mention that the sultry man had dozens of bad credit records when he was laid off in China 2 years ago. Even if Lee Tongfan had good credit, no bank would be willing to lend £100 million to a football coach. Even if he is the invincible madman Lee, we have no choice but to take the second path, looking for partners for joint acquisitions. Lee has very high requirements for his partners. First of all, it must be someone who truly loves Newcastle, not just for fun like those oil tycoons from Arab countries. In this way, two people working together will have a common language and avoid fighting in qualifying. Secondly, the partner should have high prestige in Newcastle. This will reduce public opinion resistance to the acquisition and ensure that his acquisition will not be resisted by Newcastle fans. After limiting the screening scope, Tongfan finally set his sights on one person. Not only does this man have financial resources, he is not only full of love for Newcastle, but more importantly, he was once the savior of the Magpies and has the same prestige as God in the hearts of Newcastle fans. The best candidate, the man began to take action because it was not easy to convince that person to come to Newcastle again. Invisible undercurrents are surging and everything is about to get better. Newcastle fans are experiencing the last darkness before dawn. Unfortunately, they don't know that happiness is about to come. #The Premier League continues. On March 1st, Newcastle returned to form and drew with the Premier League powerhouse Everton 0-0 in an away game. This draw brought some comfort to the Magpies fans, but unfortunately Newcastle's ranking in the league standings did not change. Because of this hard-won draw, demotion seems to be the inevitable outcome. Acting head coach Alan Shearer held a press conference after the game and shamefully apologized to all the fans who support and love Newcastle. Facing this sincere and magnanimous man, Newcastle fans chose to forgive with tears. All the disasters were caused by the stupid fat man named Mick Ashley who was greedy for money. Now everyone's only hope is that this terrifying devil quickly leaves the St. James Park Stadium. The further you roll, the better. On March 12th, Magpies' new management team suddenly announced a piece of good news. Yes, someone has begun to have substantive contact with us. He hopes to become the new owner of Newcastle. Things will be answered soon. Newcastle's new chairman Martin Brighton was interviewed by reporters. Shi Hongwang said, "The future owner of the club will definitely be a gentleman who will make all Newcastle fans happy. I don't think anyone will guess that it is him. Haha, I want to bless Newcastle, because it is like a Cinderella who has gone through endless hardships. She will finally welcome her Prince Charming. But I'm sorry, I can't reveal his identity for the time being." Martin Brighton's declaration aroused the curiosity of the entire English football world. For a traditional strong team like Newcastle with a long history, all people in England are paying attention to its fate. Polygram Group of the United States acquires Newcastle. Mysterious wealthy Syrian businessman takes over Newcastle. Indian billionaire intends to save Magpies. The royal family of the United Arab Emirates descends on St. James Park compared to the English media's gloating and random speculation. Newcastle fans had mixed reactions to this hell. I just hope that damn fat man Ashley gets out of here. As long as there is a new boss, it doesn't matter who it is. This is a view of Newcastle taxi driver Walter. I hope the new boss will be a gentleman who truly loves Newcastle. We have a glorious tradition. Teams like Newcastle should go to Europe and compete in the European arena instead of struggling in the relegation zone. Newcastle University professor Henry was worried if the new boss is still the same as that fat guy Ashley. A native Newcastle miner bulged his biceps and grinned to reveal his gleaming white teeth. I don't mind giving him a taste of the power of the fans. I hope Newcastle can still be in the hands of the British after the sale, instead of becoming a plaything of the rich like Manchester United or Chelsea. A white-haired old fan shed tears in front of the interview camera. In the end, the old fan's speech obviously represents the views of most Newcastle fans. As a Premier League team with a long history, the proud English gentleman hope that Newcastle can always flow with English blood. Oh my god. Several brothers invested 12,000. Xiaodao is so greedy. I will work hard. It's the last few days. Brothers support me. The climax is coming soon. Chapter 253 The Boiling City of Newcastle. Michael Owen has been a little annoyed lately. Since scoring a hat-trick in England's match against Israel on September 8 last year, he finally got his wish and once again enjoyed the cheers of all England. 2 years of doom and belief have passed, and everything seems to be moving in a good direction. Fans initially believed that Michael Owen, who finally broke out, would become the gospel and banner of Newcastle. However, things don't seem to be going the way everyone hoped. No matter how invincible Michael Owen was in the England team, his performance in Newcastle was extremely unstable, a far cry from the national team. It's like two different people playing football. After 28 rounds of the Premier League, the lightning striker who has high hopes from Newcastle fans has only scored 8 goals, 3 of which were penalty kicks. Even in the last 6 rounds of competition, Michael Owen has suffered a goal drought for more than 6 consecutive hours. Newcastle's acting head coach Alan Shearer pinned all hopes of saving the Magpies on Owen, but the national team killer's performance at St James Park was actually not as good as the 22-year-old James Milner. Some fans suspect that Irving is deliberately slacking off in order to ensure that he has enough energy to win honours in the national team, and this view has become more and more intense among fans. In the last 2 Newcastle games, when Irving got the ball you can even hear the boost directed at you from the stands at St James Park. Owen felt that he had simply suffered an eternal injustice. Because whether he is in the national team or in the club, he goes all out in every game. As a professional player who receives a salary from Newcastle every week, how could Irving be passive in his work to preserve your energy and perform in the national team? This is simply nonsense. If you don't perform well at the club, you may not even have a chance to be selected for the national team. Owen clearly knows what kind of person Crazy Lee, the popular coach of the Three Lions, is. His usual performance is not good, but even if the Queen of Great Britain intercedes, he will not be able to enter the England national team. But why is it that he is always able to find scoring form in the national team as soon as possible, but why can't he score a goal in Newcastle? Even if he works hard, Owen feels that in addition to the stronger teammates in the national team, the most important thing is that the coaching level of Allardyce and Shearer is too low compared to Crazy Lee, and they cannot formulate the most appropriate tactics to give full play to each player like Crazy Lee. Features. It would be great if Crazy Lee could come to Newcastle to coach. Afternoon. Newcastle's Rig Bottom training base. Boom. During the group confrontation, Michael Owen received a pass from Alan Smith, shook off the defending Bucero, and hit the goal post with a powerful shot. Fuck, not going in again. The team's poor record and his own poor performance made the good-tempered Irving a little anxious. At this time, hey, Michael, come here. Standing on the sidelines, acting head coach Alan Shearer answered a phone call and suddenly waved to stop the team's training. That's it for today's training. Michael, come out with me. A trip. 5 minutes later, Shearer drove Irving in his beloved Porsche and quickly left the Rig Bottom training ground. In the car, Owen was a little curious. Hey, Alan, where are we going? In 3 days we have to go to White Hart Lane to challenge Tottenham. The opponent is not weak. If we stop training, it seems to be about the sale of the club. Maybe we can meet the new owner of the club this time. Shearer held the steering wheel with both hands, a little absent-minded. It is estimated that starting from tomorrow, Newcastle will change its regime so fast. Irving is incredible that the club was able to find a buyer and complete the sale in such a short period of time. St James Park Stadium is located in the most prosperous central urban area of Newcastle and is one of the iconic buildings in the entire city. Like many modern stadiums, it is dominated by a steel structure mainframe. Viewed from a distance, the white brackets of the stadium and the columns supporting the roof of the stands shine silver in the sun, like a palace of the gods. Shearer parked his 56-year-old Porsche Cayenne in the square parking space on the west side of the stadium. Then he and Irving walked to the glass hall and took the elevator to the club chairman's office on the 3rd floor. Dong dong dong, please come in. Chairman Martin Brighton's voice came from the office. After Shearer and Owen entered the room, they found the figure of Martin Brighton. But when they saw the 2 people next to Brighton, Shearer and Owen were shocked. How could it be Newcastle? God, Sir John Hall and the famous England coach Madman Lee? Why are they here? Could it be? Irving and Shearer had an ecstatic thought flashing through their minds at the same time. At the desk, Martin Brighton had obviously expected such expressions on the faces of Owen and Shearer. To be honest, Brighton himself never expected that these 2 people would jointly acquire Newcastle. Because no matter from which angle you look at it, there is no possibility for these 2 people to get together. John Hall, the steel tycoon who saved the Magpies in Newcastle's most dangerous time in 1992, and Kevin Keegan achieved the great revival of Newcastle, and is more important than God in the hearts of Newcastle fans. Crazy Lee, the most popular football coach in the English football world in the past year, has become a new idol worshipped by the British Isles because he led the Three Lions to advance to the 2008 European Cup one round ahead of schedule in desperate situations. One is a wise and retired old man who is over 60 years old. The other is a new coach who reigns in England with a mysterious halo! Exclamation mark. Before this, there seemed to be no sign that these two incompatible people would get together. However, it was these two people who joined forces to obtain the ownership of Newcastle from the devil Mick Ashley at a price of £120 million. Is it really as Sir Hall said, because both of them are full of love for Newcastle? Martin Bryan can't understand the mystery. However, it is obviously not suitable to think about these questions at this moment. The purpose of letting Shearer and Owen come today is to say hello to the two big guys in the team first, and by the way, to test the players' views on this matter. Alan, Michael, I think I will introduce these two guests you are very familiar with in a different way. Martin Bryan smiled. Sir John Hall, Mr. Lee Tongfan, the two of them will soon become the new bosses of Newcastle. I think you are very satisfied with this news, right, Owen? And Shearer seemed to have been shocked and lost their ability to speak. Owen the way back. After a long silence, Owen couldn't help it. Alan, Mr. Foolish will officially coach the team tomorrow. Will you stay? Just now in Martin Bryan's office, everything has been made clear. Sir John Hall and Crazy Lee will jointly take over Newcastle, and in order to avoid the team losing points and being relegated in the next game, Crazy Lee will serve as the head coach of Newcastle as the head coach of the national team. In this way, Alan Shearer's acting coach position will have to be removed. But Crazy Lee also made a good suggestion. Alan, I hope you can be my assistant coach. Well, you see, I'm not as omnipotent as the media said. Stay and help me. Even if it's for Newcastle. Lee Tongfan said it very sincerely, and Alan Shearer suggested that he needed to consider it for a day. Owen's only worry is here, in case Shearer chooses to leave. You know, if Shearer can stay, it will be the best news for Newcastle and Lee Tongfan. Crazy Lee partnered with Alan Shearer, the invincible god on the football field and the super shooter who was once unstoppable at St. James Park. This is definitely an unbeatable combination. Shearer did not answer Owen's question. The Beatles' classic song Yesterday was playing softly in the car, as if telling the two people about the beauty of yesterday on the green field that has passed away. The melody is passionate and the voice is frivolous. Stay, Alan, you belong to this city. Mr. Glutton also needs you. Owen, who has long been a fan of Madley, couldn't help but act as a lobbyist and reached out to turn off the music. I have a very strange premonition that Mr. Glutton really loves Newcastle and he wants to bring Newcastle to glory with all his heart. Creaky Alan. Shearer unexpectedly parked the Porsche on the side of the road and then suddenly laughed while holding the steering wheel. Haha, Michael. Ha. Shearer slapped the seat of the car with one hand and covered his stomach with the other hand, laughing until tears came out. Haha, Michael, do you think I really don't want to stay? I was just joking. I wanted to see if there would be a nervous expression on Madley's face that was always confident. Love? This is so funny. Ha. I didn't expect you to be the first one to get nervous. Haha, Michael. Owen's face was full of black lines. To be honest, I'm so damn happy. Even a wooden person like me can't help but want to make a joke. Alan Shearer finally stopped laughing, wiped away the tears from his eyes, and calmed down. Sir Hall is back. Madmanly fell from the sky. Newcastle is finally going to rise. When I heard Mr. Martin Bryan say the first sentence, I was so excited that I almost fainted. Michael, tell me, this is not a dream, right? Newcastle's legendary striker Shearer, who has always shown a mature and steady face, was as happy as a child who finally got his favorite toy at this moment. Owen can fully understand his feelings. At that time, Shearer, as the captain of the England national team and the top scorer in the Premier League, rejected the invitation of the Red Devils' godfather Ferguson and resolutely came to his hometown team Newcastle, which moved countless fans. Since then, this English superstar who could have had a more brilliant career has bid farewell to the Giants and honours, and conscientiously led his hometown soldiers to fight for the Magpies until he quietly retired at St. James Park. Shearer's love for Newcastle is deeper than any of the most die-hard fans. Recreating the glory of Newcastle is the lifelong dream of this man named Alan Shearer. Therefore, Crazy Lee's invitation is like the most beautiful gift in the world to Shearer. How could he choose to give up in the face of such an opportunity? He took out his mobile phone from his pocket and called the number on the business card that Crazy Lee left for him. Mr. Rice Tong, I have decided to stay. It is a lifelong honor for me to be your assistant coach, and I hope to lead Newcastle to the pinnacle of glory with you. After making the call, Hiller opened the car door and walked to the roadside, taking a deep breath of the suburban air. The mood has never been so good. Michael Owen came to Shearer and asked suspiciously, "Hey, Alan, you didn't really cry just now, did you? You actually laughed so much that you shed so many tears." Hiller raised his head in disdain, but only he knows that he did cry just now. Since Irving was by his side, Shearer had no choice but to cover it up with a burst of laughter. "I have been a man for most of my life, and now I'm about to realize my dream. Happiness comes so suddenly, so what's the harm in crying?" In the distant horizon, the fiery red sunset is about to sink below the horizon. However, after this unbearable long night, the vibrant sunrise will appear over Newcastle, right? Early morning. The weather is rare, and wisps of golden morning light shine into the room from the transparent glass windows of a restaurant outside Manchester! The godfather of the Red Devils, Ferguson, was sitting in front of the dining table having breakfast in his pajamas. Mrs. Ferguson took out the latest Manchester Post from the mailbox at the door and handed it over. This is a habit that the godfather of the Red Devils has developed over the years, carefully reading the Manchester Post, which is dedicated to commenting on the latest developments of Premier League teams during breakfast time, so that he can understand the latest news of each Premier League team at the first time. Sudden puff. Ferguson squirted the milk he just drank into his mouth onto the newspaper. "Oh, God. Dear, what happened?" Mrs. Ferguson was shocked. She followed Ferguson's gaze and saw the front page of the newspaper, which was wet with milk, printed with a high-spirited Chinese profile picture, and behind him the Newcastle United crest shines. Mrs. Ferguson knew this Chinese man and even admired him a little, because this Chinese man is engaged in the same profession as Ferguson and is said to be doing a very good job. Countless times in private, Ferguson praised the Chinese man named Ding Tong as his most suitable successor at Manchester United. So what happened? The same thing happened in many places in England. In a certain mansion in London, Mourinho was even worse. The crazy uncle sprayed milk from his mouth directly on the luxury laptop he just bought. You must know that this non-waterproof luxury laptop is better than Ferguson's newspaper. Much more valuable. In the living room of another villa, Wenger, who got up early in the morning, was listening to the radio while carefully pruning his carefully planted potted Catalar orchids. Suddenly, because of an incredible news on the radio, Wenger was the scissors trembled, and the stamens of the Catalar orchid, which was regarded as a treasure by the professor yesterday, fell to the ground. Of course, the most intense reaction occurred in Newcastle, a major coastal city in the UK. In this city that was still shrouded in the shadow of Devil Mick Ashley and the team's relegation the day before, interesting scenes happened one after another while the husband was brushing his teeth. While listening to the radio, he suddenly ran out of the bathroom screaming, with toothpaste foam still standing by his mouth, but he hugged his inexplicable wife like crazy and kissed her deeply. My teenage son suddenly rushed to the door of his sleeping father's bedroom early in the morning and started kicking and knocking on it. After his father opened the door angrily, he jumped up excitedly and put his father's neck to his ear and screamed, "Oh, Dad, God has come. Newcastle is saved." The usually stingy and serious boss suddenly burst out laughing and ran out of the office, swung his hips in circles in the company hall, and announced to the stunned employees, "Wahaha, God has come to St. James Park Stadium, and everyone has a paid day off today. I'm going to the stadium to meet the new coach." The slowly buzzing taxis on the street suddenly sounded their trombones excitedly at the same time, as if to vent the excitement in their owners' hearts, because the traffic radio had just urgently broadcast a piece of news that made all Newcastle fans ecstatic. Half an hour later, every commercial electronic advertising screen in this core city on the coast of England, which was transformed from a coal industry city into England's most popular tourist city in the 20th century, switched to the same place at the same time on the screen. The press conference hall of St James Park Stadium is so familiar to every Newcastle person, and the smiling Chinese face that has always been in the center of the camera makes everyone standing in front of the advertising electronic screen. Even a Magpie fan couldn't help but hold his breath. On the screen, the fat reporter from the Newcastle Post was the first to pass the microphone in his hand to the smiling Chinese man with an excited look on his face. "Mr. Fantong, why did you choose Newcastle after rejecting the invitations of Inter Milan and other giants?" "Because I love Newcastle more deeply. You know, I have been a loyal Newcastle fan since I was very young, and now Newcastle needs me more than Inter Milan." The sullen man lied without changing his face or heartbeat. However, in order to announce the acquisition in the future, such a white lie is necessary. Because, just a slogan-like declaration, the sullen man easily won the hearts of all Newcastle people at this moment. The proud cheers from the fans, gathered in front of countless electronic advertising screens in the city, are the best proof. The interview on the electronic screen is still going on. It can be clearly seen that the press conference hall of St James Park Stadium, which has been deserted for half a year since the 07-08 season, is now crowded with reporters from major media like a festival feast. The Sun reporter got the opportunity to ask the second question. "Mr. Fantong, we all know that you have a contract with the England national team. Will the FAR agree to your choice to coach Newcastle club at this time?" This question hit the nail on the head and grabbed the hearts of thousands of Newcastle people. But soon, the answer given by Crazy Lee made them breathe a sigh of relief, because the man smiled and replied, "Before signing the contract with the FAR, there were relevant clauses specifically stating the possibility of my coaching the club team during the contract period. There is no problem in this regard." Other cheers. Again. More and more fans gathered in front of the major electronic advertising screens in Newcastle City. People couldn't help but smile on their faces and opened their eyes and paid close attention to the press conference on the big screen. "Mr. Fantong, how long did you sign the coaching contract with Newcastle this time? Did you choose to leave after playing the role of a temporary firefighter and leading the team to relegation? Or, yes?" Exclamation mark. After the reporter asked this question, the hearts of all Newcastle fans were hanging again. Fortunately, the answer of the Chinese man on the screen saved their hearts again. "No, I love Newcastle. I will stay here forever and use all my strength to lead this team to glory." Boom, the port city is boiling. 90% of the population of this city are loyal Newcastle fans, and each of them deeply understands what it means when Newcastle has a magical coach like Crazy Lee, the legend of undefeated, the bandaged god of war. Exclamation mark. The god on the football field. This magical Chinese has never failed in the official competition since his debut. Just like the nickname given to him by the media, he is God, the symbol of victory and honor on the command seat on the green field. The miraculous performance of coaching the Three Lions has brought Crazy Lee's reputation in England to the highest peak. No head coach of any national team has ever been so admired by the arrogant English gentleman, and Newcastle people are no exception. Exclamation mark. In the past 8 months, a total of more than 240 days, Real Madrid fans have been complaining to the whole of Europe about the pain and reluctance of losing madly. And today, such a coach that no one dared to hope for actually came to St. James Park like a dream. Could it be that the fans' prayers to the cross of Jesus Christ day and night finally made God begin to favor Newcastle, a team with deep suffering? Think about the happiness of Real Madrid fans in the 2006-07 season, and you can understand that Newcastle's happiness is not without reason. March 15, 2008 was a dream day for Newcastle fans. Because after experiencing the endless darkness in the first half of the season, they finally saw a ray of light in the sky. Soon the news that madly coached Newcastle was like a cold wave from the Siberian wilderness, attacking the English and even European football world. Incredible decision. Madly took over Allardyce's coaching baton. Exclamation mark. Newcastle welcomes the god on the football field. The Magpies may open up a new dynasty, the disaster of the Premier League team, who has the strength to resist the middle finger of the bandaged god of war. The Magpies in the relegation zone welcome the savior. No one is more suitable for the Newcastle coaching position than Crazy Lee! Chairman of clubs in the 5 major leagues, are you ready to resist Newcastle's conquest of the Iron Hoof? Jointly serving the national team and the club, the Dark Emperor is expanding his territory step by step. The media's exclamation is no different from the wolf is coming. European football has indeed made people panic because of these big mouths. But for Newcastle's new coach Lee Tongfan, there is no time to pay attention to these at all. Because 2 days later, on March 17th, the team will go to the White Hart Lane Stadium in London to challenge the Premier League powerhouse Tottenham Hotspur, and what lies in front of Leoli is indeed a mess. There are 24 players in the Newcastle first team, 6 players are injured, 3 players are clamoring for a transfer, and the others are all in poor condition. Moreover, this time I only announced that I will coach Newcastle as the head coach. After all the acquisition procedures are completed in more than a month, the fact that I hold shares in the club will be exposed. I wonder what kind of reaction the conservative and traditional English gentleman will have. It is probably because I wrote the transition chapter until midnight yesterday. Today I have a headache like a needle. Although the brothers voted for more than 40 votes and 12,000, Xiaodao really couldn't hold on. I was nervous again. I failed the brothers' kindness. I'm sorry. This chapter is basically 7,000 words, which is a small climax. 2 chapters are combined into one, so it's a bit late. Brothers, forgive me. Finally, I beg for the support of monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Finally, thank you Magic Baby. You know Chapter 254 please, become a Newcastle legend. After taking over Newcastle as the head coach, Lee Tongfan's life instantly said goodbye to the idleness of the previous period. I got up in the morning, had some breakfast, and hurriedly drove to the Newcastle Rock Bottom training base located on the outskirts of the city. Fortunately, Leoli bought a car and learned to drive in his free time some time ago, and had already obtained his driver's license. Otherwise, for the journey from his seaside villa in Newcastle's East City to the Rock Bottom training base in the west of the city, he would have troubled Lo Si Tang to get a special car, pick up and drop off. But Tang is not idle now. He is still busy with the late-stage acquisition of Newcastle with his partner Sir John Hall. Because due to time constraints, Leoli hurriedly took over Newcastle after signing the share transfer agreement with Mick Ashley. In fact, until today, all acquisition matters have not been completely completed. The government has reviewed and approved it, as well as the transfer of team-related accounts and other aspects. There are still a lot of things to be busy with. Fortunately, Sir John Hall's connections and energy in the UK are really strong, and he can do things with amazing efficiency. Otherwise, even if Leoli had enough funds, he would probably have to take over Newcastle after the end of the season, and by that time, the Magpies have descended into the British Crown and the daylilies are cold. At about 7:40 in the morning, Lee Tongfan arrived at the Rigburton training base. Scene, who manages the gate of the base, is now over 60 years old. When he was young, he had an accident in a coal mine and had to wear a prosthetic leg on his right leg, so he came to the training base to guard the gate. From that time until today, Old Scene has served Newcastle at Rock Bottom for 38 years and is a die-hard Newcastle fan. Through the thin morning fog, Old Scene spotted Lee Tongfan's BMW X5 from a distance, because yesterday, after the press conference, Leoli came to the training base with club chairman Martin Brighton. Before Lee Tongfan Mengheo signaled, the base gate opened. The old man poked his messy head out of the window, made a strange face, and made a V-shaped gesture representing victory with his right hand. Hey, Mr. Rice Bucket, you came so early. You are going to start working for Newcastle. Are you busy with the championship trophy? Interesting old man. Lee Tongfan rolled down the window and returned the salute with a V-shaped gesture. Of course, old man. I came to Newcastle just to embrace the championship. Although it was only their second meeting, the two felt like they had known each other for several years because of their shared love for the team. Amidst the morning chirping of tits, the slightly proud laughter of an old man and a young man dispelled the hazy morning fog shrouding the Rock Bottom base. The red sun rises gradually rising from the distant horizon. Daily training will start at 9 o'clock in the morning. It was still a long time before the players reported. After Tongfan parked the car in his parking space, he walked around the training ground. Although the Bottom training base is inferior to Real Madrid's Madrid Sports City, it is definitely considered the top training base in England. The heritage of Newcastle, a traditional strong team, cannot be underestimated. Like a proud farmer patrolling his fields, Tongfan carefully visited every corner of the training base, because all the acquisition procedures will be completed soon, and this place will belong to Leoli himself. By the time Leoli's arrogant inspection was completed, the number of people in the training base gradually increased. Michael Owen and Alan Shearer arrived one after another, followed by members of the team's coaching staff, and then the players from Newcastle's first team, reserve team and U18 youth team. At 9 o'clock in the morning, training officially begins. Of course, before the training begins, the new official Tongfan majestically begins to burn the top 3 things since taking office. Player meetings. Looking at the Newcastle first team players standing in front of him, Leoli couldn't help but frown. Except for a few players such as Owen, James Milner and Alan Smith who have been selected for the England national team, others seem to have no hope for the team's record, and a few capable guys are ready to jump away from the fire pit of Newcastle. His face was as hen, his eyes were dull, his morale was low, he was absent-minded. To put it harshly, the players in Newcastle's first team are like a group of defeated soldiers who were defeated in one blow. No fighting power. But what Tongfan didn't know was that the players' performance today was actually very good, because, after the news that the invincible Madman Lee coached the team came out yesterday, Newcastle's stars finally saw a glimmer of hope in staying in the Premier League in a desperate situation. If that man is really what the newspapers and news media said so miraculous, then maybe a miracle will really happen. While Tongfan was sizing up the players, the stars were also curiously observing the famous Madman Lee. I know you have a lot of ideas. Some want to leave here, and some are waiting to see my performance. Tongfan organized his thoughts and spoke out his thoughts without any scruples. I understand all this. However, even if you want to choose a new club for yourself, you have to perform well at St. James Park until the end of the season, because no team will choose to pay transfer pounds for a group of players who have no fighting spirit and sense of honor. There are still 10 rounds in the league, and we are now running at the end of all teams, so congratulations. This is your chance to show yourself. I can promise you, as long as you want to leave, I will never force any of you to stay after the season. Now, start training. A brief and simple training. Everyone thought that Crazy Lee would pat his chest and describe to them a bright future and more salary to boost the morale of the team, but it seems that Crazy Lee is really as different as the legend. The team's training is led by the newly minted assistant coach Alan Shearer, and Tongfan stood silently at the side of the training ground, recalling the personal psychology of each player in FM 2008 in his mind, while carefully observing their performance. The effect of observation is obvious. Fullback Grimmy and South African midfielder Patterson, who transferred from Chelsea, are doing recovery training outside the stadium after returning from injury. They are working hard. Irish goalkeeper Given, 21-year-old central defender Stephen Taylor, Michael Owen, Alan Smith and other players who have a certain affection for Newcastle have a personal psychology. In FM 2008, I hope to improve the team's ranking through my own efforts. This shows that the above players are strong fighters who are willing to fight for Newcastle and are the main players that Tongfan can rely on. Facts have proved that they are also very hard working in real training and perform well, and Spanish midfielder Sergio, Nigerian fullback Bucero, Argentine fullback Pirano and others. In FM 2008, personal psychology is they are considering their own choices and hope to leave the club as soon as possible. It is obvious that these guys are bourgeoisie mixed in the revolutionary team. Not trustworthy. Their sneaky performance on the training ground at this moment also disappointed Tongfan, who was standing on the sidelines. However, we can't rush to deal with these guys. Trustworthy players must be vigorously cultivated, and untrustworthy guys can't be killed with one stick, because Newcastle's bench depth is not enough. If they want to maintain a perfect record in the next 10 leagues and enter the UEFA Cup, they must find ways to make good use of the energy of every player in the team. We must squeeze out the last drop of labor value of every hammer like capitalists exploit workers. Only by letting these players who are willing to leave perform well in the next game can they be sold at a good price after the end of the season. The idea of the sultry man Lee Tongfan is very evil. As time goes by, more and more Newcastle fans wearing black and white sword stripes gather outside the wire fence of the training base. There are white-haired old men, middle-aged men in suits, rebellious boys with red hair and exaggerated earrings, and children who put their little fingers into their mouths and suck them. Their sky blue eyes are like the clear coast of Newcastle. Mr. Glutton, you made the most correct choice. Crazy Lee, please become a legend of Newcastle. From today on, Newcastle will be with God. One after another, the fans hung unique slogans on the wire fence, fluttering like flags in the gentle wind in the suburbs. Outside the Rigburton training base, which had been deserted due to the team's poor performance before, it was as lively as a grand festival today. This scene made the players on the training ground work harder. After assistant coach Alan Shearer bent down to correct Amir's shooting action, he looked at the enthusiastic fans outside the field, and then looked at Crazy Lee, who was concentrating on the performance of the players on the training ground. He couldn't help but sigh. Crazy Lee's appeal is really strong. Even if Newcastle signed back Ronaldinho, the World Footballer of the Year, I'm afraid there wouldn't be so many fans to watch the training. Right, of course. In addition to the fans, there were also media reporters outside the Rigburton training base. The entire British Isles were very curious about what would happen in Crazy Lee's first training session at Newcastle. After a day of training, the stars of Newcastle's first team did not find anything brilliant about Crazy Lee. If you have to find a difference, it is that this gentleman has not said a word from beginning to end except for the speech before the training started. He has been standing on the side of the training ground with a cold face, writing and drawing in the notebook he carries with him from time to time, recording some unknown things. But it is this kind of silence that makes the players feel an unprecedented pressure and sense of urgency. Madley's legendary record makes every football player on the planet willing to play under his command, because that is a guarantee of honor and trophies, except for Owen and Alan Smith, who know the true ability of Lee Tongfan. Others are cautiously waiting for the performance of God on the football field. The battle between White Hart Lane and Tottenham Hotspur 2 days later will be the best touchstone to test the Chinese head coach who came to St. James Park with a huge halo. After all, some things are just hearsay. Only when the players themselves truly understand Lee Tongfan's ability will they be willing to serve him. In the parking lot of the training base, the first team stars who finished training watched Lee Tongfan walk towards the fans and media reporters in the distance until he was drowned by the enthusiastic crowd. The expressions in the eyes of the Hammers were complicated. Thank you, Almighty God, for always correcting typists for the editor. It is my honor. Thank you brothers for your enthusiastic support. Chapter 255 Crazy Cheating. After dealing with the crazy reporters and even crazier Newcastle fans, Lee Tongfan finally got out of the fiery crowd and drove away from the Rigburton training base. The day after tomorrow is the White Hart Lane battle, and Lee Tongfan's cheating plan must be launched today. Back to the villa on the east coast, Leo Lee did not covet the beautiful scenery of the Sunset Beach. He immediately went to the bedroom to modify the player plan, took out the Hamageo book notebook, opened it and ran the FM 2008 system, and soon entered the game interface. First count the results of the previous period of time. Lee Tongfan had already harvested the rewards he received from leading the national team in the previous few games. He gained 50 character points in 5 official games, plus a large number of England rookie players were recruited in the last few games, and he received gratitude from many players. So in total Lee Tongfan gained a total of 68 character points from the England national team. Therefore, excluding the 7 points of character points spent to maintain the Superman status of David Beckham and Michael Owen, there are now 239 character points left in the FM 2008 system! 239 points. It is a big number, although the value of character points in FM 2008 has depreciated greatly due to inflation. 239 character points are enough for Lee Tongfan to create an invincible super army in an instant. However, Leoli certainly can't really do this stupidly. First of all, let's not talk about the fact that the sultry man has to rely on character points to survive under the insidious system of infinite flow. Even if there is an inexhaustible supply of character points, Li Tongfan dare not really create 11 super soldiers at once. This will not only destroy the rules of the football world, but also may be caught by spy agencies of various countries as guinea pigs for a search. Crazy Li has created enough miracles in the football world. If he continues like this, he will become a monster that is not like a human being, and it is hard to guarantee that he will not attract the attention of those who are interested. So, keep a low profile. When it is time to act like a grandson, you still have to act like a grandson appropriately. Secondly, a team only needs a few confidants and superstars, and there is no need to modify everyone. The use of character points should also be efficient and maximize the value. For example, Newcastle. The best configuration should be like this. On the forward line, there is Michael Owen, a terrifying killer, and in the midfield, there is a godlike player like Beckham in the Real Madrid period, and a qualified central defender on the back line. And finally, the goalkeeper's ability is slightly strengthened, such a modified team plus Leoli's own FM 2008 system simulation. As long as there are no super abnormal, Super Bowl level system tasks, it is estimated that even against Chelsea, Manchester United, Arsenal and other Premier League giants, there is some chance of winning. After making up your mind, start to modify it immediately. Enter Newcastle in the search box of FM millimeters and get a total of 2 search results: Newcastle United and Newcastle United, Australian League. Of course, Leoli needs to find the former. After double clicking the word Newcastle, the main page of FM millimeters instantly switched to the club's basic information page of Newcastle, league level, English Premier League, last season's ranking, 13th, match day, Saturday or Sunday, professionalism, professional team, reputation, -4556. Reputation points, maximum value 20,000, training facilities, comprehensive evaluation 16 points, maximum value 20 points, youth training facilities, comprehensive evaluation 15 points, maximum value 20 points, youth training camp, comprehensive evaluation 9 points, maximum value 20 points, morale, comprehensive evaluation extremely poor, average attendance, -51,000 people, minimum attendance, -30,000 people, maximum attendance, -63,750 people. After reading the data-based evaluation of Newcastle given by FM millimeters, the introverted man was very satisfied. Fortunately, when I was on the koala plan, I chose Newcastle as my target. If I really gave up the acquisition of the English Championship or English League Two clubs due to financial problems, the data evaluation given by FM millimeters would probably be enough to make Leoli cry for a while. Although Newcastle's reputation and training facilities are still far from the full value at this time, Li Tongfan is very sure that the data evaluation given by FM millimeters will definitely double in a few more seasons. On the far right of the FM millimeter system, there are 4 clear and eye-catching rectangular option buttons. Basic situation. It is the data evaluation displayed by FM millimeters just now. Players. List all the players of Newcastle U18 youth team, reserve team, and first team. And equipped with 3 next level operation option boxes. Recover from injuries of the whole team, clear dissatisfaction of the whole team, and list all player attributes. Relationship. List all the people who hate and love Newcastle. Jersey. List Newcastle's home, away, and neutral jersey specimens. Among the above options, relationship and jersey are irrelevant. Li Tongfan directly enters the player page, selects the list all player attributes option, and officially starts modifying. The first target is naturally Michael Owen. Leoli needs to transplant Irving's superhuman status from the national team to the club. A complete modification requires a total of 24 character points, but fortunately, Leoli has already paid 1/3 of it in advance for the England national team, so this time it only costs 16 points. Ding dong. The system reminds you that this modification consumes a total of 16 character points. Do you confirm? Yes. Ding Done. The system reminds you that the data related to Michael Owen has been modified. After modifying Irving, the second target is the midfielder. After checking each midfielder's loyalty to the team, Lee Tongfan selected 3 final modification targets: Alan Smith, James Milner and Joey Barton. The loyalty of the 3 players was 90 and 67 respectively in 27, 1 high, 1 medium, 1 low. Alan Smith, who transferred from Manchester United this season, has 90% loyalty to the Magpies, which is a bit strange. Although James Milner is only 22 years old, he has played for Newcastle for 4 or 5 seasons and is considered a product of the Magpies youth training. His team loyalty is only 67, which is also very strange. As for Joey Barton, a red card professional, he has played less than 20 times for Newcastle, and his loyalty of only 27 is considered normal. The reason why Lee Tongfan chose these 3 people naturally had his own plans. Make changes immediately after selecting. Alan Smith has improved his current ability by 25 points, which are allocated to passing, shooting, stopping, speed, stamina, calmness and anticipation. In this way, each small item will be improved by about 3 points, which is not outrageous. At the same time, because Lee Tongfan planned to train Alan Smith into a qualified attacking midfielder and forward, he increased the offensive midfielder in his position attributes to 20. Due to Alan Smith's the original value was 17, so this modification only cost 2 character points. Modification completed. In this way, Alan Smith consumed a total of 12 character points. Next up is James Milner. In the original data, the 22-year-old midfielder's potential ability is 175, and his current ability is 158. Lee Tongfan spent 4 character points to improve Milner's current ability by 10 points, which were evenly distributed among the key values of an excellent midfielder such as passing, dribbling, and technique. As for position attribute, Milner's original data is already very good and does not need to be modified. Modification completed. Therefore, James Milner's modifications consume a total of 4 character points. The last of the midfielders, defensive midfielder Joey Barton. Joey Barton is a complex of contradictions. In fact, the 25-year-old England midfielder's ability is already very strong. Many football experts agree that, if it were not for this guy's bad temper, Barton would be as good as Owen Hargreaves or Frank Lampard. Height, but God gave this guy outstanding talents, but did not give him the qualities a professional player should have. So Barton was kicked out by Manchester City at the end of last season, because this bad boy got an unprecedented 9 red cards in 20 Premier League games. Lee Tongfan selected Joey Barton for special reinforcement for 2 purposes. First, in Leoli's favorite 4-1-2-1-2 formation, the midfielder position is very important. Looking at the entire, only Barton has this potential in Newcastle's first team, and modifications will cost less character points. Secondly, out of some extremely shameless bad taste of a sultry man, well, keep it secret for now, start modifying Joey Barton. In Patton's original data, potential ability and current ability were 175 and 165 respectively. Lee Tongfan directly consumed 4 character points to increase the value to the maximum, and evenly distributed it to the key attributes of the midfielder. Location attribute is also perfect and does not need to be modified. Barton's modification is completed, and a total of 4 character points have been consumed. 5 or 6 minutes later, 3 of the midfielders were strengthened to a certain extent according to their respective team loyalty values. It is worth pointing out that as a proven master of cheating, Lee Tongfan performed very scientifically and reasonably in this cheating. On the one hand, it not only significantly improved the player's ability, but on the other hand, he also limited the improvement to within a reasonable range, so as not to be too shocking and cause unnecessary suspicion. In the end, only the central defender and goalkeeper sessions are left. The first choice for central defender is 22-year-old Newcastle boy Stephen Taylor. This is a local player who was born and raised full of infinite love for Newcastle. His team loyalty of up to 100 points is enough to move anyone, and his innate physical condition as a central defender is also very good. Lee Tongfan has identified Steven Taylor as the captain of the future team, just like Chelsea's John Terry and Manchester United's Rio Ferdinand. He is the most reliable player. Therefore, on Steven Taylor, Lee Tongfan spent 20 character points without hesitation to maximize the young man's key abilities within the most reasonable range. The goalkeeper choice is of course Ji Wen. The raw statistics of Ireland's national goalkeeper are already very good. After Lee Tongfan spent 4 character points to strengthen Given's key goalkeeping values such as calmness, reaction and bounce, Given has already entered the ranks of first-class goalkeepers. After doing all this, Lee Tongfan raised his head and let out a long sigh of relief, then turned to look out the window. In the distance, a red sun on the sea was gradually disappearing from the water, dyeing the sky and sea water into bright red. Nearby, an old man fishing and a naughty child were laughing, carrying buckets and small horses, and stepping on the rolling beach, leaving a series of large and small footprints on the beach. This is the most common and beautiful sunset sea view in Newcastle. However, Lee Tongfan was not in the mood to appreciate such beautiful scenery at this time, because he hadn't finished eating yet and was already starving to death. Attached is the current Newcastle first team squad. No charge. Goalkeeper Given, 31 years old, Ireland. Steve Harper, 32 years old, England. Defender centre back Steven Taylor, 22 years old, England. Full-back Afe, 29 years old, Senegal. Full-back Grimmy, 29 years old, Cameroon. Centre-back David Lozaha, 27 years old, Czech Republic. Centre-back Kakapa, 31 years old, Brazil. Full-back Habibi, 30 years old, Senegal. Left-back Bucero, 29 years old, Nigeria. Left-back Josenri Graham, 22 years old, Spain. Left-back Pirano, 24 years old, Argentina. Left midfielder Charles Nzogbia, 22 years old, France. Defensive midfielder Joey Barton, 25 years old, England. Midfielder Rema, 27 years old, Turkey. Midfielder Sergio, 31 years old, Spain. Winger James Milner, 22 years old, England. Attacking midfielder Alan Smith, 28 years old, England. Left midfielder Patterson, 21 years old, South Africa. Winger Duff, 28 years old, Ireland. Forward player Nicholas Bendtner, 20 years old, Denmark. On loan from Arsenal, Michael Owen, 28 years old, England. Amiabi, 26 years old, England. Vituka, 32 years old, Australia. Chapter 256 Explain everything with data. March 17th, 2008, morning. The weather in London is still foggy, with the forecast temperature being around 0. The breeze mixed with the fog blows on my face, which makes me feel wet and a little painful. 10 AM. The Newcastle club bus departed from Newcastle's Rigbottom training base, carrying the team's coaching staff and first team stars to London. There, the confident Premier League powerhouse Tottenham Hotspur was waiting at home at White Hart Lane, waiting to ruthlessly ravage the Magpies on the night at White Hart Lane. And after the bus, there is a huge convoy. Newcastle fans either drove private cars or organized chartered cars, closely following the club's bus, to form a mighty cheering army, dragging a long queue on the road. The St. George's Cross flag and Newcastle's team emblem on the vehicle fluttered in the cold wind, just like the Knights of the Cross on a heroic march to the east. The scale is huge, because tonight will be Crazy Lee's first game since coaching Newcastle, although it was an away game. According to statistics from the Newcastle Post the day before, nearly 10,000 Newcastle fans still expressed their willingness to accompany the team to London to cheer for the team. Fans are waiting for the invincible Madman Lee to bring an exciting victory to the Magpies, who have not tasted victory for a long time. In the bus, the Newcastle players were watching the video, the Tottenham Hotspur game video. Lee Tongfan stood in front of the TV screen hanging at the front of the bus with a serious face, holding a white delicate pointer in his hand, and explained in detail as the screen paused and analyzed numbers. Tottenham. Coach Martin Jol likes a 4-4-2 formation and has a special fondness for fast forwards and wide midfielders. According to statistics, Tottenham Hotspur has ended 28 games this season in each Premier League game, although Irishman Robbie Keane and Bulgarian striker Berbatov had a starting probability of 78.5%. This person has received more opportunities in the last 6 consecutive games. Lee Tongfan recalled Tottenham Hotspur's starting lineup proposed by the FM 2008 system and began to analyze it in a sophisticated way. The game screen switched on the TV screen and it was fixed on the Tottenham striker wearing the white uniform number 23, Darren Bent. Martin Jol's new favorite has had a steady chance to play in the last 6 league games and scored 5 goals. I guess Berbatov's partner in tonight's game will be this guy. In the bus compartment, the Newcastle players listened very carefully. They discovered that Crazy Lee seemed to be very passionate about data. After 3 days of contact, this head coach, who is very popular in England, can list a lot of data very skillfully. Everything will be represented by him using the simplest Arabic numerals, such as the current evaluation of Darren Bent. The 23-year-old forward is very fast and can run well without the ball, but his finishing skills and dribbling skills are not the best. Under the personal interference of defensive players, his shooting success rate will drop to 100. Below 18.6/1. This number is a quarter of what he would have been without interference. Lee Tongfan pointed to the highlights of Darren Bent's shooting shots on the TV screen and explained his tactical arrangements. So, Stephen, your task today is to stick to him as tightly as brown candy. Don't give him any can he do it if he has any space to shoot. Stephen. Tyler Young, the centre-back who has been tipped to be Newcastle's captain for the next 10 years by Leoli, is a 1.88 meter tall white guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His muscles are full of strength and aggression. Although he is only 22 years old this year, he feels very stable. After hearing the boss's arrangement, the young man nodded thoughtfully. Don't worry, boss, I won't let him even have a chance to breathe. Lee Tongfan smiled with satisfaction and continued his analysis. Tottenham winger Aaron Lennon is the darling of White Hart Lane. He is fast and technical, and his ability to pass from the base is first rate. However, Lennon's breakthroughs are very regular. When he goes on the right wing, he uses his right foot. The probability of going outside is as high as 89.5%, and the probability of cutting inside when playing on the left is 74.5%. So, I think you should understand how to defend him. Captain Ledley King's habitual actions when defending, but it lies in the speed of turning and the awareness of the first landing point. Goalkeeper Paul Robinson's saving habits are. The comparison of the data for saving high altitude balls and ground balls is, I suggest that forwards choose when shooting. 4. Aholawa. Lee Tongfan carefully explained the technical movement characteristics and personal playing habits of Tottenham Hotspur starting players. Such a specific image of digital tactical layout and the suggestions given look almost perfect to Newcastle players. Even assistant coach Alan Shearer and other members of the coaching staff were listening with great interest. It was the first time for everyone to discover that the tactical arrangements of a football match could be broken down so clearly and in detail using Arabic numerals. Although many football coaches have used data analysis methods before, it is difficult to be so detailed and accurate. It's hard to imagine how much hard work this man known as Crazy Lee put in behind these huge figures to collect information, organize the data, and then make the most accurate analysis. No wonder Crazy Lee is called God on the sidelines of football. No wonder he can lead Real Madrid and the England national team to victory. For a man who has put all his experience into football, it is simply unreasonable to fail. At this moment, the Magpie Stars finally began to respect Lee Tongfan from the bottom of their hearts, instead of just obeying, because of Leoli's fame and prestige, like they did a few days ago. If you want to gain the sincere respect of others, you have to show enough skills. This is an eternal law that will not change at any time and in any place in basic interpersonal relationships. After analyzing Tottenham's starting lineup and each player's technical movements, based on the TV footage, Lee Tongfan asked the driver to turn off the TV, then took out a thick stack of materials from his briefcase and distributed them to each player. Each of you will get 2 pieces of information in your hand. The first piece is a data analysis of every Tottenham player you may encounter at White Hart Lane tonight. I ask you to put this piece of information into your hands before the game. Memorize the information by heart, and it will help you make the most correct choices in offense or defense in the game. With Newcastle's coaching staff and stars looking at him like God, Lee Tongbum tried his best to suppress his pride after his vanity was satisfied, while pretending to be a calm and indifferent master. One by one he held his hands. The information is distributed to the players. As for the second information, I think it will be more helpful to you. It will tell you what shortcomings and blind spots you are not aware of in your own technical movements and habitual playing methods, and put forward the most scientific improvement method. Lee Tongfan, amidst the surprised expressions of a car full of people whose mouths were open enough to stuff a big duck egg, finally couldn't help but smile proudly. Believe me, all of this is based on the most reasonable data of your performance in the past 100 games. The results of the analysis. Oh, of course, you can also choose to ignore this suggestion. As long as you are confident that you can perform better on the court, I will not have any objection. The players who received the materials began to read them carefully with their heads down. After less than 10 minutes, all of them raised their heads and cast their eyes in surprise, shock, admiration, or disbelief at the one who was already sitting in the front row, closed his eyes, and started to rest. Man, Newcastle stars are all old players. After seeing the materials given by Laoli, and comparing them with their usual performance and habits, they can completely determine the practicality of the materials given to them by the boss without further experiments. It's all true, extremely accurate. Hit the nail on the head. This kind of thing is simply like the magical spells of Harry Potter in the legendary myths and legends. If there is such a material, when their technical movements have not yet been finalized, and they train according to this suggestion, it is estimated that everyone will be able to. There will be a more brilliant career. Of course, it's not too late now. The Hammers looked at each other a few times, their faces full of excitement. In the bus, the atmosphere that was originally a bit low and dull suddenly became lively and uplifting. Lee Tongbum could feel this change sitting in the front seat with his eyes closed. The sultry man's heart was filled with as much pride as if his trick had succeeded. The so-called data will of course be extremely accurate, because these are all forward-looking data results obtained from the FM 2008 system. Could the FM system be wrong? The first piece of information for Tottenham Hotspur players can greatly improve Newcastle's winning rate against Tottenham Hotspur on the road, allowing the Hammers to find confidence in the game. The second information on Newcastle players has a greater effect. It can not only win people's hearts, but also help Laoli explain why modified players such as Michael Owen, Stephen Taylor, and Alan Smith have become. He suddenly became unstoppable and brave. When people asked, they would say it was the result of training according to the secrets. The cost of obtaining this information was just 2 free queries of Lee Tongfan's system database worth 2 character points. Well worth it. Let data speak for itself. This is Lee Tongfan's latest boring idea. This idea can help Laoli perfectly explain some miraculous things, such as Real Madrid's probability of a complete winning season, such as the reasons for the sudden outbreak of certain players, such as the basis for his unfavorable substitutions in the game, such as that the middle finger threat theory caused by several pretends. The data query function newly added after the expansion of the FM system database is simply a shield tailor-made for men like Lee Tongfan who love to act cool. 3 or 4 hours later, the bus finally entered London, after arriving in Newcastle, and staying at the Green Jam Hotel, that has been booked near White Hart Lane Stadium. They will conduct an hour of adaptation training in the stadium. Then, Laoli will lead 1 or 2 first-team players in accordance with Premier League practice. Attend the pre-match press conference. Then, according to Lee Tongfan's plan, the Magpie Legion should gain victory. I saw a swordsman in the book review section talking about the schedule. Xiodeo explained it to the brothers. The schedule in the book is indeed different from the real one. I made some minor changes for the needs of the story without affecting the reading. Thank you for the comments in the book review area, which gave me a lot of ideas and inspiration, such as, wife, come and see the leftovers. Finally, I would like to recommend this basketball competition book, NBA Crossing Passage, book number 1,709,836. Written by an old author, and is on the new book list. Brothers who love basketball can go and take a look. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, God Can't Take Away the Victory. March 17th. 1845, with 15 minutes left, the first game of Newcastle, coached by Matt Manley, who has attracted the attention of the entire British Isles, is about to ignite the smoke. At this moment, the dark clouds hanging over London finally began to cry, the drizzle moisturizes and washes the lawn of White Hart Lane Stadium, and every grass is covered with bright water droplets. Looking down from the stadium stands, the green stadium is inlaid like a piece of crystal clear emerald. In the middle of the court, the melodious melody of Glory Glory Tottenham Hotspur echoed over White Hart Lane. This is a famous team song adapted from the American folk song John Brown's Body. It has been praised in the skies above North London for more than 10 years. Every time there is a home game of Tottenham Hotspur, the fans in North London, everyone will stand up in the stands and sing in unison until the game officially starts. White Hart Lane can accommodate up to 36,000 people. This scale is not large compared to the home stadiums of Premier League teams. It can even be said to be mid to lower level. However, the home atmosphere created by crazy Tottenham fans is not comparable. Any other team's Devils home team is half a point weaker. Today, the stands at White Hart Lane are full. Less than a quarter of the more than 10,000 Magpies fans who came to watch and cheer on the Newcastle bus were lucky enough to get admission tickets, while most of the others gathered in large and small bars in North London to drink warm beer waiting for the game to begin. Of course, there is also a small number of die-hard Magpies who, regardless of the cold, hold umbrellas and wait in front of the open-air electronic screen outside White Hart Lane, hoping to hear the cheers after the team's victory for the first time. For Newcastle people, whether they are in the stands at White Hart Lane, in the bars of North London, or in front of the outdoor electronic screens, it is a battlefield. They will support the Newcastle players' base camp here with shouts and middle fingers, and have the most direct and tit-for-tat battle with Tottenham Hotspur fans. They have been waiting for the taste of victory for too long. ###THE visiting team dressing room at White Hart Lane, like the visiting team locker rooms in many Premier League stadiums. This small room with a low ceiling and a small space is extremely poorly decorated. The dim lights make the players inside feel depressed and defeated. This is the famous the culture in the locker rooms of England's teams is that the owners will do their best to cause trouble for their opponents. However, these arrangements are nothing in the eyes of the battle-hardened Newcastle players. It's not the first time they have suffered such treatment. Of course, what's more important is that Crazy Lee's efforts in the past 2 days have successfully improved their morale. Whether this game is for me or Hayworth for you, there is only one way to go, and that is to win. Lee Tongfan stood beside the simple wooden table, waving his fists with a serious expression. Horrible. Think about what Martin Jol and his bullshit star player said in the pre-match press conference. It seems like they respect me, but they don't respect you. Having said this, Leoli banged the wooden table next to him. How to fight back? Just blow your nose behind your back and stare and sulk, or argue through the microphones of reporters who are afraid of chaos in the world. That is just the performance of Nov. For you, you can only teach those who are above you through your own feet. Bastards, how can you respect your opponents so that you can wash away the shame others have placed on you? I have done everything I should do as a head coach and as fighters who receive high salaries from the club. It is time for you to be tested. If anyone is qualified even at 0 point in the next 90 minutes, if you slack off for a second, I won't hesitate to replace him. Believe me, I'm not kidding. Crazy Lee's words were like an amazingly effective catalyst, creating a chemical reaction in the humble locker room. Assistant coach Alan Shearer was surprised for the first time in 3 days to discover that Crazy Lee actually had such an impassioned side, just like Kevin Keegan and many other grassroots English coaches who used to swear at the last moment. This popular coach, who has always liked to speak with data since joining the Magpies, tore off the coat of digital flow scientist that shrouded him and suddenly became passionate and even a little rude like a chameleon. However, Crazy Lee apparently succeeded. Newcastle's players' red eyes were filled with anger, and deep sounds like the roars of angry beasts came out of their throats. Shearer nodded thoughtfully and wrote it down carefully. As a successful coach, you must maintain a calm tactical mentality and a passionate game mentality at the same time. Opposite Tottenham Hotspur's dressing room, Martin Jol's pre-war mobilization was simple. As I said at the press conference, there is only one person worthy of attention in the Newcastle team, and that is Madman Lee standing on the sidelines. As for the others, just a bunch of lost dogs who have long lost their fighting spirit. However, Crazy Lee can succeed in Real Madrid and England because he has a group of excellent players around him. And now, 10 minutes later, the 43-year-old English referee Willie led the players from both sides out of the tunnel. The cheers in the stands reached the first wave of climax. The last note of Tottenham Hotspur's team song Glory Glory Tottenham Hotspur fell, and the white team flags flying in all directions danced back and forth like a proud rainbow. In contrast, the cheers of more than 2,000 Newcastle fans in unison had just begun to show their heads, and they were mercilessly suppressed by Tottenham fans with boos. This is the first time that Lee Tongfan has entered the stadium of a Premier League team as a head coach. There is only a short billboard between the fans in the stands and the stadium. Unlike La Liga or Serie A, wire guardrails are erected, or the stands are built very high, when the stadium is built to prevent fans from rushing into the stadium. Lee Tongfan stood in front of the coaching bench. He could almost feel the heat from thousands of fans surfing the internet on his back. The fans closest to Lee Tongfan could just stretch out their arms and their fingertips could touch the back of Lee Tongfan's black Armani trench coat hat. However, the gap formed by this short billboard has firmly restricted England fans, who are known to be the most brawlers and football hooligans in the world. It is rare for fans to storm the stadium in the Premier League point, because the patrolling football officials will write down any guy who dares to rush into the stadium and cause trouble, and then this guy will never be able to step into any stadium to watch a game live in his lifetime. For the fanatical England fans, this kind of punishment is more difficult to accept than killing them. This is England's unique football culture, the hottest Premier League. On the field, double reverse players are lining up to shake hands. Tottenham Hotspur's popular black forward Darren Bent's mouth curved arrogantly, showing his white teeth, and made a mockery of Newcastle centre-back Stephen Taylor, who was shaking hands with him. The expression, hey, baby, you pinch me so much, really? Taylor pouted expressionlessly. I can guarantee that your ankle will hurt even more later. Like Taylor, all Newcastle players wanted to crush their opponent's wrists when they shook hands with Tottenham players with red eyes. The game hasn't even started yet, but the excitement is already high. The game is about to begin. This game will be explained for you by your dear friend Mike Donald. In the commentary box, Mike Donald, a new commentator from BBC TV, started his work. The 29th Premier League in the round. Newcastle, which had a poor record, challenged Tottenham Hotspur away from home. The outcome of the game did not seem to be in suspense in the eyes of most experts. It was almost impossible for the Magpies to win away from home, although they had just won 2 days ago. Got a coach who is called a genius. McDonald is 46 years old. He originally had little hope of getting ahead. Fortunately, he got the opportunity to commentate on games after former BBC mouthpiece and famous British traitor sister resigned. It is worth pointing out that Donald is one of the few in England. One of the many Lee. Like other Lee blacks, MacDonald is not very fond of Crazy Lee. As an extremely traditional English gentleman, Donald hopes that all outstanding people in the world will have British blood. However, it is obvious that Madman Lee has always regarded himself as a purebred Chinese, whether in public or in private. Self-proclaimed, and I have not heard him say any words of praise or compliments about how much he loves and admires Great Britain. Not my family. Its heart must be different. It seems that this sentence is also a golden rule for some stubborn English people. The whole of England is paying attention to Crazy Lee's first game, and even the focus of this round's Chelsea vs Manchester United game has been ignored. Donald continued his commentary work with his unique point of view. People admire Crazy Lee, but in Real Madrid, in the England team, have a group of good players and then lead them to victory. Isn't this the job of any good coach? In my opinion, if he can lead players like Newcastle to win the championship trophy, it would be crazy to do so. Only then can he be worthy of the title. God on the sidelines of the football field. It is impossible for today's madmanly to lead a group of defeated soldiers to win the game. Obviously, Mr. McDonald selectively ignored the excellent record of the pure-blooded McLaren as the coach of the national team, and what happened next on the court made McDonald a little embarrassed. The crazy Tottenham fans at White Hart Lane did not cooperate with Donald's explanation, and booed the opponent's head coach like they did in the past. When Lee Tongfan walked out of the tunnel, there was even a loud sound in the stands. There was a burst of warm applause. North London fans are thanking Madmanly for his vicious contribution to the England team. The broadcast footage captured an interesting slogan from Tottenham fans in the stands. Mr. Bandage War God, we thank you for your contribution to the England team, but even God on the sidelines of the football field can't take away victory from White Hart Lane. Push the English referee Willie blew the whistle to start the game. Michael Owen knocked the football back to Alan Smith behind him, and the game officially started. The applause in the stands disappeared, and the overwhelming boos came in. At this time, no fans will consider other factors. As long as you stand in front of Tottenham Hotspur, then I'm sorry, in the next 90 minutes, you will be our mortal enemy, and England's hero Madmanly is no exception. Lee Tongfan's first Premier League game was surprisingly staged with applause and boos. Brothers who can't subscribe, please recommend and support Xiao. Chapter 258. The one who scores more goals is the winner. Since Newcastle's overall strength is much lower than Tottenham, Lee Tongfan's formation in today's game is relatively conservative. 4-1-3-2 defensive counter-attack. The goalkeeper is a strengthened Irish national goalkeeper given, and in front of him is centre-back Stephen Taylor, whom Lee Tongfan values most, and who spent his character points to improve. Taylor's partner is Czech centre-back David Lozaha. The 27-year-old player joined from Paris Saint-Germain this season for a fee of £6 million. He is 1.91 meters tall and has strong air defense capabilities, but his technical ability and mental attributes are average, but they are barely enough. The two full-backs are Newcastle youth training product Charles Nzojbia and Jose Enrique, who just transferred from La Liga Villarreal to join the Magpies this season. Both players are 22 years old, young, and strong, with good physical and technical abilities, but they lack a little experience. However, he can be regarded as one of the best masters in Newcastle's current camp. The defensive midfielder is Joey Barton, a red card professional. The former Manchester City player has received 6 red cards in 28 games for Newcastle this season, and he is very worthy of his nickname. The two midfielders on the wing are Ireland's fast-paced Marduff and James Milner, the rookie king who rose rapidly in the 2006-07 season. Duff once became the top transfer bidder in the Premier League with a transfer value of £17 million. He is one of the indispensable wingers under Mourinho, and he scored against Barcelona in the Champions League on behalf of Chelsea, which shows his strength. It was only because he was too low-key and suffered from frequent injuries that he was sold to Newcastle by the Blues. As for James Milner, he is a player modified by Laoli. Needless to say, the attacking midfielder is also Alan Smith, who has been strengthened by Laoli. On the striker, Michael Owen is definitely going to start, and the partner of the England lightning killer is Danish high centre Nicholas Bendtner, who came on emergency loan from Arsenal during the period of the former Magpies coach Allardyce. Although this formation is not the perfect 11 people on the field in Lee Tongfan's mind, for now it can be regarded as the best among the poor, and it is the strongest lineup Newcastle can come up with this season. Almost all of the starting 11 players in the opponent Tottenham Hotspur's team are well-known star players. In England, forward Berbatov partners with Darren Bent, midfielder Aaron Lennon, Luka Modric, Jermaine Jenas and England rookie O'Hara, and Korean Lee Young-pyo and Frenchman at the back People Chimbanda Michael Dawson and Ledley King have been lined up again and again. Goalkeeper Three Lions national goalkeeper Paul Robinson. At the beginning of the game, Newcastle did not choose a safer defensive counter-attack as the experts expected before the game. Instead, they took advantage of the opening ball and quickly launched a stormy offensive. After receiving the ball from Owen, Alan Smith made a fake move to turn around and pass the ball back. He deceived Jermaine Jenas into jumping towards the players in the Newcastle backcourt, but he used a light turn to win the ball. He came back, then ran away with his horse in his arms, wading the football through the middle and inserting it into Tottenham's half. Alan Smith's move greatly exceeded the expectations of Tottenham players. O'Hara, who is responsible for the defense and the four midfielders, quickly stepped forward to press, but the 21-year-old was still a little green in front of the 27-year-old. Alan Smith, let alone Smith, who had been modified by Lee Tongfan, an extremely coquettish passing of the ball. Alan Smith's feet did not pause for a moment and broke through O'Hara's defense like lightning with the cold wind in the North London night rain. At this time, it was only 30 seconds before referee Willie blew the opening whistle, and Alan Smith was already directly facing Tottenham Hotspur's defense. Buzz, the stands at White Hart Lane emitted a series of uncomfortable exclamations like a kitten smashing against the glass. Haha, the game has started. I think Crazy Lee will take a defensive approach to ensure the game. Oh, God. Am I wrong? Look at this ball. Alan Smith is like no one else. The situation. Mike Donald was excited by the scene on the court and exclaimed, Newcastle has reached the front of the penalty area. Unforgivable. The careless O'Hara was broken through by Smith like a stupid wooden stake. Danger. Why didn't anyone step forward to attack? Alan Smith could just hit the goal. On the field, as commentator Mike Donald said, Alan Smith indeed made a stance to shoot. The action is so realistic, so much so that people could see Smith's sneaker spikes grabbing a large ball of grass clippings. The green grass was flying, and Smith's heel almost kicked his butt. Shot. Don't even think about it. The 24-year-old Tottenham genius centre-back Michael Dawson strode over and made a very standard sliding tackle. He stretched out his long legs as much as possible to block the frontal shooting space. It seemed like a timely block, but buzz the response to Michael Dawson's beautiful sliding tackle was still the uncontrollable exclamations of Tottenham fans in the stands, because Dawson's timely tackle did not have any effect. When Alan Smith's right foot came into contact with the football, he did not choose to use force, but gently pulled. This is a beautiful move similar to a half-marathon slalom. Tottenham's talented centre-back Michael Dawson was swayed by Smith like a monkey, and Alan Smith chose to pass the ball in an instant. Finally, like a pair of gleaming scissors, the football easily tore through Tottenham Hotspur's defense, passing through the gap left by Michael Dawson's tackle from Ledley King and full-back Lee Young-Pyo. Cut into the Tottenham penalty area in the middle. Boom boom, the exclamations in the stands reached their peak, because, after his stunning performance in the national team, Michael Owen, wearing the number 10 Newcastle uniform, finally showed his ferocious fangs in the club game, mercilessly inserting his fangs into Tottenham's side like an arrow from a string. In the penalty area, gently remove the football and move forward. Oh, hell, 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 hell. Stop him quickly. Commentator Mike Donald exclaimed, don't let Irving shoot. However, who will stop Irving? There is only one person left in front of Tottenham's goal, goalkeeper Paul Robinson, facing his national team teammate. Michael Owen was not polite at all. He quickly recalled the evaluation of Paul Robinson in the boss's information. The success rate of high altitude ball saves was 64%, and the ground save rate was 64%. Rolling ball save success rate is 28%. So, let's pull a ground ball and shoot it. After shaking to the left, he suddenly quickly dialed the ball to the right. After avoiding the angle, Irving shot an extremely precise straight shot. The white football drew a path on the green lawn that made all Tottenham fans almost have a heart attack. It hit the inside of the goalpost and rolled into the net. At 0:58 of the game, Owen scored for Newcastle ! 1:0. The visiting team actually took the lead. Ouch. Newcastle scored a goal. A despicable and shameless sneak attack. McDonald covered his face and groaned through gritted teeth. Irving's sneak attack gave Newcastle people a chance to laugh temporarily. But don't be too happy. It's only 58 seconds into the game, and Tottenham still have 90 minutes to equalize and take the lead. It's a pity that McDonald's chattering like a resentful woman with dissatisfaction was drowned out by the cheers of more than 2,000 Newcastle fans in the stands. And then, the Tottenham fans who finally reacted quickly compared them to the Newcastle fans. There were several times more loudmouths uttering non-stop harsh boos, unceremoniously suppressing the Newcastle people's cheers that had been suppressed for most of the season. However, booing cannot stop Magpies fans from venting their long-standing resentment. The fans waiting in the rain in front of the electronic screen outside White Hart Lane finally saw their team's goal as they wished, and they cheered and shouted for the goal as they wished. And those who have integrated into the North Magpies fans in London's large and small pubs banged their beer glasses and stood on their seats and cheered. If there are Tottenham fans who can't stand it, it doesn't matter. Come on, let's have a fight. A group of people didn't hesitate to get into a fight in the bar. It's not at the stadium anyway, and I'm not afraid of being banned from watching football live for life. In the eyes of Newcastle people, there is no way to celebrate too much, even though it was only a goal, and did not lead to the final victory. White Hart Lane. After the restart, Tottenham Hotspur launched an angry counter-attack. Luka Modric, the former proud disciple of Lee Tongfan, did not show any mercy to his mentor. After breaking through the pressing attacks of Alan Smith and Duff with light and dancing like fake moves, his penetrating ability and the imaginative through ball split Newcastle's defense. However, Tottenham forward Darren Bent took a hasty kick under the pressure of Steven Taylor, and the ball flew to the top of the stands like an anti-aircraft gun, causing Newcastle fans to burst into laughter. Darren Bent glared at Taylor fiercely, only to find that the big man who had made him so uncomfortable just now was lowering his head and muttering in a low voice, "The success rate of shooting under interference is 18.9%. I'm used to it. When breaking through from the side, the explosive force can instantly increase by 20 meters per second. It is recommended to intercept the front as soon as possible. If the left foot is weak, you can slide and tackle." A large piece of Newcastle dialect came out of Steven Tyler's mouth like a magic spell, and Darren Bent was confused. Neuropathy. Tottenham Hotspur's counter-attack was like the last desperate struggle of a spotted-tailed gazelle whose neck was bitten by a puma before it died. It quickly disappeared without a trace. All fans paying attention to this game were surprised to find that Newcastle, the defeated general who had been winless for more than 10 rounds, actually firmly suppressed Tottenham Hotspur, currently ranked 4th in the Premier League standings, on the scene. Incredible. At the 15th minute of the game, the broadcast camera was once again focused on the coaching bench on the sidelines. Tottenham head coach Martin Jol's face was calm, and he was not at all panicked by the loss of the ball just now and the temporary fall behind on the scene. The Dutch coach has long known that this game will not be easy to play. After all, Crazy Lee is a guy who can perform miracles. It is impossible to keep Newcastle clean in 90 minutes, because no matter how they defend, guys like Madley will always help his players find ways to get the ball into the opponent's goal, and all Tottenham Hotspur has to do is score one more goal than Newcastle after 90 minutes. After all, the team that scores more goals is the winner. The first match of the Magpies is unlikely to be finished today. Brothers can wait until this time tomorrow. It will definitely be finished. There will be another update today, around 11 o'clock. Chapter 259. Perfect performance and amazing move. To a certain extent, the onside commentator Mike Donald was right. This was a sneak attack in the first minute of the game, although Newcastle head coach Madman Lee's formation was a standard 4-2-3-2 defensive counter-attack. The players played standard offensive football on the field, a long-planned sneak attack. Unfortunately, on the football field, the winner is always king. Sneak attack is also one of many tactical changes. Being able to score a goal with a surprise attack is victory. In the next 10 minutes, Newcastle still firmly controlled the situation on the field, leading coach Lee Tongbiam's perfect prediction of Tottenham Hotspur starting Linup before the game, and the success of this sneak attack made the Newcastle players confident. And those 2 pages of magical information paper are their secret weapon that can firmly suppress Tottenham Hotspur. As the game progressed, the Tottenham fans in the stands could not sing anymore. The face of head coach Martin Jol in front of the command seat on the sidelines became more and more serious, because at first they all thought that Newcastle was just the 3-pronged axe of the devil Cheng Yeojin. As long as they could withstand the fierce attack in the first 10 minutes, when Newcastle's morale was exhausted, Tottenham could regain control of the field situation, but the current situation seems a bit strange. Alan Smith's scheduling in the attacking midfielder position is almost comparable to Macmillan's Kaka. Michael Owen's endless sprint from the centre circle to the Tottenham penalty area perfectly demonstrated his invincible and terrifying strength in the national team. Duff and James Milner frequently switched positions on the wing and played well. Joey Barton is a super powerful blender in the defensive midfielder position, and that Newcastle rookie defender named Stephen Taylor actually seemed to be possessed by Rio Ferdinand's soul. He single-handedly defeated Tottenham strikers Darren Bent and Berbatov. Suppressed steadily, I can't breathe, fear, to put it simply. Every Newcastle player seemed to have taken stimulants. They performed 200% beyond their original abilities in the game, facing a player who was obviously better than themselves. Tottenham Hotspur are not falling behind at all. As a result, time passed silently and in panic. Maybe Tottenham can come back in a few minutes. Tottenham supporters are constantly comforting themselves like self-hypnosis. Waiting makes people anxious. Unfortunately, when the game was approaching the 20th minute, all Tottenham supporters found in despair that the Magpies still had the advantage. Instead of gradually taking the initiative, Tottenham, who had originally had high hopes, were like an unlucky guy trapped in a quicksand swamp. The more they struggled and resisted, the deeper they sank. Gradually, the quicksand and mud had submerged Tottenham's double-leg. Tottenham's defeat has appeared. Martin Jol has to make changes. If they hesitate any longer, Tottenham's chest and neck will sink into the quicksand swamp, and even the arrival of gods will not be able to save them. Sideline. The Dutch coach turned his head with a complicated expression and looked at Madman Lee, who was not far away, with a cheerful and sultry look on his face, and then resolutely made a decision that shocked all the fans. Substitute. Enter 20-year-old youngster Kevin Boateng. Exit Jamini Janus. Martin Jol replaced a midfielder with relatively balanced offensive and defensive capabilities with a purely offensive midfielder. It seems that the Dutchman has not changed his mind from beginning to end. That is, scoring more goals than Newcastle at White Hart Lane. We must play with Tottenham's dignity at White Hart Lane. Just fight attack with attack. At this time, the game has only been going on for 20 minutes, although it was a bit incredible. The fans in the stands quickly gave thunderous applause after a brief burst of discussion. You must know that Tottenham Hotspur fans worship Martin Jol as much as Newcastle fans worship Crazy Lee, because the results achieved by the Dutchman coaching Tottenham this season far exceeded the expectations at the beginning of the season. 28 rounds of the league have passed, and Tottenham is still firmly in 4th place in the standings, breaking the first place in recent years. Manchester United, Chelsea, Liverpool and Arsenal dominate the top 4. For Tottenham Hotspur, the opportunity to participate in next season's Champions League is so close and within reach for the first time. It can be said that Martin Jol made a substitution full of courage and gambling. The 20-year-old German midfielder Kevin Boateng has a strong body, excellent speed and skills, and has a good long-range shooting ability. If Jermaine Jenas is a simple swordsman with both offense and defense, then Boateng is a giant axe thrower who only attacks, but does not defend, and his vertical lethality is even more powerful. After the substitution, O'Hara retreated to the midfielder position and devoted himself to defense. Luka Modric and Kevin Boateng formed a cannon in front of the medium and long-term line that constantly created and maintained Newcastle's defense. Winger Lennon repeatedly changed positions left and right, with a high degree of freedom. As a result, Tottenham Hotspur's formation has also changed to a 4-1-3-2 formation, which is basically no different from Newcastle. At this time, the electronic scoreboard at White Hart Lane had just jumped to 2000 hours sharp. Martin Jol, with yours. Lee Tongfan looked at Tottenham's coach with some surprise. This Dutchman was the first person to surprise the boring man, since Lee coached the team for more than a year. Damn it, the change was made just 20 minutes into the game. Man, this should have been a popular decision that Leoli could only make by himself. Martin Jol's very pretentious substitution this time stole Leoli's limelight, which made Leoli very unhappy. The game continues. After the substitution, Tottenham Hotspur players tried their best to regain the disadvantage in the situation, but no matter how hard they tried, there seemed to be an invisible chain restraining their actions. Every time Newcastle players seem to react in advance before making a move, no matter how sudden or secret the pass or passes, it will be discovered by the opponent in advance. The new player Kevin Boateng quickly disappeared under Joey Barton's defense. After hitting several long-range shots of good quality, the red card professional was shoveling back and forth without any effort, while muttering in a low voice, "Oh, damn, I almost forgot. This German black boy has 78% of his long-range shots within 30 meters of the front of the penalty area. The probability of hitting the goal frame is 70% with the left foot and 30% with the right foot. The omen posture before shooting is, I see. The reason why Boateng got the chance to shoot before was because bad boy Joey Barton temporarily forgot the data about the German midfielder. I hope that cruel and brutal boss didn't notice my mistake." Joey Barton secretly glanced at the boss, Crazy Lee, who was standing on the sidelines and paying full attention to the game. But how could the boss know so much? "And you gave me Boateng's information specifically? That's incredible." The game continued, and the equalizer goal that Tottenham Hotspur fans had been waiting for did not come out, but the fearful Magpies got a second chance to cheer, because Newcastle scored again. After James Milner received Joey Barton's backcourt diagonal pass, he passed a 45-degree diagonal pass directly from the right side of the front court, sending the football to the front of Tottenham Hotspur's penalty area. This is a wonderful pass. Goalkeeper Paul Robinson couldn't choose to attack because Owen and Nicholas Bendtner were rushing towards the football while being pulled by Tottenham defenders. Ledley King and Michael Dawson defended Irving and Bendtner respectively. The excitement is happening at this moment. Owen made a fake move to the outside without the ball and then suddenly thrust inward. This seemingly common change made Ledley King almost vomit blood in discomfort, because the Tottenham captain's biggest weakness is his slow adjustment of center of gravity. There is a fleeting and noticeable pause in the turn from right to left. Fatal stagnation. It was this stagnation that gave Owen the opportunity to rush past Ledley King as easily as a slippery loach, and Nicholas Bendtner directly took advantage of his strong innate conditions, whether it was height or jumping ability. The Dane firmly suppressed Michael Dawson. The Danish high man jumped high while running, and instead of directly heading the ball towards the goal as Dawson thought, he gently pushed the football to the other side of Tottenham Hotspur's penalty area. There, Michael Owen, who easily broke through Ledley King, rushed over, got Dawson and Ledley King, Tottenham's golden centre-back pairing, were easily defeated by Newcastle's forwards. The thrilling scene in front of him made Lee Black Mike Donald, except shout out to God that there is no other way. AWW. The terrifying Michael Owen has gone solo again. Yes, in the 30th minute of the game, the lightning killer Irving once again struck alone. The panicked Tottenham Hotspur fans jumped up in the stands and let out overwhelming boos. The strong men in North London closest to the goal desperately slapped everything that could make noise in an attempt to distract them. Regardless of the pain, Irving's attention allowed him to kick the ball away, but the success rate of ground balls on the left side is 64%, 47% on the right side, and 25% on push shots to the center. Then, let's go to the left side. This thought flashed through Irving's mind like lightning. The next moment, Irving had hit the football with the arch of his right foot and sent the football to the left side of the goal. With no doubt, the dormancy of the past 2 years has caused Irving to lose the lightning speed that he was once proud of, but his shooting accuracy have become perfect. Therefore, although goalkeeper Paul Robinson judged the right direction and had enough time to make all the saves, the football slowly rolled past the fingertips of his right hand that was fully extended. Robinson turned his head desperately on the ground, watching the white ball jumping across the goal line like a naughty elf and entering the goal. Push referee Willer's whistle sounded, and the judge in black pointed his thick, carrot-like finger at the center circle of the court in front of everyone's attention. The goal is valid! 2:0! It's Michael Owen again, scored twice. The visiting team Newcastle knocked on the door of the Tottenham team with an extremely wonderful cooperation. From Milner's pass, to Nicholas Bendtner's header, to Michael Owen's quick insertion into the gap in the first shot with his instep, after getting rid of Ledley King's defense. Perfect performance. On the sidelines, Martin Jol's face was very ugly. This goal slapped the Dutchman in the face. But soon, this arrogant and unyielding Tottenham coach made another amazing move. Double monthly tickets tomorrow. Double monthly tickets. 1 ticket for 2 tickets. I want recommendation tickets. Finally, I responsibly recommend a new book about football competition. The New Work Green Shade Bowl by Aunt Du Buchanan. He, Ziodeo, was once a loyal book friend of Du Buchanan. Very exciting. Chapter 260 Owen 039 S hat trick. Another substitution. The fourth official on the sidelines once again raised the electronic substitution sign in front of more than 30,000 pairs of incredible eyes. When the ball was dead point, Robbie Keane number 10 on. Michael Dawson number 5 off. A striker replaced a central defender, and Tottenham's field formation changed to 3-1-3-3. The courage of Dutch coach Martin Jol once again won the applause of Tottenham fans in the stands, although these fanatical fans themselves found it a bit difficult to understand Martin Jol's substitution. In fact, if you put yourself in the position of the head coach, Martin Jol's decision has his own difficulties. In the first half, the team was already 2 goals behind, and the team's defense line was hard to rely on under the destruction of Owen Turner. If they wanted to equalize the score, they had to strengthen the offense. In this case, what other choice was there besides replacing the striker? The only surprising thing is that the Dutch coach made 2 substitutions too early. After 35 minutes of the game, Tottenham had already used up 2 substitutions. Even the sultry Lee Tongfan had to give a thumbs up and praise Martin Jol, a real warrior. The tactical changes of the Warriors finally worked this time. Berbatov was in the middle, Darren Bent and Robbie Keane were on both sides, and the powerful attack of the 3 forwards finally made Newcastle's defense a little difficult to resist. You know, no matter how Steven Tanner's ability has improved by leaps and bounds under Lee Tongfan's modification, after all, he is not so awesome that he can become a Superman with the power of external incarnation. He is obviously not strong enough in the situation of 1 against 3. In the 38th minute, White Hart Lane finally ushered in a huge cheer. German teenager Kevin Boateng staggered to Luka Modric under the harassment of Joey Barton. The young Croatian player once again danced gracefully, with a series of butterfly-like feints, to shake off James Milner's defense, and then used an imaginative pass to send the ball to the right side of Newcastle's defense. The ball quickly passed through the gap between the defense of the Magpies' central defender David Lozaher and the right back Charles Nzojbia, and landed at the feet of Darren Bent, who was running along the sideline at high speed. Bent, who has always been very independent, did not rush for merit, and was very smart to pass the ball with his left foot at the first time. So, a white parabola appeared from the feet of the Tottenham striker, and flew directly into the Newcastle penalty area. In the penalty area, Steven Taylor and Berbatov were entangled, and David Lozaher obviously turned too slowly, and stood there like a wooden stake. Tottenham's chance. On the small penalty area line, Tottenham's centre forward Robbie Keane, who had just come on as a substitute, jumped high and headed the ball into the goal without any interference from any defensive players. Bang! The football hit the crossbar of the goal like a cannonball, and bounced out again. A mistake. The Tottenham fans in the back stand closest to the goal could hear the crossbar trembling and humming like a wail of pain. The football bounced back and landed at the feet of the Magpie defender Zahal, who finally turned around. The Czech player was like an elk seeing a lion. In panic, he kicked the football out of the baseline. The whistle sounded, and Tottenham got a corner kick on the right side. This was the best chance Tottenham had gotten since the start of the game. The Irishman Robbie Keane, who missed the opportunity, rubbed his short hair regretfully. He didn't get enough warm-up because he came on as a substitute in a hurry. If it were before, just as Keane was extremely annoyed, the reactions of the fans on both sides of the stands were interesting. Woo, this was a trembling cry. Snap, 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 snap. This is thunderous applause. Through Robbie Keane's header, Tottenham fans and Magpies fans once again made the most direct contest in their own way. Unfortunately, it was the Newcastle side that failed because of the absolute advantage in numbers. The applause that Tottenham fans stood up for this threatening attack effortless drowned out the exclamations of a small group of Magpies with all their strength. On the field, the game continues. Tottenham's corner kick. Luka Modric used a curveball to accurately send the football to the penalty spot, but unfortunately the Tottenham captain Ledley King, who jumped high, did not grab the first point. Ferdinand's soul-possessed little Superman Stephen Taylor jumped up and headed the ball to clear the ball. This time, it was the turn of Tottenham fans to exclaim, and Magpies fans to applaud. Stephen Taylor has become Tottenham's nemesis. The 22-year-old Newcastle youngster has repeatedly disrupted Tottenham's effective offense. The firmly heady commentator Mike Donald rubbed his big nose and lamented, "Damn it, this excited big guy must be asked to take a urine test after the game." Sidelines. As the situation changes, Martin Jol's round eyebrows gradually relax, and Lee Tongfan's expression is a little serious. It has to be admitted that Martin Jol is indeed a very courageous and thoughtful head coach. The Dutch coach only took 30 minutes to grasp the lifeblood of Newcastle. If his first substitution was to passively strengthen the offense because of the unfavorable surface situation, then his second bold substitution of Robbie Keane completely found a way to break Newcastle's suppression. Because, although the data analysis information and suggestions given by Lee Tongfan to the Magpies players before the game can help the Hammer suppress Tottenham players by reflecting their speed and habitual movements, when Tottenham Hotspur's offense becomes more and more when the sharpness and impact exceed a certain limit, no matter how well you know your opponent's habitual movements in advance, you will become powerless in the confrontation. For example, the original Newcastle was like a broken bucket with water leaking everywhere. Before this game, although Lee Tongfan, a skilled carpenter, rescued and repaired it in a short period of time, the water storage capacity of the broken barrel was greatly enhanced, but in essence, it was still a broken barrel, just a broken barrel. Therefore, when Tottenham Hotspur's water filling capacity exceeds the capacity of the broken barrel, the water will eventually overflow. Unless Lee Tongfan is given enough time to make a brand new barrel, it can fundamentally solve the problem. The problem now is that Martin Jol decisively increased Tottenham's water injection capacity, but Lee Tongfan did not have enough time to make a new barrel. Therefore, what is supposed to come will come. Even though Newcastle struggled to survive Tottenham's first two attacks, in the 44th minute of the first half, the water finally overflowed from the hastily repaired broken barrel. In the 44th minute, Tottenham finally broke through the Newcastle gate controlled by given its Luka Modric's performance again. After receiving the ball from the center circle, the Croatian teenager did not distribute the ball as soon as he was accustomed to it. Instead, he chose to dribble unexpectedly continuously. After breaking through the pull and press of Newcastle defenders, he rushed to the right side of the Magpies penalty area aggressively side. This is where Modric is smart, because the Croatian midfielder found that when he played in the way he was most familiar with before, he would always be suppressed by his opponents. So the smart Modric had an idea and chose to use unconventional methods to solve the problem. Players who can use their brains to kick the ball are scary. Therefore, Modric's sudden change easily deceived the Newcastle players, who gradually became dependent on the information given by Lee Tongfan. Opportunities come so naturally. After successfully disrupting Newcastle's defensive system, Modric made a series of swings on the right side of the penalty area and easily shook the Magpies full-back Charles Nzojbia. Then he made a quick grass-cutting pass with his right foot in the restricted area. Berbatov, the Bulgarian cool brother who appeared like a ghost near Newcastle's penalty kick, shot with his instep in a cool way. The football passed cool in goalkeeper Given, who was struggling to save, and then slowly fell in cool goal. A cool shot from start to finish. 1:2. Tottenham Hotspur finally got a goal back. Yes. Modric's magician-like performance toyed with Newcastle's entire defense, and Berbatov also let the Magpies know what real and elegant shot. McDonald finally found an opportunity to vent his anger towards Crazy Lee, who had been controlling the situation on the court. He was as excited as a special patient who had just escaped from the psychiatric hospital on Joint Defence Road in North London, and he spoke a little unscrupulously. "All this is just the beginning. Ha ha ha. Disaster is about to come to Newcastle." In response to Donald's wanton roar, White Hart Lane erupted. Thunderous applause. Cheers! Exclamation mark. Jumping for joy like thousands of horses galloping, Martin Jol also jumped up excitedly on the sidelines, pumping his fists. At this time, the broadcast camera quickly focused on Crazy Lee. The mischievous director wanted to find an angry or helpless expression on the popular coach's face immediately, but Lee Tongfan very calmly made a gesture of withdrawing defense. Recycle. There are less than 3 minutes left in the first half plus injury time. Let the North Londoners be happy for a while. Very afraid of love, boss Lee Tongfan's gesture made Newcastle's offensive madmen obediently return to their own second half to participate in defense. Flash killer Michael Owen leads by example and uses himself as a defensive midfielder in a serious manner. 3 minutes later, push referee Willie blew the whistle to end the game without any delay. The first half of the game is over. ###FIFTEN minutes later, the second half of the game begins. Although the night wind in North London is still cold, the annoying endless drizzle has finally stopped. At the beginning of the game, people were surprised to find that Newcastle coach Madman Lee also changed 2 people in one breath. No 11 winger Duff comes off. Number 5 midfielder Emma comes on. Number 4 centre back David Lozaha is off. Number 36 forward Viduka is on. As a result, Newcastle's formation also changed to 3-4-3. In the first half of the game, Martin Jol was imitating Crazy Lee's formation, but in the second half, Crazy Lee imitated Martin Jol's tactics. Haha, the Crazy Lee who was cornered, made a stupid move. MacDonald mocked sarcastically. Newcastle, with 4 defenders, has been breached by Berbatov once. Does he arrogantly think that replacing a defender can freeze Tottenham's forwards? A despicable imitation. Haha, this is an undisguised bias commentary. It is worth mentioning that such commentary can actually be heard in the relatively relaxed environment of the Premier League. However, even so, a small group of Newcastle fans in the north stand still glared at the commentary booth and cursed, and raised 2,351 white hairy middle fingers. On the field, the game continues. For the time being, it seems that Newcastle has not recovered from the situation after the substitution, but has encountered danger again and again. If it weren't for the outstanding performance of Irish goalkeeper Given, Tottenham fans would probably have another chance to cheer. Is it really a whim-like substitution that has no effect? The camera is aimed at Crazy Lee. Lee Tongfan was talking and laughing with the anxious assistant coach Shearer, not paying attention to the game on the field at all. On the sidelines, Alan Shearer rubbed his slightly bald forehead, absent-mindedly perfunctory to the sultry man, when he saw Given in the penalty area again using all his strength to save Robbie Keane's shot in his arms. The assistant coach finally couldn't help it, and tried to suggest, Lee, that, should we temporarily withdraw our defense? After the start of the second half, Newcastle returned to the fearless and crazy attacking stage in the first few minutes of the first half. Who knew that? Lee Tongfan smiled mysteriously. Alan, don't worry, the uncle on the opposite side will cry soon. Old. Lee pointed his finger at Martin Jol standing in front of the Tottenham command seat, with a lewd face. Big uncle? If that guy is an uncle, then wouldn't I also be an uncle? Alan Shearer looked at Martin Jol, who was not much older than him, with a frown on his face. In fact, Lee Tongfan was very confident in his substitutions. The reason is simple. Although Martin Jol boldly replaced Robbie Keane in the first half and increased Tottenham's water injection, he quickly broke the capacity of Newcastle's broken bucket and helped Tottenham gain an advantage on the field. But the disadvantages of such substitutions are also obvious, sacrificing Tottenham's defensive ability. If you don't take advantage, you are a bastard. So the sultry man made the same choice as Martin Jol without hesitation. Since the defense can't hold, then I will specifically attack your weaknesses and attack you to death with endless attacks. Among the 2 new players, Emma, a Turkish genius who once played for Inter Milan, is a spiritual player with super creativity and ball control. Lee asked him to play the role of Modric in Tottenham, injecting imagination into Newcastle's midfield, so that the Magpies midfield can create more shooting opportunities for Owens. Although Viduka, known as the Australian Rhino, is over 30 years old, his strong value of 20 and bounce value of 16 in the FM 2008 system make Viduka's physical strength no less than that of the Premier League Warcraft Drogba. Lee Tongfan wants to use the body of the Australian Rhino to attack Tottenham's 3-man defense in the most brutal and violent way to create a crisis. Two-pronged approach. On the field. After Newcastle precariously resisted Tottenham's offensive, it quickly launched a counter-attack. Emma's ball control ability largely dispersed the pressure on Alan Smith. The Turkish player's several fatal passes in front of the Tottenham penalty area made the Tottenham fans in the stands tremble with fear. In the first 20 minutes of the second half, the Magpies and Tottenham went back and forth, playing offensive football. The fans were trembling with fear, while shouting with excitement, and their hands covered their hearts. Who will seize the opportunity first? In the 75th minute, the killing intent came again. The two players replaced by Crazy Lee in the midfield played a crucial role in Newcastle's attack. After Joey Barton's backward pass reached Alan Smith's feet, Smith, who was on the wing, jumped up slightly, and his feet knocked the ball with his heels in an incredible way in the air 10 centimeters above the ground. It was too sudden! Tottenham fullback Lee Young-pyo, who was defending Alan Smith, was dumbfounded. The Koreans had never thought that the Newcastle attacking midfielder with strong limbs and simple mind could play such a delicate trick. This sudden pass made the offensive and defensive rhythm on the court faster instantly. It was Emma who received the pass from Alan Smith. The Turkish genius casually lifted the ball with the outside of his instep while running. Another acrobatic pass. This time, the only defensive midfielder O'Hara of Tottenham was dumbfounded. The White Hart Lane Rook's aggressive pressing only received a ball of surprised air, and the ball playfully flew high into the Tottenham penalty area. Central defender Ledley King wanted to control the first landing point, but after the Tottenham captain moved a step, he installed a copper wall and iron wall. The Australian Rhino Viduka stuck in the best position and carried Ledley King to unload the ball. Ledley King pushed. Can't push. Pull. Can't be pulled away. Viduka stood firmly on the edge of the Tottenham penalty area, as if he had taken root. After resisting the Tottenham captain's counter grab, the Australian Rhino showed his delicate footwork skills. He swayed to the right and was about to turn around, but the football under his feet was steadily sent to the empty space on the left side of his body. Where is it? Michael Owen. Bang. Before everyone could react, the crisp sound of the instep hitting the football exploded at White Hart Lane. This was an unreasonable shot. Fast. Heavy. Fierce. Accurate. Whoosh, the football made a sound of wind. Opposite, Paul Robinson, who performed well, defeated Owen, who had a strong outbreak in this game for the third time. After shooting, Owen didn't even wait for the football to cross the goal line and began to turn around and run towards the coaching bench, because the person he wanted to thank was laughing wildly with Shearer on the sidelines. 3:1 Hat-trick. Tottenham, who had just closed the gap, was dealt a heavy blow. Michael Owen, the king who returned, shot 3 different ways, like 3 cold steel knives, each one deadly. This time, more than 30,000 mouths of Tottenham fans had to stop their arrogant boos, and the 2,000 Magpies fans who had been suppressed by them for most of the game finally showed the energy of Newcastle people to the whole of England with loud singing at White Hart Lane for the first time. The performance of 2,000 people suppressed 30,000 opponents for the first time. There were less than 20 minutes left in the game, and Tottenham seemed powerless to turn the tide. After the restart, the Tottenham players seemed very impatient, because in another game that started at the same time in this round, the Red Devils Manchester United, who were originally ranked 5th in the standings, were already 4 goals ahead of their opponents. If they lost this game, Tottenham would fall out of the top 4 in the standings. I corrected some typos, and Xiodeo was begging for monthly tickets with a heart-wrenching heart. Monthly tickets need urgent support. Finally, I would like to apologize to my brothers for the stupid mistake of 4-2-3-2 yesterday. I'm dizzy from writing so much. Chapter 261. This is a 6,200 words, almost 12,000 today, vomiting blood, ! Brothers, support Xiodeo. After just less than 2 hours, the drizzle started again. In the night, the bus with the Newcastle Club logo drove slowly on the highway from London to Newcastle City. The sound of the Magpies players laughing and playing in the car kept coming out of the rain, startling the low clouds in the sky. Behind the bus, it was the Newcastle fans' convoy returning with the team. The fans either played the explosive music, or shouted at the top of their lungs, or stuck their heads out of the car window and got wet in the rain. In short, it was a dreamy night. More than 10 hours ago, they came to London with great expectations, and more than 10 hours later, they left here with satisfaction. What they took away was victory, and what they left behind was shame. Laughter and joy floated on the highway from London to Newcastle. Even the cold rainy night with gloomy winds seemed to be warmed by the laughter of Newcastle people. 1 hour ago, Newcastle, who had been unlucky in the first half of the season, finally won a hearty victory at White Hart Lane in North London, which impressed the whole of England. When the referee Willie blew the whistle to end the game, looking at the huge score gap on the electronic scoreboard above White Hart Lane, more than 30,000 home team fans covered their faces and cried amid the unbridled cheers of more than 2,000 Newcastle people. This scene was so ironic in the rainy night of White Hart Lane. In fact, considering the reputation of Crazy Lee's invincibility, it's not that no one thought that Tottenham Hotspur might lose before the game. But the situation of this game was different after all. Because Newcastle is not the Real Madrid with its superstars, nor is it the England team with its star-studded stars, and the victory of a football match is not entirely determined by the head coach. In addition to the head coach, the real strength of the two teams also needs to be considered. Whether from the recent game status or the comparison of the team's basic strength, Newcastle is a step behind Tottenham Hotspur. A big step. In terms of head coach, the Dutchman Martin Jol is not a weakling. In the past 8 months of this season, this Dutch coach has at least 4 times beaten the Blues madman Mourinho, the Red Devils godfather Ferguson, the Gunners leader Arsene Wenger and other Premier League giants, and was elected the best coach of the month. Unfortunately, it is such an equally magical head coach, leading Tottenham Hotspur, whose strength far exceeds that of the Magpies, and still lost. Although Martin Jol once caused a lot of trouble to Madley and his Newcastle with his powerful on-the-spot command, he had to swallow the bitter fruit of defeat in the face of Madley's desperate 3-4-3 formation. 90 minutes later, when Madley actually led a group of defeated soldiers to defeat Martin Jol's elite troops, no one could accept it for a while. Indistinctly, the result of the game could be heard throughout the British Isles, and the sound of countless dislocated jaws and broken glasses could be heard. Wit. Why? All of England is asking. However, at the press conference after the game, when the best player of the game Michael Owen took out a piece of information, all the questions were answered. This is the information that Mr. Foolish gave us the day before the game. Everyone in the team received a targeted data analysis. Michael Owen seemed very excited. I think many people only saw the glorious scene of Mr. Foolish receiving cheers and worship when he won, but did not see the hard work he put in behind the game to accumulate strength for victory. When any football coach can devote all his time to football like Mr. Foolish, and spend all his energy to sort out his own things from the existing, complicated and vast information, data, and videos, then he can also win every battle. It turned out that this was the reason for victory. After curiously reading the information in Michael Owen's hand, Tottenham Hotspur's head coach Martin Jol said on the spot that he was ashamed. The Dutch coach shook hands with Crazy Lee with admiration, and said with emotion, Tottenham Hotspur did not lose to Newcastle, but to Crazy Lee. Perhaps Lee's coaching ideas have pointed out a new way of working for many football coaches. Goodbye, I'm going to comfort my players. The reporters who were eager to try in the press conference, after reading the information presented by Owen, also put away the difficulties and malicious speculations in their hearts with shame. No matter when and where, those who really work hard will be respected. One page of information gives the most reasonable explanation for everything that happened at White Hart Lane. The revelation of Michael Owen, the best player of the game, made the post-match press conference, which was originally full of gunpowder, end easily in harmony and praise. In the crackling flash, the sultry man's mouth was almost crooked with laughter. Michael Owen, you are so good at it. It's worth it. That hour old Lee spent nearly 30 points of character points on you in one breath. Now, the secret of Lee Tongfan's invincibility has been revealed. Of course, this is fake. The real reason, it's not that the Dutch have no means, but because of the madman Lee. This evil, sultry man has a FM 2008 that is to heaven defying. shamelessly cheating in advance, using the system to predict the results of the game, and querying the database to suppress Tottenham players in terms of technical actions. With a three-pronged approach, even the magical wizard Harry Potter will be a loser. John Newton is an ordinary bus driver in Newcastle. Of course, in addition to this, like many of his relatives and friends, he also has a special identity, central member of Newcastle's largest fan club, Flying Magpies. What makes Newton very helpless is that, although there is a game between Newcastle and Tottenham Hotspur tonight, and it is also the first game since God on the sidelines, Madmanly came to St James Park, he cannot follow along. The team went to London to cheer for Newcastle, and they couldn't even sit in front of the TV to know the score results for the first time. Because according to the shift order, Newton will be on duty until 20:30 tonight. 20:30? By that time, Crazy Lee's first game would have been at least half done. The anxious Newton didn't know how he survived the 3 or 4 hours on duty. There were even times when Newton almost forgot to stop the bus when it passed the stop sign because of his absent-mindedness. After finally finishing the last line, Newton hurriedly got out of the station and entered a nearby football-themed bar without even having time to call his new live-out wife, who was waiting for him to go home for dinner. When I opened the door and walked in, a strong aroma of beer hit my face. Before Newton had time to glance at the score on the big screen in the center of the bar, a loud cheer like a volcanic eruption instantly rushed into his eardrums. Goal, 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 Turkish boy Emma's pass. Smith hit the goal hard. Ooh, let's kill these sons of bitches in North London. It's already 4:1. Quote. Oh, Smith, you're a fucking genius. Hey, fatty, didn't you call Alan a muscular idiot a few days ago? Why have you become a genius again? Hell, this white-haired kid has never scored such a beautiful goal in the past few games. Now he helps Newcastle score. Of course he is a genius. The crowd roared with laughter. Newcastle scored? Newton, who just came in, is in high spirits. The slow motion of the goal was being replayed on the electronic screen. Newton held his breath and watched with wide eyes, fearing that he would have made any wonderful moment in the screen. Turkish midfielder Emma once again showed his spiritual way of playing. Facing teammate Stephen Taylor's long pass from the backcourt, Emma first used his shoulders to firmly lean on Tottenham midfielder O'Hara, who was trying to get around to grab the first point, and then raised his knee like a circus acrobat performing a bouncing ball. He bobbed several times on his thigh. Terrible ball feel. 1 2 3. On the third bump, when he had completely adjusted his rhythm, Emma suddenly increased his strength, and the white football quickly flew to the back of his head. Immediately afterwards, the Turkish genius body was like a spinning top. Suddenly he took a step and turned to the right. Tottenham rookie O'Hara, who was firmly blocked by Emma, suddenly lost his target. Due to the force of the inertial push forward, O'Hara almost fell to the ground. At this time, Emma had successfully turned around and controlled the ball that was falling high. This time, I still hit the ball with my knees. On the opposite side, Tottenham's right back Frenchman Chimbonda made a fierce move and looked like he was going to commit a foul and pushed Emma, who was keen on performing, to the lawn. But Emma never gave Chimbanda a chance to foul. The information about Chimbanda given by the boss flashed through his mind. At the critical moment, the Turkish midfielder used a jump ball similar to that of Pell. But the jump ball Emma used was his thigh. Chimbanda tragically missed the mark. After passing Chimbanda, Emma finally stopped showing off his little skills and chose to gently knock Alan Smith, who was running behind him the moment the football landed. The power of this pass was just right, giving Smith enough time to run up and swing his leg to shoot. Faced with the ferocious-looking Tottenham captain Ledley King's crazy tackle, Alan Smith, whose brave value reached the full value of 20, did not hesitate and blasted the goal without flinching. Boom. The football whizzed past Ledley King's ears with high-speed rotation and flew into the upper right corner of Tottenham Hotspur's goal. This is a world wave that even Banks standing on the goal line can't do anything about. In the bar, although this was only a slow motion replay, the enthusiastic Newton and the equally enthusiastic Newcastle fans in the bar once again burst into wild cheers. The atmosphere is frenetic. It wasn't until the game continued on the big screen that the young bartender in the Newcastle uniform came to his senses and began to refill the drinks for the customers one by one. Newton ordered a cup of fresh black coffee, took a sip, and his eyes were once again glued to the broadcast screen. The upper right corner of the electronic screen displays the scores of the two teams. Tottenham Hotspur 1:4 Newcastle! Such a big gap? Newton rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Yes, it was really 1:4. Crazily indeed fulfilled his promise. As early as when he set off for White Hart Lane, he said he would bring a victory to the Magpies. He really did it. Newton, who was so excited, drank all the dark beer in the 700ml large glass in one go, pursed his lips and ordered another. At this time, the game reached the 80th minute. Less than 4 minutes after Rowan's hat-trick, Newcastle scored another goal from Alan Smith. On the big screen, the game continues. The bar that would have been bustling at other times seemed very quiet at the moment, because all the fans were concentrating on watching the game. In the 84th minute, Tottenham Hotspur made a pass from their winger Aaron Lennon after a series of wonderful breakthroughs from the wing. On the broadcast screen, Bulgaria's handsome brother Berbatov leaped high and beat Newcastle right back Charles Nzojbia with a header. Because the distance was too close, Given's hasty reaction failed to prevent the football from breaking the net. 4:2. Tottenham Hotspur struggled to get a point back. Ouch. Shit, that bastard was offside when he shot. The fat man who was closest to the bar's electronic screen jumped up from his seat excitedly because of the missed goal. As a result, the beer in his hand spilled out all over the surrounding fans. Hey, David, be careful. This is the 6th time you've spilled beer on us. Damn it, you're always so excited, no matter who scores a goal. I'll have to stay away from you next time. The fans in the bar started cursing because of the missed goal. Fortunately, Newcastle still has a 2-goal lead after all. As long as it is a victory, no matter what the final score is, the fans can accept it. Newton sat in the back row, cursed angrily, and then continued to follow the broadcast as seriously as other fans. On the screen, Berbatov did not celebrate after scoring the goal. Instead, he immediately picked up the football from the goal, ran back to the center circle and arranged it, urging Newcastle to restart the kick. It seems that Tottenham people still want to make a last-ditch effort. Push the referee's whistle sounded clearly in the bar. The game continues. However, as long as the score remains unchanged, Newcastle will be able to gain its first victory in the past 10 rounds of the Premier League in less than 10 minutes. These are the most critical 10 minutes. In the broadcast, Tottenham Hotspur is suppressing Newcastle and bombing. At the 88th minute, a sudden change occurred in the broadcast screen. After 88 minutes of wonderful performance, Newcastle's red card specialist Joey Barton once again suffered from a lack of oxygen to his brain. The bad boy made an unnecessary elbow during a header fight with Aaron Lennon, which cracked the Tottenham winger's forehead and caused blood to flow everywhere. The experienced referee Willie appeared at the accident scene immediately and used a bright ruby God of War card to suppress the Tottenham players who were about to make a move. Otherwise, the game will be full of martial arts. This foul is really bad. Newton was sitting in the bar, and through the TV broadcast you could hear the boos at White Hart Lane like a flash flood. But the culprit Joey Barton in the picture glared at the referee in disgust and then walked off the field. The bad boy was obviously taking revenge on Lennon, because Tottenham's goal just now was initiated by Lennon's breakthrough from the wing, after teasing him with his foot skills. In the bar, the curses started again. I bet this idiot will get a red card in the game, right? Damn it, you know this idiot has already received 7 red cards in this game. The fat man sitting at the front jumped up excitedly again. Spill the beer in your hand without any problem. Newton, who was sitting in the back, couldn't help shouting angrily, hell, let this idiot Patton get out. Fortunately, there is not much time left in the game. It seems that if Joey Barton appears in the bar now, fans will not mind letting this bad boy bear his own anger and turn into a pighead or a giant panda. In the end, someone shouted, "Stop arguing. Mr. Fool is here. The victory must be ours. Keep watching the game, Mr. Rice Bucket!" These 4 words were like an insurance policy issued by the most reputable standard life insurance company in the UK, which quickly silenced the noisy fans. At this time, the broadcast camera happened to show Tongfan on the sidelines, and he saw an angry face rushing up to Joey Barton and kicking Joey Barton's butt. There was a gasp of air conditioning in the bar. You know, no matter who gets angry with Barton, he will take it out. And it is said that this guy has a history of being a coach before. The two of them wouldn't fight in public, would they? That can be called Kaiguogo's scandal. The hearts of everyone in the bowl bar are hanging high. Fortunately, Joey Barton seemed to wake up at this time. Instead of taking action, the bad boy in the broadcast screen admitted his mistake to Crazy Lee with a flattering smile on his face. So far so good! Exclamation mark. The fans in the bar are finally relieved. It seems that Mr. Rice Tong has completely established his authority in the team in just 3 days. Even the bad boy Joey Barton, who is the king is first, and he is second, has become a good boy. In the broadcast screen, the game continues. Newcastle, who were missing 1 man, were beaten hard near the penalty area by Tottenham Hotspur, like they were beating their grandson. Commentator Mike Donald's voice echoed in the bar. Beautiful, Robbie Keane's shot. Ouch. Got, it didn't go in. Newcastle is so lucky. Lennon rushed into the penalty area. Fouled. The Newcastle defender fouled. Lennon was hit to the ground by Taylor. This is a fucking penalty. Damn. Darren Bent's long shot. It's a pity. Berbatov. Ouch. Missed again. Finally, someone in the bar couldn't sit still. It was the fat man named David at the front. The fat man jumped up and yelled, "Who is this son of a bitch commentator? Why doesn't he lick Martin Joel's asshole?" As if he wants Tottenham to score. No. One in the bar agreed, and dagger-like eyes were cast on the fat man. It turns out that when the fat man jumped up just now, he spilled the beer in his hand on the people around him for the 8th time, and this time the killing area was larger. Even the front of Newton's work clothes sitting in the back row was soaked. Well, the fat man realized that something was wrong and quickly sat down with a flattering smile. Don't be excited. Don't be excited. Watch the ball. Watch the ball. 3 minutes later, the bar burst into cheers again. Because Newcastle got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to counter-attack. In the broadcast, Tottenham Hotspur winger Lennon's cross was pushed out of the penalty area by Superman Stephen Taylor and landed at the feet of Michael Owen. Put the ball back with the outside instep, then turn around quickly. Irving's first action to handle the ball easily past Tottenham midfielder Luka Modric, who was pressing from behind, and then chose an unreasonable breakthrough method. He kicked the football 10 meters away and then chased after it. This kind of breakthrough method, that is no different from a brainless one in normal times, gave Tottenham Hotspur fans a heart attack at this time. Because the game is about to end, Tottenham, which has been in a state of onslaught, has no defensive players in the backcourt. Not to mention the defenders. If it weren't for his lack of courage, even goalkeeper Paul Robinson might have overwhelmed Newcastle's penalty area in the fight for the top. In Tottenham's camp, who can suppress lightning killer Michael Owen in terms of speed? The answer is no. More than 60 meters away. 10 seconds. Owen once again sent the football to Tottenham's goal. Ledley King and Lee Young-Pyo, who were chasing after Irving, only chased for a few steps before giving up. Because Owen is too fast and can't catch up. Push. The whistle came from the big screen in the bar. The football goes into the net and the game is over. 5:2! Exclamation mark. This is the answer that Crazy Lee handed over at White Hart Lane in Newcastle's first game as coach. Perfect answer. That's so fucking great. I finally scored again. In the bar, Fat David jumped up. Beer was still flying, and the crowd who had been splashed 8 times was hit again. Because everyone was immersed in the thrill of Irving's goal and victory in the game, and they didn't even realize that they had been poured beer on them again by that hateful fat man. The fat man with sharp eyes and quick hands realized something was wrong immediately, turned around and joined the celebration, pretending that nothing happened. The excited Newton jumped up from the back seat, rushed to the bar of the bar, raised the wine glass in his hand. Hey, listen to me, guys. I think we should go to the highway entrance on the outskirts of the city to meet Crazy Lee and Zai were returning warriors. This game was great. As a proud Newcastle people, we have to show our actions. This brilliant proposal was unanimously approved in an instant. Crazy fans rushed out of the bar and drove near the exit of the highway from London to Newcastle in the increasingly heavy rain. There, 4 hours later, Newcastle's heroes will return in glory. Thank you brothers for your monthly ticket support. Thank you to Ziodeo Burst. Chapter 262 Juan MATAN-039 S Spring. Let's make the monthly pass come more intensely. Create a miracle, ho ho. In the morning, the weather is sunny. When the warm sunshine pours in from the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the golden light beams filtered by the glass bring a slight burning heat, shining on the buttocks of a sultry man who is sleeping. Ugh, so hot. Tongfan stretched out his hand and pulled the quilt, trying to cover his delicate buttocks and continue sleeping. But who knew? Hiss burst of soreness came from the limbs, and the remaining sleepiness suddenly disappeared. Leoli rolled up from the soft big bed, moved his arms, and looked at the blue sky and waves outside that connected to the horizon in the distance. The white seagulls screamed and drew beautiful lines between the vast sea and sky. Note a refreshing morning. He got up and went to the bedside, opened the glass, and a cold sea breeze blew in with a salty smell. Tongfan thought of the crazy scene last night, when the team bus arrived at the highway exit in the suburbs of Newcastle. The players were surprised to find that the large parking lot at the gas station on the highway next to it was filled with densely packed vehicles and people. The rain is still pouring. Seeing the bus with the Newcastle club logo slowly approaching, the silent crowd suddenly burst into enthusiastic cheers. Like the spring thunder that came in early March, it was heart-moving. It turns out that Newcastle fans are waiting here for the return of the city hero. It was already around 2 o'clock in the morning, but the cold night rain could not dampen the enthusiasm of Newcastle fans, so that in the face of the supporters who gathered around them, the team had to temporarily decide to hold a farewell meeting in the lobby of the gas station. A fun fan meeting. Flowers, beer, applause, champagne, all the necessary things to celebrate the victory of the game have been prepared by the crazy fans, and the loud and exciting cheers can almost lift the roof of the gas station hall. Although it was just a league victory, it was a crazier and more enthusiastic event than celebrating the league championship. However, Newcastle people feel that it is not excessive at all, because crazily maintained the dignity of the Magpies with a hearty victory. Before the game, they almost put their hands together and watched the entire broadcast with the most pious gesture of prayer. You know, Newcastle's poor record for most of the season has kept every fan awake at night. What people are most worried about is that, if even the invincible Madman League cannot win, then Newcastle will really be hopeless. Fortunately, the man from myth and legend did not disappoint Newcastle people. So, there's reason to get excited. There is reason to be crazy. The fans' enthusiasm has obviously infected Newcastle's stars. Although they have exhausted their physical strength in the game and are very tired at this moment, every hammer is intoxicated by the fans' exaggerated and somewhat disgusting pursuit. Hi, Michael, you are really our angel. Haha, incredible 4th birthday. If I have a daughter, I will definitely let her marry you. The old man with grey temples patted Owen's shoulder excitedly, like he is really looking at his son-in-law. The unrestrained beauty lifted up her coat, revealing her pink underwear. Hey, Alan, look here. Please sign for me here. You are really a tough guy on the court. Uncle, Emma, I want to know why you can let the football dance on your knees? The blonde young lady wearing a small Magpies uniform blinked her big blue eyes and asked the Turk in admiration. In front of the window, the sea breeze is blowing slowly. Tongfan stretched out his forearms. Because it rained last night, he even sang the Newcastle team song and danced wildly with the fans in the lobby of the gas station. It was so crazy that it made his whole body hurt today. However, despite the pain on my body, I feel extremely happy in my heart. In the first game, after taking charge of the defeated team Newcastle, he met the powerful rival Tottenham Hotspur, and the preparation time was less than 3 days, so that even after modifications, the real players' results were modified. Each ability has not been fully increased to its limit. Therefore, yesterday's battle at White Hart Lane was actually a big challenge for Laoli. Fortunately, Lee Tongfan survived. The opponents in the next few games are all weak teams, and Laoli has enough time to improve the team according to his own ideas. Waiting for the final cascade match against powerful teams like Liverpool and Manchester United in the league, you will have greater confidence. So now, it's time to make plans for the team's future lineup in advance. Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan took out the Hammergeo Zero book, started FM 2008 to load the archive, and began to study Newcastle's current lineup. Forward, there are already Michael Owen, Amiabi, and Viduka, and although Nicholas Bendtner is on loan from Arsenal, he will go back after the season, but it is more than enough to survive the 2007-08 season. Therefore, the striker does not need to be impressed. Of course, if you buy one or two little demon boys with high potential, it would be a good choice for long-term investment. Among the midfielders, Alan Smith, Emma, James Milner and Duff are all good, but there is only one orthodox winger, and the Irishman's body is not very good, and he is often injured. Laoli does not want to waste his character points on Duff, who is already 28 years old. He must find one or two first-class wingers. Fortunately, Laoli already has such a candidate in mind. Midfielder position. Although Joey Barton is strong, his stupid performance at White Hart Lane last night makes it difficult for people to vote for him. Once he is suspended for a red card, Laoli will face the end of not being able to stand up, so he must prepare in advance. A potential substitute midfielder is indispensable. As for the defense line, Stephen Taylor is naturally impeccable, but everyone else has to be replaced. In yesterday's game, if it weren't for the low-level mistake of Czech central defender David Lozaha, cool brother Berbatov would not have easily found such a good shooting opportunity in Newcastle's penalty area. We must find a qualified partner for Taylor as soon as possible. As for the fullbacks, the existing Jose Enrique and Charles Nzobia are barely enough to support until the end of the season, but if we have to deal with more difficult games next season, the two will still be eliminated. Therefore, although there is no rush for substitutes, it is still better to prepare early. Goalkeeper given can be assured. Unfortunately, the ability of another 32-year-old substitute goalkeeper Steve Harper is a bit disappointing. For a head coach like Lee Tongfan who has serious pedophilia, a goalkeeper with super high potential is indispensable. After carefully looking at the computer screen and evaluating Newcastle's current lineup in the FM 2008 system, Lee Tongfan opened the FM 2008 Scout tool and began to search for players suitable for his needs according to the envisioned search conditions. Potential ability, current ability, team listing price, player's personal wishes. The above 4 points are the key to using the Scout tool for searching. Therefore, every time after finding a suitable candidate in the Scout tool, Lee Tongfan would enter the FM 2008 system and arrange for Newcastle's electronic scouts to inspect the player. In this way, you can know whether the player is willing to come to Newcastle through the electronic football report. 1, 2, 3. After 4 hours, Lee Tongfan finally breathed a sigh of relief and closed the notebook with 4 or 5 pages of information with satisfaction. Done. The names represented by the subtitles in the notebook will be Lee Tongfan's capital to dominate the football world in the next few seasons. Some of these players are still unknown, some are famous, some are at the lowest point in their lives, and some have just embarked on their football careers. And what Lee Tongfan has to do is to try his best to get them into his pocket and lead them to the golden peak of honor in the world football. Of course, in addition to the new young players searched in the FM 2008 Scout tool, the young players who cheated into the Shining Red Star agency last year have also reached the harvest season after a year of development. If the young players signed by Shining Red Star have outstanding talents, if conditions permit, and the players are willing, they must be allowed to come to Newcastle. After all, they are our own people, so it's a waste not to use them. Gurgle at this time, the stomach of the sultry man rumbled. Only then did Laoli react. Damn it, I haven't had breakfast today. Turning his head to look at the alarm clock on the wall, Time passed so quickly, it was already past 11 o'clock in the afternoon. The team is on holiday today. The canteen at Newcastle Rigburton training base is closed. Alas, Leoli, the shameless bachelor, had to go out and make do with a meal. Before going out, he called to Rosie Tongfan and discussed the schedule for the second half of the day. Lee Tongfan quickly found a place to eat and drink to fill his stomach, because after dinner, Lee Tongfan and his dog-headed military advisor will go to Manchester City to pick someone up in person, a person who has been struggling in despair for a long time. Kierington Training Base, the place where the world-famous Red Devils superstars train daily. Today is the first day after the game day. So the Manchester United first team got a vacation time because the game just ended yesterday. Therefore, the Wellington training base, which is usually bustling, seems a bit empty. Without the big name stars of the first team, Manchester fans will not come here to watch the training. In the huge base, only the reserve team and U18 young players are conducting boring daily training under the guidance of the coach. Bang 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 bang, the sound of the football hitting the net or the goal post keeps coming from the base. In the base, all the players who are lucky enough to wear the Red Devils jersey are working hard for their future and working hard silently. Among the many players in the Manchester United reserve team, there is one person who always makes Lee Tongfan feel a little guilty. He is running in the Wellington training base, suppressing the despair in his heart, working hard silently with sweat. Spanish young player Juan Mata, a little guy who seems to have been abandoned by fate. The 19-year-old Juan Mata feels that his fate in this year is simply a long satire with strong black humor. Yes, satire. A year ago, he was still calling the shots at the Real Madrid Bernabeu Stadium, the most sacred stadium in European football, and was still enjoying the reputation of the top 10 supernovas in European football in 2007. The media's praise like a tide, and the deafening cheers of the Galaxy Battleship fans. That taste is so wonderful. But everything changed a year later. In rainy and humid England, he quickly became one of the top 10 parallel imports in Manchester United's history. Just like an abandoned concubine who was banished to the cold palace and had no chance to make a breakthrough, waiting eagerly for the pitiful opportunity to play at Old Trafford. Even if he got the opportunity, he would be greeted by the overwhelming and harsh boos of the picky Red Devils fans. He is already 19 years old. For an ambitious professional football player, how many 19 years old can they squander? If this continues, sooner or later he will be buried on the training ground. After receiving a careless pass from his teammate, Juan Mata shot directly from more than 30 meters away from the goal. Whoosh! The football flew over the goal like an airplane that finally lost its grip on gravity and then fell softly and powerlessly on the wire fence in the distance. This shot, just like his development in the past year, was frustrating and desperate. Just then, "Hey, Juan, come here. Mr. Jane wants to talk to you." Reserve team director Lalitz shouted to Mata on the sidelines. "Jane." Juan Mata was stunned. Jane is the director of transfer and signing matters at Manchester United club. Why would he come to him? Is there a club interested in him? Or has the club finally decided to reluctantly terminate the contract and give up on him? Juan Mata is a little numb. Alright, anyway, no matter where he goes, as long as he can get out of Manchester, this sad place, as soon as possible, it will be a good thing for Juan Mata! 20 minutes later, the office of Jean, the transfer director of Manchester United. Juan Mata looked at the contract in front of him and the smiling face of Lee Tongfan on the sofa opposite and was a little bit unbelievable. Happiness came so suddenly. The contract clearly stated in black and white, Newcastle is willing to obtain the right to use Juan Mata in the form of a short-term loan in the next 3 months, and half of Mata's weekly salary will be paid by the Magpies. If Juan Mata's performance in the last part of the season can win the recognition of the Newcastle club, then the Magpies are willing to buy him out for £2 million. This is a short-term loan contract, according to the regulations of the Premier League. After the transfer market is closed, the team can obtain players by holding a loan contract to solve its own shortage of personnel. Mata signed his name on the contract without hesitation, whether it is Newcastle or any other team, even the second and third leagues in England, as long as the players are coached by Crazy Lee. Juan Mata is willing to join. This is a blind worship. Arrange your schedule and report to Newcastle Rigburton in 2 days. Lee Tongfan stood up and patted the excited Juan Mata on the shoulder. If you are in good shape, maybe you can catch up with the team's next round against Fulham. This sentence is almost a promise to Juan Mata that, as long as you come to my territory, you will definitely be a main player. Manchester United transfer director Jean and reserve team director Lallet smiled at each other. By such a player, to play as a main player in Newcastle. Crazy Lee is really confused, but it's good. Manchester United can finally get rid of this burden. Although the transfer fee of £10 million has been wasted, at least Manchester United can save half of the salary expenditure of up to £40,000 per week. The only thing that worries them is that, if Juan Mata doesn't perform well in Newcastle, and is not bought out by the Magpies, the £2 million transfer fee will be gone. In the office, Juan Mata has no time to observe the relieved expressions of Jean and Lelist. The palm of mentor Lee Tongfan on his shoulder sent waves of warmth, and the sun outside the window suddenly became much brighter. This is an unforgettable afternoon! 2008 is about to enter April, and spring is coming. Thank you brothers for your awards and monthly ticket support in the past few days. Thank you for the support of the brothers who have been subscribing silently but never showed up. Thank you for the support of the brothers who have been voting for Zyodeo, even though they have no financial conditions. Thank you. Zyodeo has been working hard. Chapter 263 Tactical Change. On March 19th, Newcastle Club's official website announced that Manchester United winger Juan Mata will join Newcastle on a short-term loan for 3 months. However, this announcement did not attract much attention in the British domestic media, because Juan Mata's poor performance in the past year has long made reporters who were too late to pay attention to him lose interest in him. Only the local media in Newcastle City made a small-scale report, and judging from the title of their report, it seems that the Newcastle people are more willing to regard this transfer as a temporary act of kindness by the former disciple of the coach Madman Lee Pitty. Manchester United joins hands with former mentor. Juan Mata's career may turn around. Exclusive report. Juan Mata joins Newcastle on loan. Manchester United finally got rid of Ferguson's misguided person. 10 million parallel imports move to Newcastle. The nostalgic Madman Lee saves his former disciples, but his good intentions may bring financial burdens to the Magpie. On the afternoon of March 20th, at the request of Crazy Lee, Newcastle Club made an exception and held a small fan meeting for Juan Mata, who only joined the team on loan. It's a pity that God is not kind. Around 1500 hours in the afternoon, it began to rain lightly again. Fortunately, Lee Tongfan has gained enough status in the hearts of Newcastle fans. In fact, more than 2,000 Magpies fans responded to the call of Coach Crazy Lee and braved the rain to come to St James Park Stadium to attend Juan Mata's fan meeting! The whole process is simple. Juan Mata, wearing Newcastle's number 66 black and white sword-striped jersey, fulfilled the autograph wish of some fans after performing a ball in the rain on the pitch. However, judging from the lively scene of the vast majority of fans rushing around Lee Tongfan to sign his autograph, Zyo Mata can naturally feel that in fact, these 2,000 people are here for Leoli. But this did not make Juan Mata any unhappy. More than a year of experience has already made him understand that, if he wants to win the cheers and support of the fans, he has to rely on his own feet to speak on the green field. Moreover, in Mata's view, mentor Lee Tongfan can win the favor of fans, which is truly deserved. After the fan meeting, in Leoli's office, "Do you feel a little lost, HMM?" Lee Tongfan asked his former disciple with a smile of interest. "It seems that the fans don't trust you very much." Mata shook his head and said seriously, "Actually, compared to the enthusiastic reporters from major media who flocked to Manchester United when I first joined Manchester United, these unenthusiastic fans today make people feel more comfortable. Soon, I will use my own. His performance lets all Newcastle fans know that Juan Mata is trustworthy." March 21st. The 30th round of the Premier League begins. Newcastle take on Fulham at home at St James Park. Since they just defeated the powerful Tottenham Hotspur with a big score 4 days ago, Newcastle fans have great hopes for this game. And in addition, this is the first home game since Crazy Lee took charge, so you can imagine how popular the stands are. Newcastle fans who had not been able to watch and cheer at White Hart Lane 4 days ago flocked into St James Park as if to compensate. In the stands, countless black and white begging flags and Newcastle team emblems were fluttering crazily in the cold night wind. However, Lee Tongbiam's starting lineup changed greatly during the game before the game, due to number 1 goalkeeper Given being slightly injured in training. Substitute goalkeeper Steve Harper got the chance to start. Alan Smith, who has been fighting continuously, was dropped from the starting lineup due to poor physical condition. The Turkish Emir, who performed well in the battle at White Hart Lane, naturally became Lee Tongfan's first choice. The Czech central defender David Lozaya, who had made a big mistake before, was unsurprisingly thrown into the cold palace by Crazy Lee. Senegalese central defender Faye got a chance. On the other hand, Cameroon fullback Habibi replaced Charles Nzojbia in the starting position. At the same time, due to the red card suspension of the team's only backbone Joey Barton, Juan Mata, who was newly loaned from Manchester United, unexpectedly got a starting opportunity and formed the Magpies' wings with the Irish fast horse Duff. James Milner moves to the centre and serves as an attacking midfielder. It is no surprise that Irving's partner Nicholas Bendtner is on the front line. Everyone is looking forward to it, hoping that Crazy Lee can bring them a hearty victory tonight, but the game process is very difficult for Newcastle. Victory almost slipped through your fingers. At the beginning of the game, Newcastle, playing at home, took the initiative on the field as expected. In the 9th minute, Newcastle got a free kick in the front court. Turkish midfielder Imre continued his heroic form in the previous game. He hit a wonderful curved banana ball about 25 meters away from the goal and broke through the fingers of Fulham goalkeeper Nimi. 1-0. The Magpies got off to a fantastic start. The atmosphere at St James Park has also reached its first climax. In the 11th minute, Newcastle got a throw-in the front court. Cameroon fullback Habibi threw the football to Juan Mata, who stepped forward to meet him. Mata hit the center immediately before the Fulham players pressed. In the middle, Emma received the pass from Mata and made a straight pass. The football passed between the two Fulham central defenders, and the Irish fast Madoff successfully countered the offside and calmly pushed the ball into the middle. Fulham goalkeeper Nima's small door was miserably ****. 0! It seems that the goddess of victory has been teasing the nerves of the Newcastle people in a coquettish way. In less than a quarter of an hour, they took a 2-goal lead, and a one-sided massacre seemed to be about to take place. But the situation that followed seemed to gradually exceed people's expectations. After the Magpies' top scorer Michael Owen missed 2 consecutive single shots, Fulham's Senegalese striker Camara unexpectedly countered the offside in a quick counter-attack and scored a goal. 2:1. The game was suspenseful again. In the 25th minute, the field was in turmoil again. It was Senegalese Camara again. This time, the Fulham striker used his speed to eat up Newcastle central defender Fair Live and went to the meeting alone. Newcastle's substitute goalkeeper Steve Harper was old and weak, and his explosive power was too weak. He had no idea what to do with Camara, who was known for his speed, and picked up the ball from the goal again without any suspense. 2! Fulham actually equalized the game in an incredible way. This scene made Lee Tongfan, who was standing in front of the command seat on the sidelines, shook his head helplessly. It seems that Stephen Taylor's partner problem must be solved quickly. Neither Senegalese Faye nor Czech Lozaya is an ideal partner. Fortunately, the nightmare did not continue. Amid the gnashing of teeth and cheers from more than 50,000 Newcastle fans at St James Park, Michael Owen finally seized the third single-handed opportunity. The lightning killer received a surgical pass from Bendtner after attracting Fulham's defensive players and scored, helping Newcastle to overtake the score again. 3:2. Newcastle returned to the locker room with a 1-goal lead. Everyone thought that after a 15-minute break at halftime, Crazy Lee would definitely help the team find the direction of victory and defeat Fulham, who dared to challenge the majesty of the God on the football field in one breath. But what happened in the first minute of the second half shocked more than 50,000 Magpie fans in the stands. After Newcastle substitute goalkeeper Steve Harper received the return pass from the fullback Habibi, he actually dribbled the ball out of the penalty area and then passed it carelessly to Fulham striker Camara. Fatal mistake. At this moment, the exclamations of the fans in the stands of St. James Park were like installing 250 super powerful air dryers in the stadium. On the field, Fulham striker Camara did not waste Steve Harper's good intentions and accepted the gift with a smile. He easily swung his leg and sent the ball into the empty goal on the spot. Harper seemed to wake up at this time, turned around and chased back desperately, but fell on the lawn in embarrassment. This scene made the fans in the stand cover their faces in shame. And Steve Harper wanted to learn the Monkey King's 72 transformations immediately, turning into a silly ostrich, digging a hole in the grass, and burying his head. Point 3:3 exclamation point. It was actually tied. St. James Park fell into silence for a while, and Lee Tongfan made a decisive substitution at this moment. The Turkish Emir, who was physically exhausted, was replaced by Alan Smith, who had rested for most of the game. After the substitution, Newcastle launched a fierce attack like an enraged beast, and the Newcastle fans in the stands turned into a roaring English Channel after a brief silence. At this moment, the Newcastle people chose to unite and work together. However, the goddess of victory seemed to have suddenly changed her nature. Just now, she was teasing the Newcastle people with a hungry face, but now she was like a chaste woman who refused to cross the red line at all. Whether it is Owen or Bendtner, they have been wasting the opportunities created by the midfielders. James Milner and Alan Smith, who have been in the main lineup this season, are obviously in poor physical condition in this game, lacking the fatal shots in the past. Another midfielder Juan Mata has not fully adapted to Newcastle's play. Of course, more importantly, Lee Tongfan has not recovered him through FM 2008. Because now is not the best time to recover Mata. Time quietly passed in Newcastle's round after round of crazy attacks. St. James Park gradually became nervous and anxious. In the stands, the fans have almost all shouted their throats, but it seems that, even if they shout to death, they will persist. Although the fans did boo their players at home in the first half of the league, it is different now. Because no one is lazy on the court today. Because the person standing in front of Newcastle's command seat today is not the confused Allardyce, but the passionate and crazy Lee who keeps making changes. In the 55th minute, Bendtner resisted the Fulham defender and forced a shot, which was slightly off target. In the 57th minute, Owen received a cross from Milner and headed the ball, which hit the crossbar and flew out. In the 64th minute, Alan Smith shot angrily from 30 meters away from the goal and hit the goalpost. In the 74th minute, after receiving a pass from Alan Smith, Duff passed the Fulham defender and shot into the far corner, but was miraculously blocked by goalkeeper Nemi. 0.80th minute. The game is gradually coming to an end, but Fulham's goal seems to be getting stronger and stronger. No matter what shooting method Newcastle players use, it seems difficult to knock on the 35-year-old Finn and veteran goalkeeper Nemi for the fourth time. In the 85th minute, Newcastle suffered a moderate blow. Senegal centre-back Faye fell to the ground during a fight with compatriot and Fulham forward Camara. After a brief inspection, the Newcastle team doctor immediately signalled Lee Tongfan to substitute. Faye could no longer continue the game. The second uncles. Although he already knew the process and results through the FM 2008 system simulation, when he actually saw this scene, Leoli was still a little depressed. Do you think there is such a big gap between people? Both a nigger and a Senegalese. Why did Camara poke 3 holes in Harper's body in one game with all his glory, but you, Faye, finally managed to make a start out of my kindness? Why did you just throw yourself into the arms of the angels in white? Turning around to look at the bench, none of the 5 hammers who were eagerly looking forward to playing were from central defenders. Alas, fullback Charles Nzojbia had to take over. Faye's injury seems to indicate that something is not going well in Newcastle's game. Although the crazy Magpies fans in the stands were still shouting, they were already mentally prepared to accept a draw. Of course, no one would blame Crazy Lee. After all, he has only taken over the team for less than 10 days. There must be a running-in process, right? Even when he was in Real Madrid, Crazy Lee had lost to Inter Milan and Manchester United in the first few friendly matches. But Lee Tongfan himself didn't think so. Seeing that even the hammers who were playing football on the field seemed to be willing to accept the draw, Lee Tongfan rushed to the edge of the field angrily like a furious lion who had his spouse taken away and cursed. This is a very rare scene. Even if number 2 goalkeeper Steve Harper's idiot level mistake at the beginning of the second half gave Fulham a goal, Lee Tongbiam had never been so angry. Because mistakes and lack of effort are completely two different concepts. Laoli's outburst obviously made the Newcastle Stars give up their intention to give up. In the 89th minute of the game, Newcastle's efforts finally bore fruit. After Juan Mata got the ball on the right, he changed direction and cut across the middle. Facing the blocking of Fulham players, he forced his way into the penalty area. At the front of the penalty area, Irving used his junior to lean on Fulham central defender Carrie Stanval. Facing the flying football, he chose to pass the ball directly and gently moved to his side. Nicholas Bendtner swings his leg and shoots. The angle of this hasty shot was very tricky. The ball hit the right side of the goal and entered the net. The old goalkeeper Nimi was finally helpless. A ball of luck! Exclamation mark. Killer. 4:3. Exclamation mark. Bendtner, who scored the winning goal, ignored the warning from the Topaz God of War card and took off his clothes and ran to the fans to show off his six-pack abs. The crazy Newcastle fans made a noise that could be heard far away in the night sky. The moon and stars kilometers away were shaken with a layer of earth. But at this moment, Lee Tongfan entered the player tunnel very dissatisfied. A miserable victory. Even a third and fourth rate player in the Premier League like Camara can score a hat-trick for Newcastle. How can this man be embarrassed? If we encounter Manchester United or Arsenal in the next few games, why don't we let goal-scoring maniacs like Rooney and Adebayor set new personal scoring records on Newcastle and hit the scorers list? This is a shame. Of course, Lee Tongfan can also choose to use FM 2008 abnormal archiving method to avoid such embarrassment. But that is not the fundamental solution to the problem. Football is a game of 11 people, so the players on the green field must use every strength of their bodies for honor. Want to win? In addition to Lee Tongfan's cheating at all costs of character points, the players' own efforts are also essential. Because, in reality, the game mentality and status of the players will be directly reflected in the M2008 system. In essence, reality and games are two partners that complement each other. If Newcastle's real strength and the players' playing attitude are not corrected in reality, and if it continues like this, no matter how many character points Lee Tongbiam has, they will all be lost sooner or later. For example, when I was at Real Madrid, the superstars of the Galaxy battleship are not only powerful, but also have the fighting spirit to pursue honors. Players like this will receive a higher evaluation of their strength in the FM 2007 system. Therefore, Lee Tongfan rarely uses the FM 2007 system to promote games. Use abnormal save. But when it came to Newcastle, although Aoli used FM millimeters to make a lot of changes to keep players in advance, Fulham, a second-rate team at home, actually used 3 abnormal saves to get a 4:3 victory. We have to make the boring man find the reason from reality. First of all, we must reform the mentality of Newcastle players. Except for Michael Owen, Alan Smith and others, the stars of the Magpies first team do not seem to regard themselves as a quasi-giant team, determined to pursue supreme honors. They are even only satisfied with a small league victory, and become timid when facing a giant team. Such a team and players will never become a climate, no matter how strong they are, because it lacks something called spirit in its bones. In addition to the mentality problem, the second thing is to strengthen the Magpies' offensive ability. There are two most direct ways to achieve this goal. One is to buy a large number of high-strength players, and the other is to change tactics. The former is obviously not feasible, because after the loan of Juan Mata, Newcastle's 3 loan places this season have all been used up. And in the absence of the European transfer market, there is no other way, except to go to the free agent market to shop. But then again, if any player has a little ability, can he still become a free agent? At least before July 1st, the road to recruiting talents has been blocked. In this case, Lee Tongfan was forced to change the 4-1-2-1-2 tactics that he had always been most accustomed to. After returning to his villa on the East Beach, Lee Tongfan opened the Hamageo book and started the FM 2008 system and began to think about tactical changes in front of the computer screen. The most direct way to increase the offensive power is, of course, to increase the number of offensive players. Looking at the 4 forwards in Newcastle, Viduka, Bendtner, Owen, and Amir B, the sultry man suddenly brightened up. It is a pity that there are so many guys who are keen on attacking and have strong strength, but only 2 can get the chance to start. How about we try 4-3-3? Since Joey Barton, a professional red card player, is unreliable, why not just remove the defensive midfielder and create an offensive frenzy in the Premier League? Attack instead of defense. Imagine Owen, Bendtner, Viduka and other guys appearing on the court at the same time, using the spirit of wild dogs and the crazy shooting of machine guns to shoot the goalkeepers one by one. TSK. Cool. The sultry man wiped his saliva. 3 minutes later, coming back to his senses from his fantasy, Leoli began to click on FM millimeters to restore Juan Mata's values. According to the Premier League schedule, Newcastle will challenge the Red Devils Manchester United at Old Trafford in mid-April. Leoli wants to make Mata the most eye-catching star that night. Let those fans and reporters who have booed, scolded, and spit on Juan Mata be ashamed. Because Juan Mata is his favorite disciple, Crazy Lee, Leoli not only bears grudges, but also protects him. Clicking on FM millimeters to enter the Newcastle page, the system suddenly popped up a bright red large reminder box. Ding dong, the system reminds you that Newcastle player Juan Mata has been detected as a player you have promoted. It is recommended to consume 2 points of character points to restore the data before January 3rd, 2007. Do you want to restore it? Well, that's it. It seems that according to the system settings, players who have been modified before but later controlled by the gamer because of exhaustion can spend a small amount of character points to restore to the original data level when they are reassigned to the team controlled by the gamer. This is a very humane setting. At least in the FM 2008 system with inflation of character points, it can help Lee Tongfan save a lot of character. Before officially confirming the restoration of Juan Mata, Leoli was very curious to observe the existing data of the little boy, and the value he saw surprised Lee Tongfan a little. Potential ability 189. Current ability 144. How is this possible? Whether it is potential or current ability, Juan Mata is actually much lower than when he was in Real Madrid. It turns out, a player's potential is not fixed in the FM system. What's the reason? Lee Tongfan thought about it, and there was only one possibility, that is, the FM system will change the potential evaluation of each player according to the actual performance in reality. Juan Mata has been mediocre in the past year, so the evaluation potential given after FM was upgraded to 2008 has also decreased. It seems that the system is really becoming more and more humane. After a little surprise, Lee Tongfan did not hesitate to consume 2 points of character points to restore Juan Mata to the level of current ability 180 a year ago. Today's chapter is to pave the way for the subsequent goal frenzy, because it is necessary to write Newcastle's transformation from weak to strong in a reasonable way. After all, the Magpies are not Real Madrid. It is impossible to be invincible with a slight modification and system simulation. The plot will progress quickly next. In addition, the Magpies will have a major change next season. Dear swordsmen can send their recommended players to the book review area. Finally, we sincerely recruit 2 deputy moderators. Enthusiastic book friends who have read the full text of the editor and have a long time online are needed. Zyodeo is really too busy to handle it alone. I feel sorry for my brothers when I see a lot of essence left every week. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 today, 039, S update is adjusted. I went to the train station for an urgent matter this morning. After I came back, I have typed more than 2,000 words. I'm not good enough to show them, brothers. Please understand, Zyodeo will send out today's 3 chapters after 6 PM. I'm so ashamed. Please forgive me. Finally, I would like to thank System for the 50,000 reward and Network Cultivator for the 10,000 reward. Zyodeo is so shocked, and the brothers who have been voting for Zyodeo these days and have been rewarding Zyodeo with 100, 588, and 1888, and the swordsman who subscribe silently to support, and the brothers who have been giving recommendation votes. Zyodeo is going to type Chapter 265, The Unstoppable Dream of March. On March 22nd, the English Football Association announced an additional suspension for Newcastle midfielder Joey Barton. Although Newcastle United had tried its best to appeal Barton's red card, the red card professional still paid a huge price for his vicious elbowing of Tottenham winger Aaron Lennon at White Hart Lane that night, an additional 2-match suspension. This extremely severe punishment by the English Football Association also temporarily silenced those who suspected that Crazy Lee abused his power to benefit Newcastle. And Lee Tongfan knew this very well and did not make any dissatisfied remarks as many experts predicted. Unexpectedly, he expressed his understanding of the punishment of the English Football Association through the media with an extremely low-key attitude. After all, Leo Lee now holds 2 positions at the same time. I don't know how many guys with ulterior motives are waiting for Crazy Lee to make a mistake. This delicate relationship must be carefully maintained. In the next 2 days, Lee Tongfan put all his energy into the vigorous rectification movement of Newcastle. The first thing is of course to redefine the goal of the Magpies this season, because only in this way can the team's fighting spirit be aroused. Our goal is the League Cup, and we must get the qualification to participate in the European arena after the league ends. When Lee Tongfan expressed his thoughts at the team's regular meeting, everyone was shocked. Besides the Magpies coaching staff and the first team players, they had thought that it would be very good to be able to stay in the Premier League before. Who knew that the head coach's goal was actually the League Cup? So, everyone began to estimate the probability of achieving this seemingly impossible goal in their hearts. After 30 rounds of the Premier League, Newcastle has won 34 league points with the last 2 rounds of consecutive victories, ranking 15th in the Premier League standings. Although only 4 points above the relegation zone, Tottenham Hotspur, ranked 5th in the league standings, only has 49 points, while West Ham United and Manchester City, ranked 6th and 7th, have 42 and 41 points respectively, which is about 8 points higher than Newcastle. People were surprised to find that this gap does not seem to be an insurmountable chasm. There is a chance. In addition, Newcastle has already been invited to the Intertoto Cup. Even if the worst case scenario is that they cannot qualify, they will not be able to rank in the top 7 in the league standings after 3 months. As long as they break through the siege in the Intertoto Cup, they can still win a qualification to participate in the UEFA Cup. There is motivation only when there is a goal. This sentence is absolutely correct. As professional players, Newcastle players certainly hope to show their skills in the European arena. If former boss Allardyce had said such a goal, he would probably be taken to the Newcastle Western Suburbs Neurological Institute by the coaching staff and players for detailed examination soon. But if God on the football field thought so, hopefully, the head coach's ambitions infected the Hammers. Imagine if they could really climb from the last place in the standings to the top 7 after the end of the league. This would definitely be a miracle that would shock fans all over the world. Creating miracles is the dream of every man in the world who can asterisk. For a moment, everyone felt that their blood was burning. Burning. After determining the goal to boost morale, Lee Tongfan began to drastically change the team's tactics from the 4-1-2-1-2 formation with both wings flying both offensive and defensive in the first 2 games to the 4-3-3 crazy attack formation. A very adventurous formation. But it also discovered the human resources distribution potential of Newcastle players who are better at attacking than defending. What's even better is that the red card suspension of midfielder Joey Barton obviously provided an opportunity for Lee Tongfan to change his formation. although this will sacrifice the team's defensive ability to a certain extent. In the following training, the crazy firepower of the Magpies front court still injected a shot of adrenaline into the coaching staff after 2 days of training. The barrels of the four kings of the front line, Nicholas Bendtner, Michael Owen, Viduka and Amir B, were hot and could not wait for the opponent to come to the door. The Hammers did not wait too long, and the opportunity to test Newcastle's latest tactical system soon came. March 24th. The 31st round of the Premier League begins. Newcastle will face the Hammers West Ham United at home at St James Park. This game is very important for the Magpies, who are aiming to impact the League Cup, because the opponent Hammers West Ham United is currently ranked 6th in the league standings and is Newcastle's direct competitor. A life and death contest involving 6 points. The match started at 1900 hours. Due to Newcastle's excellent form in the last 2 games, West Ham United coach Alan Corbishley cautiously deployed a 4-1-4-1 formation at St James Park, focusing on defense, and Lee Tongbum did not hesitate to use the freshly baked 4-3-3 formation. It turned out that the change of formation led by Crazy Lee brought a wonderful game that made the Magpies fans ecstatic. A crazy goal performance. Newcastle defeated the Hammers 7-3 with the help of lightning killer Michael Owen, attacking midfielder Alan Smith and Danish highman Bendtner, as well as the icing on the cake of Australian rhinoceros Viduka. After being recovered, Juan Mata came on as a substitute for Ireland's fast Matt Dave in the 60th minute of the second half, and soon provided the team with 2 assists in less than 30 minutes. And it can be clearly seen that Zaire Shota and Newcastle's front court players are becoming more and more skilled in cooperation. Repeated sprints and breakthroughs on the wing make West Ham United's fullbacks exhausted. As for the opponent, West Ham United's goal hero is their Welsh forward Bellamy. Since Given's return from injury has to wait until the next game, Steve Harper, who made a big mistake in the last game against Fulham, is lucky to continue to start. Therefore, the defensive weakness exposed in Newcastle's latest 4-3-3 formation during the game allowed Bellamy, who was extremely speed and explosive power, to seize the opportunity to perform a hat-trick. However, the Welshman's performance obviously did not spoil the good mood of the Newcastle fans in the stands of St James Park. Newcastle night on March 24th was another wonderful moment that made Magpie fans smile. Coach Lee Tongbam expressed with a smile at the post-match press conference that he was very satisfied with the team's performance. However, Hammers coach Alan Corbishley was not in such a good mood and seemed very disappointed. This is really a bad game. Every player in West Ham United tried their best, but the opponent had better luck than us. But it is worth noting that Newcastle's poor defense still gave us a lot of opportunities chance. If Crazy Lee continues to use such tactics in future games, they will definitely fail. Obviously, Corbishley was not convinced by the final result of this game. Moreover, he used a press conference to remind Newcastle's other opponents, the Magpies' defense is terrible, and you should not hesitate to come over and attack this girl. Insidious guy. After defeating West Ham 7-3, the league standings moved up 1 place, ranking 14th with 37 points. The situation for the UEFA Cup is very optimistic because Wigan Athletic, who went from 14th to 10th, only had 39 points, only 2 points higher than Newcastle. Now it seems that, if the Magpies can maintain a complete victory in the next 7 rounds, they may be able to qualify for the UEFA Cup without having to fight in the Toto Cup. After 3 consecutive victories, even the sea breeze blowing over the city of Newcastle seemed to be filled with the smell of champagne celebrating victory, becoming warm and intoxicating. But it's time for the national team match day again. On March 27th, according to the previous agreement between the 2 football associations, the 3 Lions and the African powerhouse Ghana will play a friendly match at Wembley Stadium. Lee Tongfan must return to his work in the 3 Lions. In the squad for the friendly match against Ghana, Leo Lee still continued the youth lineup from the previous match against the Austrian national team. Some young players who were unable to play the main role in their own clubs were like being hit by a pie falling from the sky. They were happily called by Crazy Lee Among them, the selection of unknown players Freddie Eastwood and David Nugent, who played for the British Championship team, as two forward players shocked the British domestic media the most. It seems that every time Crazy Lee announces the national team roster, the business of optical shops in the British Isles will be booming. Because countless people will be surprised and accidentally drop their glasses after seeing the big list. There are no voices that dare to question Madman Lee's dictatorship. McLaren, who had disappeared for a long time, couldn't wait to jump out again. Nonsense, nonsense. This is simply a denial of the glorious and noble identity of the England team. Two small fish and shrimps hanging around in the English Championship he became a member of the great national team. Madman Lee is simply playing house with the England team, but the honour and dignity of the England national team are to be maintained by the record and goals scored on the green field, rather than the so-called player's worth or reputation. Mr. McLaren's ignorance once again tells us why he was in the national team during his tenure. His performance is so unsightly. Moreover, we can clearly see from his speech that Mr. McLaren has a very strong tendency to discriminate against the championship and its players. This is Crazy Lee's retort. Crazy Lee counterattacked McLaren's accusations for the first time since he took over the Three Lions. His words were sharp and his attitude was tough. He easily won the favor of the English media and domestic league players at all levels. And what happened next slapped McLaren hard in the face. Because the result of the friendly match once eloquently proved the greatness of Crazy Lee's God on the sidelines of the football field. The England second-tier team defeated the Ghana national team led by Chelsea, Buffalo and SYNOPSIS 4:2 at Wembley Stadium. Manchester City newcomer Wang Sadulik, who grew up under the training of Crazy Lee, scored twice, and Aston Villa winger Ashley Young scored a goal. Of course, the most important thing is that the starters among the two little fish and shrimps, Freddie Eastwood scored a goal and David Nugent provided an assist. Now, the whole of England knows that there are two such outstanding strikers in the British Championship. According to estimates by professional media, after a friendly match, the worth of Eastwood and Nugent increased by at least 10 times. In fact, there are almost no young players who are favored by Crazy Lee who will not rise in value. In the eyes of the players, Crazy Lee is almost a godfather figure in identifying the potential of young players. In the eyes of the media, Crazy Lee's status is almost as high as that of a great coach with a bowl-level ability to be on par with Professor Arsene Wenger. Young talented players from the British Isles will be able to play in Crazy Lee's account. Playing football is a dream come true. The Three Lions friendly match is just a small episode. The real fierceness is the fierce competition at the end of the Premier League. With 7 rounds left in the league, the competition for various championships and places in the season has become fierce. Under Crazy Lee's crazy tactics, Newcastle continued their scoring performance. March 30th. Round 32 of the Premier League. Newcastle sits at St James Park to face Derby County, who are ranked 11th from the bottom in league points. Goal. Michael Owen. Less than 2 minutes into the game, Owen scored Derby County's goal with a header. A dream start. Amiabi. Beautiful header. This is Newcastle's second goal. Derby County is in big trouble. The ball went in, and it went in again. Goal. In 93 minutes, the onside commentator at St James Park roared heartbreakingly 7 times, and muttered twice with regret. Because Newcastle overwhelmingly defeated Derby County, the deputy squad leader of the league. 7:2. Michael Owen hat-trick. Nicholas Bendtner hat-trick. Amiabi scores a goal. The two fast horse wingers Duffanchu and Mata each scored assist hat-tricks. When the game was about to end, Newcastle fans excitedly threw their flags high into the night sky. We have to admit that it is not surprising that Newcastle won an absolute victory so easily. The huge gap of 5 goals in the game clearly shows that Derby County and Crazy Lee's players will never be on the same level. This is a one-sentence evaluation of this game by the Premier League's most famous football TV program Weekly Green Commentary. With this big victory, Newcastle's league points rose to 40, only 2 points less than 7th-ranked Manchester City, ranking 10th. The progress is astonishing. April 6th, the 33rd round of the Premier League. Newcastle is away to challenge Reading, a macho team ranked 17th in the league. The game is over. Ouch. What a pity. Reading lost this game, but facing Madmanley and his Newcastle, even Martin Jol can't do anything at White Hart Lane. It is not easy for us to shoot the football into the goal behind given 3 times. The score of 3:5 does not explain everything. At least we created a lot of scoring opportunities. Well done, Reading soldiers. The above are the words of comfort that the commentator at Reading's home stadium sent to the home team players from the moment the referee blew the final whistle. The Macho team played very bravely for 90 minutes, but faced the Magpies' powerful front court attack led by Michael Owen. It was a pity that they lost. That night, on the highway from Reading to Newcastle, the Magpie expedition once again spread their triumphant laughter. Newcastle's potential was fully explored by Crazy Lee. At the beginning of the season, many experts thought that the Magpies had the ability to cause trouble to the Premier League teams, and now they have done it. Weekly Green commentary once again commented on Newcastle's performance. Crazy Lee sacrificed the Magpies' defense, so Reading was able to score 3 goals at home, but the powerful attack power of the Magpies' midfield and front court ensured that they could win a game. Precious victory. Irving is not the only player who has been reborn under Crazy Lee, because the former Manchester United parallel import Juan Mata seems to have found the form of his Real Madrid era, and is beginning to enjoy his new style. Premier League journey after 32 rounds. Newcastle's ranking in the Premier League standings rose for the first time, ranking 8th, and has almost touched the delicate chrysanthemum of 7th placed Middlesbrough. Qualifying for the UEFA Cup is no longer a dream. April 13th. The 34th round of the Premier League. Newcastle vs. Blackburn. The actual Arabic numerals on the electronic scoreboard after 90 minutes were 4:2. The home team is in front and the visiting team is behind. Although Joey Barton paid his dues after his suspension, Crazy Lee did not place him in the starting lineup. The Magpies continued their previous 4-3-3 formation that shocked the Premier League with attack power. The 3 forwards Irving, Bendtner and Viduka each scored a goal. Juan Mata, who started the game, finally scored his first goal for Newcastle in the 67th minute of the game. After the goal, the excited little guy rushed to the sidelines and hugged his mentor Madmanley with tears in his eyes. This scene touched everyone at St. James Park. At this moment, there was thunderous applause and waves of cheers. The whole city of Newcastle is worshipping Crazy Lee. I'm still the same Mata as before, and there is no difference compared with Manchester United. Juan Mata got the opportunity to face reporters' questions at the post-match press conference. It's just that now the boss is more willing to give me opportunities and trust. You also know that, although my performance was not good in the first few games, after coming to Newcastle, Newcastle fans and teammates were more willing to give me encouragement and opportunities. All this is the same as at Old Trafford. Times are obviously different. I can tell everyone without hesitation. I love Newcastle. I'm grateful to Mr. Newcastle, and I will definitely stay here after the end of the season. Juan Mata blasts Ferguson. Manchester United is my dream, says Juan Mata. The reborn Spanish king refuses to return to Old Trafford. The media finally caught another exciting point that excited fans and started hyping it up. The latest evaluation of Newcastle's performance in this round by Weekly Green commentary is Newcastle's offensive power ranks first in the Premier League, and the crisis for the top 7 teams in the standings is coming. After this round, Newcastle still remains at 8th in the standings and has not risen, because Tottenham Hotspur, West Ham United, and Middlesbrough, who are ranked 5th, 6th and 7th, have all won. There is a 2-point gap between the Magpies and 7th placed Middlesbrough. With 4 rounds left in the league, the situation is getting better. According to the schedule, Middlesbrough's opponents in the last 4 rounds are all mid-range teams that have no worries about relegation and insufficient improvement. Even the 6th ranked West Ham United has a very easy schedule. As for Newcastle's opponents in the last 4 rounds, except for Bolton, who are slightly weaker, the Red Devils Manchester United, Aston Villa and the Red Army Liverpool, who took over the Love, are all powerful players that everyone has heard of. Of course, 5th ranked Tottenham Hotspur is also relatively unlucky, because Dutch coach Martin Jol's opponents are Martin O'Neill, Ferguson, Benitez and Mourinho. Although they are close friends with Newcastle, Tottenham's advantage is that they are ranked 5th. Therefore, they may still qualify for the UEFA Cup, even if they lose 1 or 2 games, while Newcastle must maintain a complete victory and hope that their opponents will lose in the remaining 4 rounds to have a chance to come from behind. Thrilling, thrilling, thrilling. The last 4 rounds of the Premier League are the real test for Crazy Lee and Newcastle, who have regained their form. April 19th. Round 35 of the Premier League. Bolton is Newcastle's weakest opponent in the last 4 rounds, so before the game Lee Tongfan issued a kill order. The game must be won. Who dares to be lazy? To everyone's surprise, in this game, Crazy Lee changed the 4-3-3 formation that he had been relying on for his recent winning streak, and switched back to the previous 4-1-2-1-2 with both wings flying together. Newcastle beat Bolton 3-2-0 after 90 minutes. Owen scores a hat-trick. What is worth thinking about is that after Joey Barton came on the scene, Newcastle kept the virginity of the goal for the first time in recent rounds of the league. Some people speculate that the reason why Crazy Lee changed his lineup is to prepare for the next round of the league against the Red Devils Manchester United. Because if they choose 4-3-3 when facing the Red Devils Manchester United at Old Trafford in the Theatre of Dreams, Newcastle will probably be bombarded without even a scum left. You must know that Vidic and Rio Ferdinand, the best centre-back partnership in the Premier League this season, are not the target of bullying, and the attacking line composed of 2 powerful fat men, Wayne Rooney and Tevez, is even more so. If someone stands in the way of a person, he will kill someone. If someone stands in the way of a Buddha, he will kill the Buddha. When facing a weak team, you can be superstitious about attacking, but when facing a strong team, defense is the key to victory. Therefore, no matter from which aspect, for Crazy Lee, facing the Red Devils with a perfect lineup, and playing at home, a balanced offensive and defensive formation is the basis for stealing a victory. Although there is still a week before the Old Trafford battle, the first collision between Crazy Lee and Ferguson in the Premier League has already attracted the attention of the world. Looking at the monthly tickets and rewards, Xiodeo thanked his brothers with a choked up feeling in his grateful throat. Not much else to say. There is still one chapter that has not been coded. After the code is completed, Xiodeo will send a single chapter to Bo one by one to thank the brothers for their righteousness. Finally, I recommend this football competition article, Rebirth of the Dream Shooter, written by a 17-year-old kid. Although the author is young, he has already written a lot of competitive articles, and the writing style is lewd and high profile, and the pig's feet are invincible. This book already has about 1 million words. Brothers who are book hungry can go and take a look. Well, Xiodeo went out to have something to eat, and then came back to continue typing. It is estimated that the manuscript will be published around 11 o'clock. Chapter 266. After 35 rounds of the Premier League, the top 4 of the standings returned to the situation where the Big 4 dominated the top. Arsenal ranked first with 24 wins, 4 draws and 6 losses in 36 games, and 81 points. Chelsea ranked second with 24 wins, 8 draws and 4 losses in 36 games, and 80 points. Liverpool ranked third with 22 wins, 5 draws and 8 losses in 35 games, and Manchester United ranked fourth with 20 wins, 9 draws and 6 losses in 25 games due to distraction. As for other teams, it turns out that the performance of several teams that experts expected to threaten the traditional top 4 in the 07-08 season at the beginning of the season was not worth looking forward to. The most disappointing is Manchester City. Manchester City, which received a large amount of capital injection, fell to 13th at a speed that made the fans of the City Stadium collapse after a series of losses. The Manchester City fans who welcomed the famous coach Eriksson with drums and firecrackers are now rubbing their hands and spitting, demanding that the Swede be sacked as soon as possible. And Martin O'Neill's Aston Villa habitually lacks stamina and is currently only ranked 10th. Only the Dutchman Martin Jol's Tottenham Hotspur once showed a trend of breaking the traditional top 4 monopoly in the middle of the season. But since being defeated by Madman Lee's Newcastle at White Hart Lane, Tottenham has fallen into a long slump. Now Martin Jol's team is 17 points behind the 4th placed Red Devils Manchester United in the standings, indicating that the North Londoners' rush to the top 4 plan has failed in advance. As for Newcastle, the common view of all English people is, Allardyce was sacked too late. If God on the football field could become the head coach of the Magpies 2 months earlier, then maybe Newcastle people can now sing "The East is Red" to welcome Newcastle's new era of the Champions League. April 23, Manchester United will challenge Arsenal away in the Champions League semi-finals. In the pre-match press conference, some reporters couldn't wait to ask Ferguson how he viewed the Old Trafford battle with Newcastle 4 days later. The Red Devils' godfather laughed it off. "I'm only thinking about the Champions League now. As for Newcastle, Crazy Lee should know that he is not leading Real Madrid now. Want to win at Old Trafford? Of course, there is a chance, but Crazy Lee will have to wait another 2 or 3 years until Newcastle overcomes the financial crisis." Obviously, Uncle Ferguson does not think that the current Newcastle can cause trouble for Manchester United. 2 hours later, Manchester United turned the tables away from home and won the first leg with a score of 2-1, laying a solid foundation for the next round of the semi-finals. It can even be said that the Red Devils have one foot in the final. After the victory, the Red Devils' godfather was even more high-spirited when facing the same question from reporters. The next game against Newcastle is just an ordinary league game. Although Manchester United's season focus is no longer in the Premier League, it is not difficult for us to win at Old Trafford. However, no matter how much Ferguson emphasized that this was just an ordinary league game, everyone believed that his first Premier League dialogue with Crazy Lee would obviously not be ordinary, because in the Champions League last season, Crazy Lee once led Real Madrid to reverse and win Manchester United at Old Trafford, giving the Red Devils a big shame. For Manchester United, April 27th is obviously a great opportunity for revenge. In addition, there is another reason why this game has received widespread attention. This is the first time that Crazy Lee has faced the traditional top 4 teams of Bog 4 since he set foot in the Premier League, and the first time he has faced the top coach in the Premier League. A strong dialogue at the coaching level. Therefore, the media began to hype the Old Trafford battle on April 27th a week ago. What Ferguson, the Red Devils' godfather, said to reporters around the Champions League semi-final on April 23rd was infinitely exaggerated by the media, who are eager to see the world in chaos. Manchester United coach, Newcastle is vulnerable. Ferguson vows to break the myth of Madley's undefeated record at Old Trafford. The Red Devils are confident in facing the Magpies, and Newcastle's 7-game winning streak may be ended. Manchester United players are united, return the shame that Madley once left to Old Trafford faced with Ferguson's disdain. Madley's madness finally showed up. Ferguson is playing ridiculous psychological warfare again. You know, they lost 0-1 to Tottenham Hotspur at home this season, but we beat Martin Jol's team 5-2 at White Hart Lane. Lee Tongfan was interviewed by a Newcastle Post reporter and said, "I can guarantee that in 3 days we will not only win, but also win by a big margin. The battle is here. The Premier League is lively." After Benitez and Mourinho, it seems that there will be another big mouth that dares to confront Sir Alex Ferguson. So, under the media's instigation, things gradually became beyond the scope they should have been. Ridiculous. Football matches are not a game of numbers and equations, and Madman Lee's remarks only make him look more naive. Ferguson once again went on a rampage through the media. Want to beat Manchester United by a large margin? Unless he is really God, Lee. Tongfan responded with a sneer. According to Ferguson's logic, I suddenly discovered that there are many gods in the world, because there are many head coaches who have defeated Sir Alex Ferguson at Old Trafford. Ferguson fired back, "Enough. I'm tired of discussing the next game with Crazy Lee. Newcastle people seem to be willing to play football with their mouths, Lee." Tongfan disdainfully retorted, "To be honest, on the contrary, I'm still young, and have not yet reached menopause, so from the bottom of my heart I'm more tired of these boring arguments than Uncle Ferguson. We have a saying in China, called tree I want to be calm, but the wind is not stopping. I'm in this state now." The exchange of words between the two famous coaches brought a continuous climax to the media in the British Isles. The Sun, Ferguson thinks Madman-Lee is naive. Media. Flash. Crazy Lee came to a shocking conclusion. Any head coach who has defeated Manchester United is God. Mirror. Crazy Lee is like an annoying fly, Ferguson said, Sunday. Dr. Madman-Lee concluded that Ferguson was in the senile menopause. What is particularly worth mentioning is that after Lee Tongfan made an unintentional slip of the tongue, the words Uncle Ferguson quickly became popular in the UK. People felt that this nickname with obvious Chinese style was obviously more important than Sir Alex Ferguson. To be more vivid, some media even produced a series of comics inspired by this. What's even more exaggerated is that the cartoon doll named Uncle Ferguson, wearing a Scottish plaid skirt, bloomers, and a folded cowboy hat has become a favorite among children in the British Isles. So very soon, the graceless exchanges between the head coaches of both sides obviously aroused the anger of their respective players. Manchester United's French fullback Evra was the first to jump out and fire at Crazy Lee. First, let this Chinese learn how to respect his seniors who have achieved great achievements in the coaching industry, and then let's discuss the outcome of the game. Michael Owen quits immediately. Anyway, Flash Killer and Ferguson had never had any interactions before, so they spoke in a polite manner. Mr. Fantong has already called Mr. Ferguson uncle. As far as I know, uncle is the honorific title for elders in Chinese. Everyone who is arguing about who jumped is well aware that for Mr. Ferguson, if you want to gain the respect of Mr. Rice Trash, you must first learn to respect others. Tevez raised his neck. Respect. Ridiculous. We will not carry forward the so-called spirit of respecting the elderly and loving the young on the court. Stephen Taylor said angrily, I don't think a chubby guy who is less than 1.7 meters tall can pose a threat to Given. Of course, you have to understand that I'm not talking about Rooney, Cristiano Ronaldo. No matter who the opponent is, I have only one goal, and that is to help Manchester United win the game with goals. Crazy Lee's Real Madrid was very strong last season, so he can win at Old Trafford. Germany won, but this time he's in Newcastle, and I guess it would be nice to kick his myth of victory away with my own 2 feet. Juan Mata, who is in KOing, but still at heart, although essentially I'm still a Manchester United player, I will use all my energy to help Newcastle win. There is a very interesting phenomenon. Newcastle is taking advantage of this debate because no English player in the Manchester United team dared to risk offending the national team coach before the 2008 European Cup to bombard Lee Tongfan. If Madman-Lee hates him, he will probably have to say goodbye to the European Cup in 3 months' time. This is not to say that Ferguson's disciples are not bloody. The main reason is that pre-match verbal sparring. In fact, if you have experienced it more, you will know that it is just to boost morale or create an environment more conducive to your side. As long as the game is over, if you are still serious, then you are short-sighted. To put it bluntly, it's just acting. Are you willing to risk your career with the national team for acting? Ferguson won't blame them for these little things. Therefore, for the time being, it seems that in terms of player debate, Newcastle has won a staged victory with several times more mouths than Manchester United. April 26th. A bus bearing the Newcastle club logo carrying all first team players heads to Manchester. Behind the bus is the Newcastle racing team that is getting bigger and bigger with the Magpies winning streak. Since this was a game against Manchester United, more Newcastle fans went to Manchester with the team, almost reaching 20,000, except for a small number of private cars. Everything else is basically an organized and premeditated collective action of the Newcastle fan club. A month ago, the bus driver John New York, who did not go home in time to accompany his newlywed wife who was waiting for him to have dinner after get off work, but chose to go into the bar to watch football as soon as possible. This time it became even worse. Regardless of the tragic outcome of being punished to kneel on the CPU again, the young man asked for leave and sneaked into the flying Magpie bus without telling his wife. With him was Fatty David and others he met in the bar that night. In the battle at Old Trafford tomorrow, John Newton will join his friends in providing the most fanatical support to King Madley and his disciples at St. James Park. In order to prevent being suppressed by the numerically superior Manchester United fans in the game, The Magpies fans even prepared a lot of small loudspeakers, horns and whistles. This chapter was very difficult to write. My head hurts. Tomorrow will be Mata's revenge battle, which is a small climax. Xiodeo will do his best to write more words. Let the brothers feel good in return for their support this month. Chapter 267 Juan Mata and -039, S Revenge. April 27th. Dream Theatre Old Trafford. 2000 hours in the evening. The Magpies, who were going crazy in the second half of the league, are about to begin their away match against the Red Devils. On the flawless emerald green lawn of the Dream Theatre, the starting players from both sides have lined up to take the field. Magpies captain Michael Owen won the ball during a coin toss. The 30-year-old England referee Marlon Richardson stepped on both sides of the centre line with his feet and put the silver whistle in his mouth. Push the game officially begins. In the commentary box, the highlight of the 36th round of the Premier League, Newcastle's away game against Manchester United has officially begun. The famous English traitor Sester was invited to be the commentator for this game, but his partner today is not his old partner Gary Lineker, but BBC celebrity Mike Donald, who became famous for his Black Plum feature on Night at White Hart Lane. I have to admit, that crazy Lee gave us a huge surprise at the beginning of the game, because he formed a formation that even God could not guess. Sester's tone was full of incredible. In an excited tone, the forward line is still composed of Michael Owen and Nicholas Bendtner partnering with high centre forward Amir B, attacking midfielder Alan Smith, Irishman Duff on the wings and Juan Mata, who is on loan from Manchester United. The defensive midfielder is Joey Barton, who just got a chance to start in the last game, and the backline. Speaking of this, Sester still couldn't help but make a small trick. I don't think anyone could have imagined before the game that Crazy Lee was so crazy that he only left 3 people in the backline. Cameroonian Habibi, 21-year-old youngster Stephen Taylor and 22-year-old Jose Enrique. Ouch. Got. This is a strange and cost-effective 3-1-3-3 formation. You must know that the opponent is playing hard. Manchester United, who reached the semi-finals of the Champions League. Sester was still sighing, but Mike Donald curled his lips in disdain. I'm not surprised at all. This is exactly what Crazy Lee uses to attract attention every time he does something amazing in important games. In comparison, Sir Alex Ferguson's employment is more scientific. Now, the forward combination of Tevez and Rooney has not been rotated. The configuration of midfielder Michael Carrick, Darren Fletcher, Ronaldo and Ryan Giggs is exactly what Manchester United defeated Arsenal in the last round. Of the original team, only Wes Brown entered the starting lineup on the defensive line, which was surprising. However, before the game, news came that Rio Ferdinand was injured in training. The other 3 are Gary Neville, Vidic and Evra. They are all the strongest choices for the Red Devils defense. As for the goalkeeper, Dutch national goalkeeper Edwin van der Sar stood on the goal line as expected. Interesting scene. Just from the tone of the 2 people introducing the starting lineups of both sides, everyone clearly understood that the commentator Sester Mike Donald belonged to the home and away teams. In this way, the commentary of the game will be fun to watch. This is probably why the national TV station and BBC TV station put the 2 of them together for commentary when the referee Marlon Richardson blew the whistle to start the game. There were 3 other games that also kicked the first touch of the ball at the same time. Tottenham Hotspur vs Liverpool, Middlesbrough vs Manchester United, West Ham United vs Portsmouth. The 4 teams are all fighting for qualifications for the UEFA Cup. For the sake of fairness, the Football Association deliberately arranged for the 4 games to be played at the same time. The sky above the Old Trafford Stadium echoed with the Red Devils team song "The Red from You." The Old Trafford Stadium, which can accommodate more than 76,000 people, was packed, and more than 25,000 Newcastle fans got the opportunity to watch the game. Considering that Newcastle was playing away from home, this number is still very impressive. 3 or 4 minutes before the game, the menacing Magpies took the lead, except for the only defensive midfielder Joey Barton, who firmly stayed in his own half. The other hammers like Duff and Juan Mata were like hyenas that had finally broken free. They couldn't wait and grinned at the Red Devils and Manchester United goal. Just rushed over. See Madman Leashy's unreasonable attack again. Oh, damn. Duff easily broke through Gary Neville. The speed of the Manchester United captain has become the team's weakness. Mike Donald insisted on his bias as always. As long as the opponent is crazy, Lee will support him. Explanation style. Cesta showed no sign of weakness. Beautiful. Juan Mata's shot. It seems that the Spanish boy has worked hard to show off the Manchester United fans who have booed him in this game. The game in less than 5 minutes, Mata has already had 3 successful one-on-one breakthroughs and 1 shot that missed the post and flew out of the baseline, which is a good sign. A pair of enemies in the stands for Juan Mata, a traitor who still receives half of Manchester United's salary, but clearly sides with Newcastle. The Red Devils fans are not shy about their boos. As soon as Mata gets the ball, the boos are like the autumn tide in the English Channel, one after another surging in Old Trafford, the theatre of dreams. Juan Mata is no stranger to such a scene. Half a year ago, when Shota was still able to get a chance to come on as a substitute at Old Trafford, Manchester United fans did just that. You know, Juan Mata was wearing the Red Devils uniform at that time. Such suffocating boos once made Juan Mata feel desperate. In countless match days, Mata, who did not get the support of head coach Ferguson and teammates, would feel fear almost as soon as he stepped onto the lawn of the Dream Theater. The little guy even suspected that he had a mental illness, but today is different. The man standing in front of the Newcastle coaching bench was like an indestructible giant dam, ruthlessly intercepting the crazy boos of the Red Devils fans. As long as Juan Mata scored a goal, Lee Tongfan would shout and applaud excitedly on the sidelines, although Mata could not hear clearly what the boss said due to the interference of the Red Devils fans. Just by looking at the rich and somewhat funny body language, the little guy could understand. At this moment, he was not fighting alone. The game continues. After receiving a long pass from Joey Barton in the backcourt, Juan Mata, who was in the left half of Manchester United, turned his back to Ryan Giggs, who was pressing urgently, raised his foot, and immediately used an incredible volley with the outside of his foot to rub the ball back, and then turned quickly. It was so beautiful. Giggs didn't even touch Mata's jersey before he was passed by his former parallel teammate. Even the violent boos in the stands of Old Trafford, who wanted to overturn the roof of the stadium, were involuntarily stagnant because of Mata's dream pass. Manchester United fans didn't expect that the Spanish waste who wasted the club's £10 million could actually make such a beautiful pass. Of course, after a 1 or 2 second pause, the angry boos once again broke out like the little boy and fat man thrown by the United States on a certain island country. However, this time Mata will not be at a loss. After passing Giggs, Juan Mata stabbed the ball into Manchester United's left rib like an arrow from a bow. Gary Neville slowly retreated and lowered his center of gravity, ready to tackle at any time. But, pass the ball. Mata didn't even look at the former captain. At the moment, when Neville kicked the ball, he knocked the ball across the middle. Without stopping, he jumped high and flew over the head of Neville, who fell to the ground and tackled, and continued to run towards the bottom line. The former Manchester United player Alan Smith responded in the middle. The white-haired boy faced the defense of his former teammate Darren Fletcher slowly and lightly lifted his toes. The football that was still flying fast a moment ago turned into a white parabola, floating over the head of Fletcher, who was caught off guard, flying over Manchester United central defender Wes Brown, and came to the feet of Juan Mata, who had run to the gap behind Neville. 2 passes. The Manchester United captain made a mistake. He shouldn't have been so eager to kick. This is Newcastle's chance. British traitor. Cesta slammed the table and stood up. 2 players who were once abandoned by Manchester United have fought back. Let's see how Mata handles this ball. On the field, Mata, who received the ball, did not choose to cross the ball immediately, but calmly continued to dribble the ball diagonally to the bottom line. It seems that he is going to enter the Manchester United penalty area from the bottom line. As long as he enters the penalty area, the ball will be dangerous. Wes Brown immediately came to fill the position, still didn't pass the ball. Mata's speed did not slow down, and he ran straight towards Wes Brown. Idiot. Even if you leave Manchester United, you are still an idiot who can only play tricks. Brown sneered. When Mata was in Manchester United, he had fought with this Spanish kid who was called one of the top 10 supernovas in Europe many times, and Mata was not his opponent at all. So facing Mata's strong attack, Brown forgot Ferguson's warning before the game and chose to solve it himself without hesitation. The Manchester United central defender ran out of the penalty area, blocked Mata's passing route and immediately kicked the ball out. The cold and shining studs shone under the lights of Old Trafford. Despite cruelty, Wes Brown was confident that he could intercept the football at the first time. Of course, he had to teach this traitor who dared to speak out in front of the media to slander Manchester United a little lesson. However, the grim smile on Wes Brown's face soon turned into panic. The hemp-colored pupils could only print the back of the guy wearing the Newcastle black number 66 white arrow stripe shirt, because Juan Mata was like a prophet on the court. At the moment when Wes Brown kicked the ball out, he incredibly changed from running at high speed to standing still in an instant, and then suddenly flicked the football with his right foot, brushing Brown's left arm, and inserting it into the penalty area like the wind. At this moment, the name of an Argentine suddenly flashed in Wes Brown's mind. Messi. That's right, it's Messi. Mata's jaw-dropping high-speed stop and instant change of direction just now is comparable to the special skills of Messi, the pride of Barcelona, but there is not much time for Manchester United players to sigh at this time, because Juan Mata has successfully entered the Red Devils penalty area after solving Wes Brown. Damn it, quickly defend that traitor. Oh woo, where is the defender? Quickly shovel that little bastard off the field. The Red Devils fans in the stands couldn't help but stop booing and shouted in panic. At this moment, the Dream Theatre Old Trafford was like a flock of sheep suddenly entered by a lion, and it was in chaos. In the penalty area, Juan Mata's last opponent is Vidic. As long as he kills Manchester United's best central defender this season, Mata can directly face goalkeeper Edwin van der Sar and shoot the revenge football at his feet. But Vidic is not a fool. Like Wes Brown, the Serbian very wisely blocked the angle of shooting and passing at the first moment, and then waited for his teammates to support him. Mata continued to push the ball outwards, and then made a swing leg shot with almost no path. Vidic subconsciously took out his right leg to block. At this time, Mata, who had always had a serious expression on his face, finally showed a smile the moment Zio Shota's right foot came into contact with the football. It changed from shooting to pushing. The football was stuffed through the middle of Vidic's wide open wicket. Behind Vidic, the lightning killer Michael Owen leaned on Manchester United fullback Evra, used an unconventional shooting action of sliding tackle to lift the football high and send it into the upper right corner of the goal. Manchester United goalkeeper Edwin van der Sar completely misjudged Owen's shot defense at this moment, and the Dutchman threw himself into the lower left corner of the goal with all his strength. Football is flying in the air. Van der Sar's body is also in mid-air. For a goalkeeper, the most painful thing is to watch the opponent's forward shot slowly enter the net bit by bit, and there is nothing you can do about it. Michael Owen, an extremely smart shot, deceived everyone. Newcastle taught the proud and arrogant Red Devils a lesson. Sester felt a little angry at this moment, not at all paying attention to Mike Donald next to him. He once again burst into flames. It's unbelievable that Newcastle actually took the lead in the away game. You must know that Ferguson did not neglect his formation in this game. Point 1:0 exclamation point. In the 11th minute of the game, Irving's shot. However, 180% of the credit for this goal must be attributed to Juan Mata, the man who was demoted by Manchester United, the Spanish winger who was a parallel import and sold Gago to other clubs for £2 million at the beginning of the season, and the winter break has achieved his revenge! Exclamation mark. Starting from the wing, he teased Neville, Brown and Vidic. Perfect performance! Exclamation mark. I wonder what Manchester United and the clubs who once refused to spend $2 million feel now. I had a splitting headache last night, and the numbers in the last chapter were full of loopholes. Ziodeo would like to express my sincere apologies to my brothers. I will modify it as soon as possible. 3 enthusiastic new moderators have taken office. From now on, brothers' speeches and suggestions will receive the most timely replies and refinements. Finally, got on the sidelines of the football field. Asked me to bring you a message. I wish every swordsman everything goes well during the national day. During the double period, it would be even better if you can buy a monthly pass. Hey. Chapter 268 regarding the book club and some important changes. Brothers, please take a look. I made a mistake today. I uploaded the latest chapter at about 12:40, but I forgot to publish it. Zyodeo is still sitting in front of the computer waiting for the refresh to come out, to see if there are any typos to correct, and to adjust the layout. Who knows that after more than 10 minutes of refreshing, nothing has come out. I went back to check. Dizzy, it hasn't been published yet. My careless personality. Brothers, please forgive Zyodeo. I have been so busy these 2 days. In addition to apologizing, I have a few things to say to my brothers. First, regarding the questions group, the first few are full, especially the 6,159,252 one, which is an ordinary group, and has been full for a long time. The 2 groups mentioned in the introduction are basically full, so Zyodeo has recently organized several new super groups, waiting for all swordsmen to come and give advice. The group numbers are now announced as follows. Crazy Sword in Chaos Group, group number 6,159,252. Ordinary Group, full. Crazy Sword in Chaos Group, group number 71,733,893. Supergroup, basically full. Crazy Sword in Chaos Group, group number 106,554,820. Supergroup, basically full. Crazy Sword in Chaos Group, group number 33,425,858. Supergroup, a lot of vacancies. Group of the Mad Knife of Chaos, group number 83,922,308. Supergroup, empty. Group of the Mad Knife of Chaos, group number 118,030,020. Ordinary Group, a few vacancies. Group Millimeters of the Mad Knife of Chaos, group number 60,152,661. Millimeter Group, haha, very empty. To prevent MMs from being H-jokes in other groups, only accept MMs. Which wolf friend wants to join the group? Rely on your own ability to join, but let me say in advance, once the gender impersonation is found, you will be kicked out. VIP Group of Knife, group number 11,704,992. Brand new group, only 2 people. Screenshot verification is required to join the group. To ensure the interests of paid knife users, only fans are accepted for the time being. Brothers, forgive me. To explain, due to the limited number of book friends, please do not join the group repeatedly. Zyodeo can't manage it. The second and most important point, Zyodeo wants to bow deeply to thank all the brothers for their support for Zyodeo in the past 2 months. To be honest, when Zyodeo wrote the first word in the football modifier, he didn't expect to have such a good result today, during the most decadent days. After Zyodeo graduated, my brothers gave me hope. Zyodeo was born in a rural area in the northwest. He was also very hard working in his student days. He was admitted to a comprehensive university in the top 10 in the country, and became the pride of his parents. Unfortunately, everything became a bit difficult after entering university. Student loans, work-study programs, living expenses. After 4 years in a bad major, Zyodeo taught for a living, opened small-scale tutoring classes, opened English tutoring classes for doctoral students, opened a small restaurant in the school, and opened a leisure bar. After 4 years, too much energy was invested in earning tuition and living expenses, and almost nothing was learned. But what made Zyodeo proud was that he never asked his parents, who worked hard and exhausted their wastes, for a penny, but instead subsidized the family from time to time. Although he wasted his best years by pursuing trivial matters, Zyodeo had no choice. After graduation, I got a job in a foreign company with the reputation of a prestigious university. I worked so hard, but the salary was very low. The boss was mean, so I resigned in anger. Life seemed to be in trouble, because after working in Shenzhen for 2 years, in addition to subsidizing my parents and younger brother, plus my own living expenses, I didn't save a penny. The loan of 24,000 yuan was about to expire, and I found myself a loser. Total failure. Where is the future? Xiaodao began to be confused. Fortunately, Xiaodao has a good and understanding girlfriend. We have been dating since the second year of high school, and until today. I was in Xianjin during college, and she was in Zun. We met once a year, and no more than a week at a time. In order to save money, we usually call each other once a week. As for text messages, we both bought mobile phones in our junior year. It's hard to imagine that a 6-year long distance relationship has persisted like a miracle. Now, people who know both of us can't believe that we are still together. So after Xiaodao resigned, he came to HD penniless, shamelessly stayed with his girlfriend, and studied for the civil service exam. Later, he tried to write on a whim, and now he has achieved some success. I remember when he first started writing, her colleagues and friends disdainfully scolded Xiaodao. As a man, you can't do this. Writing online novels is not doing your job. You are shamelessly eating gigolo. I also thought about giving up, but fortunately my girlfriend gave me encouragement and confidence. She thought that, since I finally found something I like to do, I should stick to it. Luckily, I persisted. Then, even more fortunately, I met you. Brothers, thank you for your subscriptions, rewards, and recommendation tickets, and clicks. Let Xiaodao finally have some confidence to continue to persevere. Too much to say. Thousands of words can be summed up in one sentence. 2 words. Thank you. Xiaodao will not list the names of every brother, because Xiaodao will remember all the help and support in his heart. Xiaodao will write with a more serious attitude. Please continue to support Xiaodao. Brothers, I'm just a small writer. Without your support, I will have nothing. Finally, I wish you all the best during the National Day holiday. Finally, today's update will be around 9 PM. Chapter 269 Chapter 287 Spanish Trap. Ouch. Shit. Juan Mata's counter-attack. A very lucky goal. Manchester United's defenders were careless in the face of the parallel imports of the past. Finally, when English traitor Sesta broke out, Lee Mike Donald began to express his views eagerly. The game has just begun, and C. Ronaldo, who has scored 27 league goals for Manchester United, did not enter. The Newcastle people are happy too early. Sister frowned. McDonald was right. Cristiano Ronaldo's goal scoring this season seems to have exploded. As a winger, he has surpassed all the super forwards in the Premier League, and ranked first in the scorer list. This is really unprecedented. Super feat. Extremely scary. It can be said without any shame that the Portuguese winger in the 2007-08 season is the most terrifying killer on the pitch on this planet, bar none. So for Newcastle, whether they can successfully limit Ronaldo will be the key to determining the outcome of this game. On the field, Juan Mata and Irving hugged each other tightly after assisting. After a brief panic, the Red Devils fans in the stands immediately rolled up their arms and sleeves and booed. The Manchester hunks closest to the Manchester United goal showed their thick chest hair in the cold wind of less than May, raised their fat middle fingers, and had hideous expressions on their faces. However, Juan Mata only left them with a strong back in a black and white sword-striped shirt with number 66. Push. The game begins again. This time it's the Red Devils' turn to use the ball to launch a revenge attack, and the core figure of their offenses, without surprise, the Portuguese Cristiano Ronaldo. As long as the football reaches the front court, at least 5 of all touches belong to Ronaldo. After years of training by Ferguson, Ronaldo is no longer the ignorant boy who only knows how to shake his butt, put his arms on his hips, ride a bicycle, dive, and go fast on the court. The Portuguese winger is so powerful. After getting the ball, breakthroughs and powerful long-range shots from sudden cuts have made countless heroes including Blues goalkeeper Petr Cech and Arsenal naughty boy Lemon bow down. Therefore, as an outstanding head coach with ideals, ambitions, and brains in the new era, Lee Tongfan will certainly not forget to specially arrange tactical strategies against Ronaldo before the game. A very perverted tactic in total. Man-to-man brutal defense. And the secret weapon used by Leoli to deal with Cristiano Ronaldo in Newcastle's formation was none other than red card expert Joey Barton. This is also the reason why Tongfan sacrificed one defender to increase the midfielder and took the risk of using a 3-back tactic. There are many defensive players in Newcastle's team. Why would Leoli take the risk of a huge forward line that may have one less player at some point and resolutely choose Joey Barton, a Ruby God of War card expert who is missing a string in his head from time to time? Woolen cloth. The reason is simple. See, Ronaldo's movements on the field are so damn coquettish and erratic. The movement is erratic and the movement is wavering. It is the most typical style and characteristics of Portuguese wingers. In Manchester United's tactical system, the tactical freedom given to him by the Red Devils' godfather Ferguson has reached an incredible level. If the central defender is arranged to mark the Portuguese, Newcastle's rear system will be disrupted by Ronaldo moving forward, backward, left and right. In this way, the only way to find Ronaldo is from the midfielder. Among Newcastle's midfielders, the one with the best defensive ability is none other than Joey Barton. Of course, under normal circumstances, Barton is definitely no match for Ronaldo. Let's not talk about other things. With just speed and explosive power, Joey Barton has to eat ashes, dirt, wind and grass clippings behind the Portuguese winger's coquettish ass. But what if Joey Barton was modified again by some shameless sultry man? One day ago, when Tongfan tearfully consumed 10 character points in the seaside villa east of Newcastle City, it was destined that tonight at Old Trafford, a bad boy named Joey Barton would step on all of Europe. The most popular star has a blockbuster on his shoulders, showing off the coquettishness that belongs to a red card professional. So soon, there was a collision on the court. Buzz suddenly, incredible exclamations rang out from the stands of the Dream Theater, because, on the field, Cristiano Ronaldo received a pass from teammate Carrick, and instantly asked Juan Mata, who was pressing closely, and rushed along the left sideline into the Newcastle half. At this time, the stands of the Dream Theater were filled with cheers like thunder and applause like a surging tide from the Red Devils fans. Because the Red Devils fans firmly believe that this Portuguese boy, who has brought them to climax at least 40 times in this kind of game this season, will definitely help them teach those complacent Newcastle people a lesson. Teach Juan Mata, the traitor who dares to challenge the dignity of the Red Devils again and again, a lesson. Teach those Magpies fans who slapped their butts and blew their horns provocatively after Michael Owen scored just now. Manchester United's new generation of legendary number 7 will tell them what is called Red Devils football. And on the field, see, Ronaldo himself, who was dribbling the ball, had no doubt about it. Because in the first meeting between the two sides 6 months ago this season, he once toyed with Newcastle's fool again and again at St James Park in front of Allardyce's conservative 5-back formation. Style defender, Jose Enrique, Steven Tyler, Habibi. Since these 3 unlucky guys with low strength were treated as wooden stakes and monkeys by him in the last game, it will be the same this time. The football field has always been a stage where the strong prevail. Sure enough, Cristiano Ronaldo simply used a back heel that was extremely simple for him to suddenly knock the ball past, and easily got rid of the stunned Newcastle fullback Jose Enrique, and then suddenly accelerated to cross the center. At this time, the cheers from Dream Theater reached its climax. Because this scene is too familiar to Red Devils fans. In countless games this season, Ronaldo has used this method to break through and then force a shot, helping Manchester United score without any suspense. Sure enough, amidst the cheers of Manchester United fans, see, Ronaldo gently stepped on the ball with his right foot and stepped hard on the lawn with his left foot like an iron pillar. This is the first preparation before the Portuguese's signature shot, but buzz the fans suddenly changed from cheering to surprised voices, which made Ronaldo stunned for a moment, and then, oh, a black and white figure suddenly came from the opposite direction with lightning. He didn't wave his sleeves in the 0.01 second before he shot, but left a gust of wind and took the football away. A timely tackle! Exclamation mark. Wow, 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 Joey Barton. Beautiful steal. The heroic traitor, Sesta was completely competing with Mike Donald, and deliberately exclaimed, haha, Crazy Lee's tactics worked. Joey Barton is like the guardian angel of Newcastle's goal, grabbing the ball from the Portuguese's feet. Oh, Barton is driving the ball. Gio. This time, the angry Lee McDonald could no longer wait for Sesta to finish speaking and shouted at Sesta, "It doesn't matter, it's just an accidental mistake. Man-to-man tactics have long been outdated. Come on. Look, as long as Ronaldo notices Newcastle's intentions, he will definitely pay the price for his cleverness. It's not that enemies don't get together." On the field, after Joey Barton unexpectedly intercepted Ronaldo's football, he did not break through with the ball. The bad boy kept in mind boss Lee Tongfan's instructions before the game and never left his own half, making a long pass to Newcastle striker Amiabi. Amiabi barely gave the ball to Alan Smith in the confrontation with Manchester United's first central defender Vidic. However, facing the double teaming of Fletcher and Carrick, Smith did not find a very good passing route for the fatal ball at the first time. Seeing that the opportunity for a quick counter-attack had been missed, he had to distribute the football to Hu on the wing, at the feet of Mata. Before Mata got the ball, the boos in the Dream Theater stand suddenly started. Then, amidst the merciless boos, French fullback Evra made a tree-chopping tackle, and Juan Mata, who had not stopped the ball, sent the ball to the sideline of the stadium. Boom. The crisp sound of Mata's body hitting the billboard was clearly audible amidst the boos at Old Trafford. The hard plastic printed with the Adidas brand logo was hit with a large and shocking dent. Green grass clippings and grey soft soil stained the little shot's black and white jersey. This is obviously a flagrant foul against Juan Mata. However, the perpetrator Evra did not pay attention to his possibly injured former teammate. Instead, he immediately turned around, hunched his shoulders, spread his hands, and faced the referee, pretending to be innocent. "Hey, I didn't mean it." "Yes," he dived. The players from both teams quickly gathered around like iron slag that had touched a magnet. "How the hell did you become a black bastard? Did you do it on purpose?" Bad boy Joey Barton was the first to rush over. If Irving hadn't pulled hard from behind, Barton would have pinched Evra's neck and punched him. The Newcastle players were putting pressure on the referee Merrin Richardson. It would not be an exaggeration to directly show a topaz card for such a foul, while Gary Neville led the Red Devils to keep pushing to Merrin. Explain that it was just an accidental foul. Sideline. Juan Mata, who finally came to his senses, stood up limping and walked into the field. The ground where he just fell was filled with countless lighters, coins and other sundries. Those were all thrown down by crazy Manchester United fans and hit people. "Your uncle, this is murder, a naked murder." Courtside a certain sullen man jumped up to 3 feet in an instant, waved his arms with all his teeth and claws, and roared viciously, "Is this fucking playing football? Isn't this damn Frenchman a lumberjack? Sir, please pay attention to your words and deeds." The fourth official came over with a murderous look on his face and warned Lee Tongfan, who knew that Leoli wouldn't accept this trick at all, and the murderous look in his eyes was even heavier than that of the fourth official. "Can you ask that French lumberjack to pay attention to his movements? Is he from fucking free fighting or playing football? I will truthfully report to the disciplinary committee everything that happened today, including the personally offensive words you just used." Lee Tongfan turned his head disdainfully. On the field, in the end, the 30-year-old referee Merrin Richardson just gave Evra a meaningless verbal warning to end the matter. Because this is Old Trafford, the territory of the Red Devils and Manchester United, Ferguson's influence here cannot be matched by Lee Tongfan, the first brother in the Premier League. Even if Leoli stood on the sidelines and scolded football, he was nothing in Merrin's eyes. Of course, the most important thing is that the victim Juan Mata did not look like he was in pain with missing arms and legs. The young shot limped into the court and patted the grass clippings on his body, standing expressionlessly near the sideline waiting for kickoff again. "It doesn't look serious." Push after the whistle, Newcastle got a free kick opportunity near the right sideline of the front court, more than 50 meters away from the goal. Because the distance was too far, Duff returned the ball with a back pass to Newcastle's half, and the game continued. Juan Mata did not flinch at all because of the violation just now, but instead performed more actively on the court. 10 minutes later, Mata gets another chance to get the ball. Newcastle's other big winger, the Irishman Duff, suddenly moved in a wide range after taking the ball on the right. The football flew high and flew across most of the field towards Juan Mata. Brilliant diversion. There is a gap because there is only Evra on the side where Juan Mata is. Chance. Due to Xiao Zhengtai's outstanding performance in the previous game, and the head coach Ferguson repeatedly emphasized before the game, the experienced Evra did not dare to underestimate this teammate who was called a parallel import in the past, and quickly rushed over to grab the first place. One drop. This method is obviously bullying Juan Mata for his short stature. As long as Mata is not allowed to get the ball comfortably in the first moment, Evra's task will be completed, and it only takes 5 or 6 seconds for his teammates to rearrange the defense. Bring it on. Juan Mata doesn't need to look back to know what's happening behind him. At this moment, Shota did not choose the conventional method of raising his foot to stop the ball. Instead, he jumped up hard at the moment Evra came closer and rubbed the football behind him with the back of his head. Then, Mata turned around 180 degrees like a ghost before Evra could react. On the green lawn directly in front, the football is jumping towards the bottom line like a naughty white elf. Mata increased his speed to the extreme and chased after him hard. After Evra paused for a moment, he turned around and chased back at full speed. The two started competing for speed. After being recovered, Juan Mata's speed and explosive power are around double 18, which is extremely terrifying. However, Manchester United's French left winger Evra's two values are not inferior to Mata, and even surpassed Mata in terms of explosive power. Fortunately, Mata started first, so he still maintained a lead of less than 5 seconds. However, these 5 seconds are fatal for Manchester United. The speed of life and death. Evra used all his strength to chase after him. At this moment, the Frenchman even felt that he had never run so fast before. After a lot of hard work, the effect came out, and the figure wearing the black and white jersey number 66 got closer and closer. Unfortunately, it still seems a bit slow. Not enough. Because Juan Mata has rushed to the penalty area line. Oh no. Evra tried his best to once again burst out with amazing power, and his speed increased a little. At this time, Juan Mata suddenly raised his head and glanced at the other side of the penalty area, as if he was observing his teammates' movement. Just because of this glance, the speed of the Spanish horse naturally dropped. Got it. Evra was overjoyed and immediately made a sliding shovel close to the turf. As long as the football is shoveled back outside the penalty area, Manchester United's crisis will be lifted. The French fullback was a little proud at this moment. After all, Juan Mata was still young and lacked a little experience. If he rushed into the penalty area and observed the movement of his teammates, he would not dare. Sudden. Just when Evra's hook-like ankle was about to touch the football at Mata's feet, Mata accelerated instantly and rushed into Manchester United's penalty area first, and what's even more abominable is that he rushed into the penalty area. Then the Spaniard suddenly paused. It was this pause that caused Evra to fall into the icy abyss. Because the French fullback could no longer hold back his sliding tackle, he slid into the penalty area, as if skating against the lawn, and then hit Juan Mata's right foot who was controlling the ball hard. Push. The referee's whistle sounds. No matter from which angle you look at it, this is a deliberate violation of the restricted area regulations. But only Evra himself understood deeply that he had been fooled by that cunning Spanish boy. Just now, I pretended to observe that my teammates slowed down, then suddenly accelerated, and then suddenly stopped. It's all Juan Mata's acting. A terrible trap. When the referee Marin Richardson pointed his finger at the penalty spot, Evra saw Mata, who was rolling in pain in the Manchester United penalty area, suddenly smiled at him strangely. It turned out that Juan Mata was not really stupid enough to let his opponent foul him rudely, nor did he blame Evra, because of the comradeship they had played on the same green field, nor was the little guy scared by the boos of the crazy Red Devils fans in the stands. But he will take another more sharp and reasonable way to give everything back. A way that instantly makes the entire Old Trafford fall into a deathly silence. Juan Mata. The exasperated Evra put Juan Mata, who had successfully escaped, behind his back. It was an obvious foul. Excited Sester felt that he had a sense of pride in the commentary of this game. Penalty. Richardson awarded a penalty. Oh, Manchester United is in trouble. Big trouble. I wanted to add a little more code, but I couldn't hold on. The muscles on both sides of my eye sockets hurt. No more today. Try hard tomorrow. VIP book friends group strongly recruits fans. Group number 11,704,992. Screenshot verification is required after scoring a goal. Zyodeo is dedicated to serving brothers. Starting tomorrow, thank every brother who gave a reward. Zyodeo has no time to reply to the book review area. It would be a pity if I didn't say a word. In addition, the first leader of this book rewarded by system with 50,000 starting coins suddenly disappeared from the fan list for some reason. Zyodeo is contacting the editor. I would like to apologize to you and thank you again. Finally, I can't help but thank everyone who has been supporting Zyodeo by clicking, voting, subscribing, rewarding, and monthly tickets. Without you, I have nothing. Chapter 270 FERGUSON-039 S confusion. This is really seeing. The elated Sester beside him steadily suppressing his momentum. One can imagine the depression in Mike Donald's heart. This man sat in the commentary box and feebly said 3 or 4 times in a row this is really true, and fell into a state of brain panic with no words to explain. There is no way Manchester United, playing at home, actually ended up in such a situation. It is really shocking. Sideline. Finally, Mr. Ferguson, the godfather of the Red Devils who had been sitting firmly on the diorite, could no longer maintain his calm and confident wise man appearance. The old Scottish man angrily spit out the tasteless chewing gum in his mouth and rushed. He went to the sidelines and used his world-famous headgear to roar, seeing Evra and Ronaldo, the two most trustworthy core figures of Manchester United, playing one after another on the field, being incredibly beaten to death by the weak Newcastle. Ferguson felt that he was not equipped to do anything. The Passamaker's heart is about to stop. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The head coach's roar sounded to the ears of the Manchester United players on the field like the roar of the 9th-year-old demon king of the abyss. Every Red Devils player knew it. The boss is very angry and the consequences will be serious. However, it is useless, no matter how much Sir Alex Ferguson roars, because it is an unchangeable fact that Newcastle won a penalty when they were already 1 goal ahead. On the field, all players exited Manchester United's penalty area after the referee Merrin Richardson showed Evra the Topaz God of War card. He signaled that Newcastle could select players to take penalty kicks. Standing in front of the penalty spot is Michael Owen, because, after scoring nearly 6 consecutive rounds of Newcastle's crazy goal performances, the former Liverpool Golden Boy has scored 23 league goals this season, ranking the same as the current Liverpool Spanish Golden Boy Fernando Torres in the Premier League scorer list, 2nd place, 5 goals behind Red Devils ace C Ronaldo. 6 goals ahead of Blackburn striker Santa Cruz with 3 rounds left in the league. Theoretically speaking, Michael Owen is still very hopeful to compete for the league's top scorer this season. When was the last time Michael was the league's top scorer? Except for Irving's die-hard fans, not many people remember it. Therefore, regardless of the Golden Boy himself, Lee Tongbiam, or Newcastle fans, everyone hopes that Irving can win the top scorer trophy for the Magpies after the end of the season. Push the whistle sounds. Irving slowly exited the penalty area and then started running. It looks like there is going to be a heavy bombardment. Left or right, Red Devils goalkeeper Edwin van der Sar saw clearly the range and direction of his opponent's leg swing the moment Owen's right foot was about to touch the football, and then made an immediate judgment. Right. Pushing on the ground with his toes, Van der Sar tried his best to open his arms and rush towards the right side of the goal. At this moment, in the stands behind the goal, the Red Devils fans were still twisting their waists and swinging their legs and slapping their seats to make noise to distract Irving. Some bold and beautiful fans were eager to expose their uproar to Irving. Confused, but whoosh, the moment Irving's instep touched the football, it didn't make as loud a sound as people expected. The white football is like a fat parrot that has always been well groomed and full of aristocratic temperament. It slowly jumps high and then leisurely lands behind Manchester United's goal line. Dream Theatre was in an uproar. It was actually a whistle penalty. Is Owen too courageous? Do you still dare to play at this time? This time, the first person to react among more than 70,000 people was the referee Merrin Richardson, when the referee pointed his finger at the center circle of the stadium to indicate that the goal was valid. The Newcastle fans cheered, and the Manchester fans booed in the stands. Michael Owen hugs Juan Mata again. The Newcastle players even collectively performed a low-altitude glide on the Old Trafford lawn, with more than a dozen obvious skid marks left on the green field like metals highlighting Newcastle's bravery. Michael Owen. A penalty full of artistic flavor. I have to admit that after 2 years of dormancy in Newcastle, Owen has become more mature. Sester took the opportunity to take advantage of his enemy McDonald today. What a bargain. This penalty kick is so similar to the one Zidane scored against Buffon in the final of the World Cup in Germany. Crazy Lee's ability to train players really puts other coaches to shame. Faced with Sester's provocation, McDonald was speechless and choked with a dark face. Who made Manchester United so weak today? Push the game continues. Soon, the first half of the game had reached more than 40 minutes. Manchester United launched a crazy counter-attack. After falling behind by 2 goals, Ferguson had no choice but to replace Carrick, who was not performing very well, with Hargreaves, who had been resting in the rotation. In this way, a strong man like Hargreaves guarded the rear. See Ronaldo, Giggs, Fletcher and others can attack with all their strength. The effect of substitution is obvious. Manchester United did gain enough advantage in the face of Crazy Lee's 3-1-3-3 offensive formation, since Joey Barton focuses all his energy on defending Cristiano Ronaldo. The Newcastle defense led by Steven Taylor is experiencing tremendous pressure. Rooney moved to the wing and formed Manchester United's new front court wings with Giggs. Only Tevez, the Argentinian beast, was left at the center position. Newcastle fullbacks Jose Enrique and Habibi were simply reduced to rubbish by the Welsh magic wings and little meat. High quality crosses seemed to keep flying in the stands. The lighters that came down, like coins, were continuously fed into the Newcastle penalty area. If Taylor hadn't already gone through Leoli's reinvention, if it weren't for Beast Tevez being too short, if Manchester United didn't have another Drogba-style powerful aerial dominator in the front court, as long as one of the above 3 points is missing, it is estimated that the score can be evened by high-altitude bombing. However, Newcastle's front court did not save face for Manchester United. Juan Mata and Duff, who had already had 2 assists, continued to cross and switch positions, causing Evra and Gary Neville to suffer. Alan Smith's long-range shots and breakthroughs test the heart endurance of Manchester United fans. Sideline. The Godfather Ferguson looked at Juan Mata and Alan Smith, who performed well on the field, and felt a little regretful. Alan Smith was extremely talented at Leeds United back then. Not only was he the darling and prince of Elland Road, he was also regarded as the hope of England's future forwards. In the summer of 2004, Manchester United defeated many wealthy competitors and brought Smith to Old Trafford. People thought that a superstar would rise at Old Trafford. Unfortunately, Smith's development in Manchester was not as smooth as people imagined. In the 0-6-2-0-7 match between Manchester United and Liverpool, Alan Smith broke his calf bone when he blocked Norwegian heavy Gunnar Rice's free kick and was seriously injured and bid farewell to the season. After the end of the season, Alan Smith was quickly abandoned by Manchester United, and everyone knows about Juan Mata, who is the most typical Old Trafford abandoned child. However, what Ferguson didn't expect was that these 2 wastes who he considered to have no hope of further development would actually burst out with unimaginable energy under the training of Madman Lee. Isn't this a slap in the face? But to be honest, the issue of face is not what Uncle Ferguson is most concerned about. What the old Scottish man is most curious about is what method Crazy Lee used to bring some fallen players back to their peak. You must know that in addition to the positive examples of Juan Mata and Alan Smith, the negative examples of Beckham and Ronaldo are also vividly before your eyes. This season, under the leadership of Italy's gold medal coach Capello, Real Madrid has completely lost the solitary attitude of last season in the league. Last season's triple crown was not only inextricably tied with Barcelona, but also in the Champions League. Zhang was eliminated early. Ronaldo and Beckham, the two core players of Real Madrid in the old Crazy Lee era, lost their luster from last season under Capello. Beckham played 28 times in the league and scored 5 assists and 2 goals. Compared with last season's 31 assists and 18 goals, there is a huge difference. As for Ronaldo, worse, after experiencing a 3-month injury at the beginning of the season, the alien made a comeback amidst the long-awaited calls of Galacticos fans. However, the results he handed over disappointed everyone. He scored only 17 goals in 17 starts, 8 balls. Coupled with the conflicts between him and head coach Capello in the second half of the season, the terrifying alien in the 2006-07 season has already sat on the bench at the Bernabeu. There are rumors that Real Madrid is preparing to purge this super shooter who swept Europe last season. It is not difficult to make a fallen player burst out with amazing energy again. The real difficulty is to let a group of fallen players become the focus of the green field again. Juan Mata, Michael Owen, Alan Smith. How did Crazy Lee do it? The godfather of the Red Devils stood on the sidelines deep in thought. Push until referee Molin Richardson blew the whistle at the end of the first half. The score on the field did not change again. Newcastle, playing away, incredibly 1-2 at Old Trafford at the Theatre of Dreams. 0 leads the Red Devils. Manchester United. The one who contributed to Newcastle was Michael Owen, who returned as the king this season, and the one who stood behind and erected these 2 goals was Juan Mata, who is known as one of the top 10 parallel imports in Manchester United's history. At the same time, the other 3 games also ended the first half of the fight. Tottenham Hotspur 0:0 Liverpool, Middlesbrough 2:0 Manchester United, West Ham United 3:0 Portsmouth. For Newcastle, the situation can only be considered not bad, but not optimistic, because facing a team like the Red Devils and Manchester United, a 2-goal lead at halftime is not enough to guarantee the final victory. And Middlesbrough's 2:0 and West Ham United's 3:0 almost guarantee that they can each get 3 points at their home court. In this way, even if Newcastle finally creates a miracle and beats Manchester United away from home, it still cannot guarantee that it will be among the top 7 after the end of the season. If you want to qualify for the League Cup, you must survive the second half first. Double monthly tickets, brothers, support us, otherwise the monthly ticket gap will be too big at the beginning of the month and there is really no way to catch up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 The Man Who Conquered Old Trafford. No one knows what happened in the mysterious dressing room at Old Trafford during the 15 minutes of halftime. 5 minutes after the start of the second half, McDonald was going crazy. He had been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Ryan Giggs. Wow. Unbelievable. He toyed with Newcastle's entire defense by himself. Duff, Alan Smith, Jose Enrique, all Newcastle. He can't do anything about it. Haha. Crazy Lee used Joey Barton to limit Cristiano Ronaldo and Steven Taylor to limit Tevez, but ignored the veteran Giggs. A fatal mistake. This is a personal performance by the Welsh Magic Wings. After a strong breakthrough from the left, the curved shot from the edge of the penalty area penetrated the goal handled by Given. 1:2! Manchester United pulled a goal back, sleeping the giant wakes up. Haha. Before the game, people focused on Ronaldo. Manchester United fans believe in the new darling of Old Trafford. But don't forget, Giggs was also the wing angel of the Red Devils. After Ronaldo was restrained by Crazy Lee's tactics, the long-lost warrior appeared again, and he gave the triumphant Newcastle people a fatal blow. Like a machine cannon filled with unlimited gunpowder, McDonald grabbed the microphone on the table and shouted wildly. You must know that being completely suppressed by his enemy Sester for 45 minutes in the first half almost caused the new BBC radio commentator to collapse. Well now, Giggs' goal came at such a crucial time. McDonald finally found a chance to fight back. smiling as he looked at Sesta, who was nervous, disappointed, and anxious after Jiggs scored. His face turned red due to the mixture of these expressions. MacDonald felt like he had become a fairy. The 65th minute of the game. Jiggs, 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 Jiggs. Still Jiggs. Another goal. Steven Taylor brought down Carlos Tevez near the arc of the penalty area, giving Manchester United an excellent set-piece opportunity. The Welshman lived up to the fans' hopes. A curveball once again penetrated the Newcastle goalkeeper. Gwen's 10-finger seal! Exclamation mark. Oh, Manchester United equalised the score. This is a huge blow to the Magpies, who are aiming to hit the top 7 in the league. Yes, Juan Mata's performance in the game was surprising, but for Manchester United, losing a small player who has not proven himself at Old Trafford is nothing. And Angel Wings Ryan, compared with Jiggs, Juan Mata is too young, and the Spanish teenager lacks decisiveness and lethality in the game. Yes, as the best young head coach on the planet, he has almost unleashed 23,400% of Newcastle's potential in just over a month. In today's game, Crazy Lee almost played his role as a coach to the extreme, but don't forget that the head coach has no final say in football matches. Even if Ronaldo is frozen, it's a surprise 3-1, 3-3. It gave Manchester United to heavy blows, but the gap in the team's overall strength is doomed to end the Magpies' winning streak. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. At the same time, Crazy Lee's myth of victory was terminated. How unfortunate. Who made him choose Newcastle instead of Inter Milan or Barcelona? Haha. A commentator who is gloating, and even a little bit malicious. Of course, it's Machine Cannon MacDonald who almost goes berserk from climax. The old Welsh monster Jiggs once again gave the famous Lee Hay a chance to go crazy. This BBC celebrity really wanted to jump onto the field, hug Jiggs and give him a passionate kiss. It's so fucking awesome. At this moment, the heroic traitor, Sesta, had no choice but to remain silent while his opponent was celebrating! 2:2 draw. Less than 20 minutes passed in the second half. Manchester United relied on the sudden burst of veteran Ryan Giggs to destroy the lead that Madman Lee had created with all his hard work, changes and substitutions. Advantage. At least that's what the current situation seems like. Amid the thunderous cheers of more than 50,000 Manchester United fans at Old Trafford, Lee Tongfan quickly replaced the Irish fast horse Duff with James Milner. Manchester United's 2 goals were obtained by switching the team's offensive core. In the first half, the Red Devils continued their regular tactics this season, always using Ronaldo as the core of the offense. However, Joey Barton's heroic performance in this game completely limited the role of the Portuguese winger. This led to Manchester United's first half the direct reason for the passive field. And during the halftime break, the cunning Ferguson obviously noticed this. Although Ferguson was also very puzzled by the fact that Joey Barton, a guy whose brain was sometimes out of control, had successfully restricted his favorite generals. Some players suddenly entered the game during a certain game. Invincible status is not uncommon. The most typical example is the feat of Italian goalkeeper Toldo in the 2000 European Championship, when he miraculously saved 4 Dutch penalty kicks in one game. You should know that in the game before the miracle, Toldo was just Buffon's substitute, but he actually accomplished something that even Buffon couldn't do. So much so that he has since been rarely called Saint Toldo by Italian fans. Maybe Joey Barton's performance in this game belongs to the people crazy nature of Toldo. However, this puzzlement cannot prevent Ferguson from quickly adjusting Manchester United's tactical system. Since you Crazy Lee has restricted Ronaldo, I will change someone to play the core. To a certain extent, the player's outbreak is usually inseparable from the head coach's tactical arrangement. When the whole team is serving you alone, your luck comes. So there was a sudden outbreak of Jiggs. And now, what Lee Tongfan has to do is to freeze Jiggs again. The method adopted by Leo Lee is still the very old-fashioned man-to-man brutal defense. Replacing Duff is precisely for this tactical need. You should know that the Irish fast Madhav has a very strong offensive ability, but is a little weak in defense, and after more than 60 minutes of fighting, his physical strength has also decreased a lot. So Leo Lee decisively replaced James Milner, who is more balanced in offense and defense. The main task of Newcastle's new king, after coming on the court, is not to strengthen the Magpies' offense, but to defend Giggs man-to-man. As for the offense, isn't there a guy called Juan Mata? The game continues. After James Milner came on the court, he followed the Welsh old demon step by step according to Lee Tongfan's tactical requirements, and Giggs soon disappeared on the court. This situation directly caused Manchester United's offensive to become weak for a period of time. At this time, Newcastle people began to come back to their senses after experiencing the initial panic, and took the opportunity to launch a tidal offensive. Owen and others have no reason not to fight hard. If they lose or draw this game, it is possible that the previous winning streak for a period of time will all become useless. Only by defeating Manchester United head-on can the Magpies retain the opportunity to appear in the European arena next season. The bravest will win when sides meet in a narrow road. Let's fight. On the field, under Lee Tongfan's deliberate request, Juan Mata undoubtedly became the offensive core of Newcastle on the field, and even Alan Smith, the front midfielder, became the helper of the Spanish fast horse. And soon, the Spanish fast horse used his outstanding performance to repay the trust of his mentor Lee Tongfan. Newcastle turned the situation around. Crazy Lee's substitution quickly restricted Giggs, and Juan Mata became active again. Look at this opportunity. Beautiful cross, Bendtner's header. Unfortunately, it hit the side net. It's Juan Mata again. He successfully broke through Manchester United's captain Gary Neville for the 5th time in this game. Go to the bottom line. Enter the penalty area. It seems that Wes Brown, who has suffered a loss once, dares not be careless again. He chose to block the position in time, and did not rush to kick. Juan Mata sent the ball out of the penalty area. Alas, Alan Smith. Beautiful long shot. Van der Sar saved this powerful shot. Long shot. Juan Mata cruised to the middle, but Fletcher had already held him from behind in the first time. Oh, Joey Barton shouldn't pass the ball to Mata at this time. The Spanish winger has no passing route. Got. How did this ball pass? Owen got the ball in the penalty area. Owen. Exclamation mark. Too bad Owen's shot was blocked by Vidic's legs out of the sideline. As the commentator Cestar's Raw conveyed, after Crazy Lee's targeted substitutions, Newcastle firmly suppressed Manchester United with Juan Mata's outstanding performance. Fletcher alone could not effectively suppress Mata's itinerary, and although Hargreaves was strong, Owen and Alan Smith had already involved all the energy of the former Bayern Iron Waste, and could not give Fletcher effective support. In the 75th minute, Juan Mata received Steven Tanner's clearance in the backcourt, and made a comeback again. In front of the absolute speed of the Spanish winger, Fletcher once again became a tragic chaser. In Ferguson's Raw, although Fletcher used all his strength, the fingertips he stretched out to grab Mata's black and white jersey were getting farther and farther away from the back of the number 66. Even if he wanted to foul, he had already lost the opportunity. After using his speed to get rid of Fletcher, Juan Mata just ran across the field with the ball and crossed the line less than 10 meters away and met his old enemy Evra. In the first half, Evra escaped the referee's punishment for a malicious foul, and Mata also used a penalty trap that made the Frenchman complain in return. This time, it was the first one-on-one contest between the two in the second half. Not far away, Alan Smith raised his hand to ask for the ball. Mata made a fake pass. Just as Evra was about to rush forward to block the passing route, Mata suddenly changed his focus and kicked the ball hard behind the Frenchman, and then started to speed up again, preparing to force his way past Evra and once again use his speed to eat his opponent alive. Oops. He was fooled again. At this moment, Evra almost had the urge to take out a submachine gun from his pocket and shoot it at Juan Mata's back. This cunning young man has brought disgrace to his game. Thinking about the spittle that boss Ferguson splashed on his face in the midfield locker room, Evra clearly understood, if this kid successfully breaks through from his side and poses a threat to Manchester United again, then the scapegoat of the game will be it has to be me. Turn around and give chase. In order to maintain a sufficient lead, Juan Mata did not choose to cross into the penalty area this time, but kept going in a straight line along the sideline of the court at high speed. Seeing this, Newcastle's two top high centre forwards Amirbi and Bendtner hurriedly squeezed into Manchester United's penalty area, one behind the other, left and right, waiting to receive Mata's pass. Mata brought the football near the baseline and raised his right leg to prepare for a strong pass. Evra rushed from behind like a bullet, and another sliding tackle fell to the ground and shoveled the football hard come over. The situation is critical and there is nothing we can do without a tackle. And the location is not in the penalty area, so Evra doesn't have to be afraid of giving Newcastle another penalty kick. But the tragic French were fooled again. Juan Mata did not choose to pass the ball immediately. After a fake move, he suddenly stepped on the ball with his soles and pulled the football back 0.01 seconds before Evra's tackle. But amidst the screams of fans in the nearby stands, Evra slammed into the billboard on the sidelines like a maglev train that suddenly derailed. The hard plastic billboard that should have the Nike logo in English is deeply dented. The look was much more miserable than that of Juan Mata in the first half. Interesting. The French seemed determined to go against Mata. In the first half, Mata crashed an Adidas billboard, so Evra hit Nike. After deceiving Evra and flying out of the field, Juan Mata had enough time to observe the position of his teammates in the penalty area before choosing to cross. In the restricted area, Amirbi in the forward position was unable to compete for the ball due to Vidic's interference, but Wes Brown in the back position was easily suppressed by Danish tall man Nicolas Bendtner. The blonde man on loan from Arsenal, the boy slammed the football into the Red Devils' goal like a god of war rising from the ground. The ball is too fast. Brush, that's the sound of a football hitting the net. Van der Sar, who successfully defended Manchester United's goal for most of the game, was no longer powerless and could only wave his arms. 3:2 exclamation point. The strong Newcastle people incredibly took the lead for once. Assisted a hat-trick. The Spanish boy conquered Old Trafford. This is the best counter-attack against the endless boos and unbridled abuses he received from Manchester people over the past year. Sester seemed calm at this moment. His tone was full of sensationalism. What an irony this is. A boy abandoned by the theatre of dreams has become the focus of Old Trafford tonight. I wonder if Ferguson will regret it. I heard Mata's loan contract contains a £2 million buyout clause, and Juan Mata himself seems more willing to play under Crazy Lee. At this moment, the picky Old Trafford also became a little weird. Some Manchester United fans in the stands were booing crazily, some were sitting in their seats at a loss, and some had already begun to give thumbs up to Juan Mata, who did not celebrate wildly after completing the assist hat-trick on the field. The disunity of Manchester United fans made the cheers and horns of more than 20,000 Newcastle fans seem particularly loud and cheerful in the night sky of the Dream Theatre. Of course, some people are almost going crazy with anger. Not Ferguson, but Manchester United fullback Evra. The French are almost going crazy. Of the 3 goals Manchester United conceded, 2 were caused by their own side. Even in the Champions League, facing top stars like Messi and Ibrahimovic, he has never been as embarrassed as he is today. This scene is so ironic. A year ago at the Wellington training base, this little guy from Spain was put in the group battles by himself again and again. When faced with his own defense, he failed time and time again. He didn't even say a word under his own scolding. Dare to talk back, but I didn't expect that today I would make a fool of myself in front of more than 70,000 fans. This kid, he must have done it on purpose. You're kidding yourself on purpose. Evra did not find reasons for himself. In fact, it is normal for both sides to have their own masters in the game, but he focused his resentment on Juan Mata. 0.88 minute. When Juan Mata faced Evra again, after getting the ball on the wing, the Frenchman made something he regretted after the game at the front of the penalty area. Mata faked a breakthrough and passed the ball to Alan Smith in the middle. However, he quickly sprinted and tried to pass everything into the penalty area, but the angry Evra did not give Spain the winger had a chance. But when he turned around to defend himself, he pretended to be inadvertent and directly gave Juan Mata an elbow. Bang, blood splatters. Mata fell to the field without any suspense like a sapling struck by a big axe. However, the referee, Merrin Richardson, did not stop the game immediately. when Evra pretended to be innocent and lifted the ball passed by Alan Smith out of bounds. Richardson found that Newcastle's number 66 seemed to be injured. The game was stopped. SHHHHH. The sharp boos from the stands sounded like countless bombers hovering over Old Trafford and dropping bombs. Both Newcastle fans and Manchester United fans could not stand this scene. This was an obvious malicious foul. Dangerous intentional injury. Mata seemed to have fainted near the penalty area line. After the Magpies team doctor rushed to the field for a brief examination, he carried Juan Mata on a stretcher to the coaching bench on the sidelines for emergency treatment. A minute later, Juan Mata woke up. However, the little guy's eyebrow cracked open with a large cut of 4 or 5 centimeters, and blood was oozing out bit by bit. Team Dr. Nugent could only quickly wrap a bandage after a simple suture to help the little guy stop bleeding. At this time, Newcastle fans in the stands stood up from their seats, raised their hands above their heads, and shouted in unison, "Mata, stand up. Stand up. Mata, stand up. Do you want to make a substitution?" Assistant coach Alan Shearer suggested to Lee Tongfan. No. Old Lee shook his head seriously. He should finish the game. This is his moment and the best chance to make a name for himself. There were less than 5 minutes left in the game, and Juan Mata was also very eager to play the first Old Trafford in his life. Because since joining Manchester United, the Spanish fast horse has never played a complete 90-minute game at the Theatre of Dreams. In the past year, whether starting or substituting, Mata's appearances at Old Trafford were incomplete. 2 minutes later, Juan Mata changed his blood-stained jersey amid the applause of the fans, and then jogged onto the green field again. In the field, the referee has fulfilled his duties. After Marin Richardson discussed with the linesman, Evra was directly sent off with a red card. No one sympathized with the French fullback, even Manchester United fans booed. In front of the penalty area, Newcastle got a direct free kick opportunity. In the absence of the Turkish Emir, Newcastle did not have a trustworthy set-piece operator. In the end, Juan Mata, who had just come on the field, stood in front of the football. Since no one is sure, let the creator of the opportunity exercise the right to take this penalty kick. Force the whistle sounded. The eyes of the 70,000 people in the audience were focused on this Spanish teenager with a white bandage on his head, but bright red blood had already seeped out. He is very short. He is shy. He was almost kicked out of the Real Madrid second team. He almost said goodbye to the football he loved and became a truck driver according to his father's arrangement. He was sinking in Old Trafford and was denounced by countless people as a fake and a loser. And now, he will clear his name and tell the world with his own feet that Juan Mata is a genius, a real genius. Of course, the most important thing is to help the man standing in front of the coaching seat on the sidelines of the football field to win a victory and achieve the team's goal of impacting the UEFA Cup. So, this ball must go in. Bang! The huge sound of the football shocked everyone. A white S-shaped lightning penetrated everything, and Van der Sar had no way to react. This is a legendary goal similar to the one scored by Roberto Carlos in the French Four Nations Invitational Tournament. Only people like Juan Mata who have accumulated energy for 1 year and 7 months can kick such a goal at this moment. The whole audience stood up. Then there was applause. There are not many players who can conquer Old Trafford as an enemy, and Juan Mata became one of these few players today. The youngest one. The one with the most legendary experience. When the game ended 3 minutes later, the applause at Old Trafford had not ended. 4:2. Juan Mata's revenge battle. 3 assists and 1 goal. This is the answer he handed in. I didn't expect to write so much again. I originally wanted to end this game with 5,000 words, but as I wrote, I found that 5,000 words could not fully achieve the effect I wanted. As a result, it was more than 6,000, and it was too late. Please beg for a monthly ticket. Chapter 272. A good candidate for the reserve team. The final score of the Old Trafford battle was fixed at 4:2. Newcastle relied on Juan Mata's explosion to win this difficult battle. After the game, not only the British media, but also Spanish and other media couldn't help but comment on Juan Mata's performance. The night at Old Trafford made the parallel imports turn around. From now on, no matter how Mata performs, the person least qualified to laugh at the Spanish winking will be a Manchester native. As a Manchester United fan, when you see more than 70,000 people standing up and applauding the 19-year-old boy after the game, you will understand what a serious mistake Sir Alex Ferguson made in the past year. 8. Montgomery, editor-in-chief of the Manchester Post, both Real Madrid and Manchester United are regretting the loss of Juan Mata. We have to admire Madman Lee's vision of training players, so, if you are a football player, quickly joined Madman go to Lee's Newcastle, you will saw there. The always rigorous German kicker also stirred up some excitement. What Ferguson, the godfather of the Red Devils, said at the post-match press conference also surprised reporters. The stubborn old Scottish man actually admitted his mistake with a calm face. Juan Mata is a player of outstanding talent. There was no doubt about this when the club spent £10 million to bring him in. It is a pity that he did not grow up at the Wellington training base. This is Manchester United's loss, and this is where I must apologise to Mata himself and all Manchester United players. As for the buyout clause of the loan contract, yes, there is such a clause, but I believe I can convince Mata to return. Old Trafford. According to the provisions of the contract, the player's personal wishes will be the deciding factor when signing such a clause. Ferguson's statement made those Manchester United fans who had been obviously conquered by Juan Mata's wonderful performance happy for several days. Apparently, the excited Manchester people had forgotten how they treated the Spanish boy 3 or 4 months ago. Of course, in addition to Juan Mata, Joey Barton, a red card expert who successfully froze Cristiano Ronaldo in the game, also became another focus of attention. You must know that the Portuguese winger Madman has swept all the powerful players with his unrivaled attitude of seeking defeat in the British domestic arena and the Champions League this season. In the entire European football world, even the top defensive midfielders are helpless. Unexpectedly, tonight at Old Trafford, they were strangled by a second-rate British star. For a time, countless Villans looked at Joey Barton sideways. When Joey Barton finally understands that a truly qualified defensive midfielder should protect himself intelligently while strangling the enemy's ace, the former red card specialist will amazingly become a pitch beyond Gattuso exist. It is precisely because of the new Joey Barton that I can safely face the Red Devils in a 3-back formation at Old Trafford, because Barton can stand up to 3 qualified defenders. The above is the high-profile evaluation given by God on the sidelines of football, Madman Lee at the post-match press conference. At the same time, the results of other Premier League games that started at the same time are also out. Tottenham Hotspur eventually lost to Liverpool 0-1 at home. Tor's 89th minute winner at White Hart Lane forced Martin Jol's team to suffer its 7th defeat of the season. Poor Middlesbrough actually scored a goal from Manchester's Greek striker Samaras when they were leading by 2 goals, and Croatian centre-back Joel Lucas scored twice from 2 corner kicks. 2-3 suffered a tragic reversal at home. The only normal team was West Ham United. The Hammers maintained their 3-0 advantage in the first half at home until the end of the game. Portsmouth, who were seriously lacking in ambition, did not make waves. This result finally allowed Newcastle, which won a victory at Old Trafford, to advance into the top 7 in 2 months. A defeated Army with a bottom ranking, low morale, and a disloyal chairman soared into the sky like a spaceship. Madman Lee's reputation once again climbed to a new level in the British Isles. Lee Tongfan has become an idol that everyone worships in Newcastle. After defeating Manchester United, Newcastle still has 2 league games to play. They are against Aston Villa on May 3rd and the Red Army Liverpool on May 11th. The previous game was not too difficult. Newcastle was sitting at St James Park waiting for work. It should not be a problem to successfully win Martin O'Neill's team, but the latter game, the biggest highlight is that Michael Owen returns to Anfield and faces his old club. In the previous 1 or 2 seasons, Irving's half-dead state would have been unable to attract the attention of fans and media. But now, the whole world knows that the invincible young man chasing the wind is back. After 36 rounds of league games, having scored 24 Premier League goals, will the trend-chasing boy still score against his old club Liverpool? How do you celebrate after scoring a goal? At the same time, Liverpool's new Spanish golden boy Fernando Torres scored the winning goal in the last game, raising his personal Premier League goals to 24 goals in his first season, which is the same as Owen's number of goals. He is still tied for second in the Premier League scorer list. The battle at Anfield will obviously be a direct confrontation between the two old and new Red Army golden boys, Irving or Torres. Who will win? After the game against Manchester United, Lee Tongfan began to sort out the system rewards of FM 2008 and count the trophies of this game in terms of character points, after revising and strengthening Joey Barton before the battle at Old Trafford. There are still 213 points left in the FM 2008 system, and since Leoli has not used points as you want, it has not decreased at all. In addition, Lee Tongfan has not added the 0.5 ability points that Tottenham Hotspur coach Martin Jol exploded to his system data ability, evening point in the Villa bedroom, as expected. After clicking on the FM 2008 system in the Hammer Geo book and loading the latest archive, many large and small reminder boxes popped up on the computer screen. Ding dong. Because you led Newcastle to defeat Manchester United, which is stronger than the team, the system will reward you with 5 character points. Ding dong. Because you defeated Ferguson, who is ranked 7th in the system's head coach rankings. In terms of pre-game psychological warfare and in-game tactical arrangements, the system will reward you with 1.5 ability points. Ding dong. Since Juan Mata was named the best player of the match at Old Trafford, the system will reward you with 2 character points. Ding dong. Ding dong. After clearing a series of reminder boxes, Leoli discovered that he had actually gained 16 character points and 1.5 ability points during this trip to Manchester. In this way, Lee Tongfan has 229 character points and 2 ability points. The harvest is not small. 2 points of ability points must be added to your data in the FM system as soon as possible. Otherwise, if 1 more points accidentally appear in the next game, the ability points will be cleared if they exceed 3 points. Got it? Call up your own 2 categories of data, training ability and mental ability, in the system and observe carefully. Training ability, affinity for youth players. 9. Defensive training. 7. Technical training. 7. Offensive training. 12. People management. 10. Goalkeeping training. 1. Physical training. 10. Psychological tactics. 14. Tactical training. 14. Mental abilities, incentive. 12. Disciplinary requirements. 10. Determination. 15. Judge player ability. 6. Judge player potential. 6. Adaptability. 10. Medical ability. 0. Tactical knowledge. 12. This value is obviously much better than the last time I watched it. Leoli secretly evaluated it in his mind and estimated that his coach level should be promoted to national level soon. Right. The personal profile data provided by FM 2008 is already high enough, but what is missing now should be the number of wins and a certain championship trophy, since he was part-time with the Three Lions in the 2007-2008 season. He waited until the second half of the league to take over Newcastle, so he did not win as many games as he did at Real Madrid last season. But as long as he leads the England team to win this summer's European Cup, this championship, the portion should be enough, right? I wonder what kind of system tasks there will be after being promoted to national level. What percent will the system database expand to? In addition to the database query system function, will there be other new functions? Everything is a mystery, at least for the time being. After a brief thought, Leoli added 2 ability points to the 2 sub-items of tactical training and tactical knowledge. Because after more than a year of coaching career, Leoli was dealing with the insidious FM system. In Struggle, we are increasingly discovering the role of tactical related abilities in winning the game. The higher the tactical ability, the more scientific the method Leoli adopts when using the FM system. to make predictions in advance. The higher the winning rate, the fewer the number of abnormal saves, and the more character points consumed few. Even when facing some very difficult system tasks, the success rate is higher. After doing all this, Lee Tongfan clicked into the Newcastle reserve team and U18 youth team interface on a whim, wanting to see if there were any good prospects in the Magpies back team worth cultivating. However, because the team's finances have been poor, there are not many players in the Newcastle reserve team. There are only 9 older players in the reserve team, which is not even enough to form the starting 11. This leads to the fact that some young players from the U18 youth team are often promoted in reserve team games. After roughly observing everyone's data, Lee Tongfan was disappointed to find that the Magpies reserve team did not have any impressive players. Think about it, as long as a team like Newcastle has a talent, he will definitely be promoted to the first team, or sold for cash. How can he afford to waste it? But then, in the U18 youth team, Lee Tongfan got 2 big surprises. One is Nasser Berazite, a Dutch attacking midfielder who is only 17 years old, but 1.94 meters tall, and the other is Lee Tongfan's old acquaintance, the mixed blood glutton Gigi. The second update tonight will be at 10 o'clock. Something happened at the future father-in-law's home, so Xiaodao has to run around again. But the update will still be guaranteed. Don't worry, brothers. Finally, I beg for monthly tickets with my heart broken. In fact, Xiaodao has updated a lot in the past few days. Chapter 273 report to the first team tomorrow. In fact, Lee Tongfan had noticed this Dutch teenager Nasser Balakit a year ago in the FM 2007 era. However, at that time, the little guy was still a member of Arsenal U18 youth team. And the reason why Leoli remembered Balakit was not because this young player was extremely talented, but because the Dutchman actually had the same exaggerated attribute as the Oriental little giant Yao Ming tall, too tall. At the age of 17, he was 1.94 meters tall. I wonder how tall he will be when he grows up. Such an innate advantage can even occupy a place among the tall people in the NBA. If he were to choose the goalkeeper position or the center position on the green field, he would definitely be a piece of unpolished jade that can be carved. What is more worth mentioning is that Balakit's current position in FM 2008 is actually an attacking midfielder, which is enough to show that the Dutch teenager's flexibility and footwork are still good. Sure enough, the key values given to Berachit in the FM 2008 system are also good. Speed and explosive power are both 15, passing is 16, and other values such as creativity, brave judgment, and calmness are more than 10. For a 17-year-old underage player, it is already very high. The only thing Lee Tongfan can't figure out is why Arsenal's Professor Wenger, who has always been famous for discovering and cultivating young talents, is willing to sell the future star Berachit to Newcastle, and the transfer fee is only £57.50. As for the mixed blood glutton Gigi, Leoli has never forgotten him. On the one hand, because the Magpies' first team affairs have been too busy in the past 1 or 2 months, Lee Tongfan has no time to take care of this mixed blood glutton for the time being. On the other hand, Leoli actually has some plans to continue to observe the professional attitude of this little guy. You have to know that to become a truly great football player, in addition to the love for football, you must also have a heart that can endure loneliness, and know how to constantly absorb experience from all aspects, and have a clear plan for your career. And now it seems that the little guy is doing well through the FM 2008 system. It can be seen that Gigi's position on the field is a forward, and he is actually the top scorer in the Newcastle U18 youth team. Gigi has scored a total of 13 goals in a limited 11 starts and 8 substitute appearances. This is a beautiful data. To be honest, Lee Tongfan was a little surprised by the excellent performance of the mixed blood glutton. Think about the little guy's thin body, and then think about his scarred right leg. Leoli thought that even if he had let Gigi mix into the Newcastle youth team through Rosidon's relationship, the little guy could only be a role player who was just hanging around. Who knows, could it be that this mixed blood glutton's talent is unexpectedly good? Lee Tongfan opened FM millimeters with great interest and quickly checked Gigi's data. However, what disappointed Leoli was that the facts were exactly the opposite of his guess. The evaluation given to Gigi in the FM 2008 system was not high, and it could even be said to be low, very low. Potential ability, 100. Current ability, 85. Such values are extremely ordinary among the many young players in the Newcastle U18 youth team. Where is the talent? What's more terrible is that the little guy's injury tendency is as high as 80, a typical glass man physique, from these comprehensive values. Among all 34 young players in the Magpie U18 youth team, Gigi's potential can't even be ranked in the top 20. Then why did the little guy become the top scorer of the Magpie youth team? After carefully observing Gigi's data again, and comparing it with the relevant data of other players in the youth team, Leoli finally found a clue: the gap between Gigi's potential ability and current ability is very small, with a difference of only 15 points. In other words, Gigi's current ability ranks among the top 34 U18 young players. Moreover, the few 85 points of current ability values are reasonably distributed to the key attributes that a striker should have. Although speed and explosive power have just passed the double 10 due to his physique, shooting, dribbling, technique, positioning on the field, etc. have reached the level of a first-class professional player. On the contrary, tackle, out of bounds, corner kick, and other values are all zero. There is only one explanation for this phenomenon. Gigi is an extremely smart and hard-working player. He is smart because Gigi has transformed all his potential into the ability that a striker should have in the most scientific way during training, without wasting any of his extremely precious points in vain. Such a player obviously has a clever brain. Point in other words, Gigi is a rare person who can use his brain to play football. He is hardworking because Gigi is the only one among the 34 U18 young players who can improve current ability to such a proportion, such a high utilization ratio of potential ability and current ability is rare even among many international superstars. For example, Ronaldo, the most popular player in the world in the 2007-2008 season, has a potential ability of 196, but a current ability of only 180. In total, see Ronaldo's ability utilization rate is even worse than Gigi. It's hard to imagine how much hardship and sweat Gigi had to endure to achieve such results, but the current level has basically reached the peak that Gigi can reach in this life. No matter how hard this mixed race bastard works in the future, there will be no significant improvement, because, for the mixed race rice bucket Gigi, the fatal flaw lies in his innate physical fitness and football potential. However, are these two shortcomings that are fatal to other coaches still a problem in front of Leoli? As long as you have enough character points, everything will be done. The next afternoon. The sun is clear and the weather is good. Newcastle Rock Bottom training base, since they have just experienced a tough battle at Old Trafford, and the next game against Aston Villa is still several days away. The stars of Newcastle's first team have been given a 2-day break, so inside the base it seems a little empty. But although it is empty, it is not silent, because when Tongfan came to the Rock Bottom training base, he was surprised to find a fierce match going on the lawn of court number 4. The Magpies U18 youth team was facing the bottom of the first group of the England Under-18 Youth League second round opponent Liverpool youth team. At this time, the game has reached the 70th minute, and the away team Liverpool youth team leads the Magpies U18 echelon 3:1. And judging from the scene, the Magpies U18 echelon was firmly suppressed by the opponent. If the situation continues, it is estimated that the score gap between the two teams will widen before long. Since it was a youth team game, almost no fans or reporters came here to watch the game. Occasionally there are some middle-aged uncles wearing sunglasses and pointing with notebooks on the sidelines. They should be full-time scouts. Soon after Leoli came to the sidelines, he was discovered by Miguel Pearson, the head coach of the U18 team. The 32-year-old Thin England coach was obviously very surprised by the arrival of Tongfan, because after Crazy Lee became the head coach of the first team, today is the first time to pay attention to the U18 game. In fact, Pearson misunderstood. Men say Oman didn't even know there was a competition before he came. He just came to observe the training of Balakit and Gigi. But since there is a competition, it's the best. Lee, I'm glad you can come. Pearson was a huge admirer of Madley. In fact, there aren't many people in Newcastle who don't admire Madley. So for Leo Lee's arrival, Pearson immediately expressed his warm welcome. The children have long wanted your personal guidance. You have to know that in the eyes of these little guys, you are just like the almighty God. There is no difference at all. The vanity of the sultry man was greatly satisfied, but as a high-quality idol of the new era, Leo Lee still expressed his modesty at the first moment. Miguel, it doesn't look like the situation is going well. Lee Tongfan glanced at the situation on the court after being polite. When talking about the game, Miguel Pearson immediately frowned. The kids have worked very hard, but Liverpool has a few good prospects. Lee Tongfan nodded to express his understanding point, then carefully observed the situation on the field. As expected, the Dutch youngster Nasser Balachit appeared in the attacking midfielder position. This 1.94 meter tall young player is very eye-catching among his peers. He has good skills with his feet and has a strong ability to escape from the spot. However, because it is far away from the goal, it does not pose a big threat to the Liverpool youth team, because every time Balakit sends a threatening ball, it will be wasted by his own forward. However, Gigi, the focus of Lee Tongfan's inspection, was not present. What happened? Could it be that Gigi won't get a starting chance? No, according to FM 2008 data, he is the forward who has scored the most goals for the Newcastle U18 youth team this season. He turned around and glanced at the bench not far away, and sure enough he found among a bunch of young substitute players, the handsome Gigi with thick blacky length hair falling softly on his cheeks, sitting on the sidelines watching the game intently, anxious from time to time. Sigh. The little guy obviously hasn't noticed his arrival yet. Seeing this, Lee Tongfan had some concerns in his mind. He turned around and suggested to Pearson with a smile, Miguel, I think the big man will be more of a threat if he is closer to the goal. You mean Balachit? Pearson followed Lee Tongfan's fingers and looked a little confused, but his shooting and header are not very good. It doesn't matter, just try it. So, under Leo Lee's dictatorship, Pearson quickly changed his tactics. After the change of formation, the 1.94 meter Nasser Balakit did pose a great threat to his opponents after entering the penalty area of the Liverpool youth team, but the Dutch teenager's poor shooting skills always made him miss the goal. Seeing this, the sultry man turned around with a smile and asked, Pierce, are there any substitutes who are better at seizing opportunities? They must be flexible and know how to use their brains to play football. Maybe Gigi can give it a try. Pearson bited Lee Tongfan's bait without hesitation, turned around and called Gigi to come over and warm up. It wasn't until this moment that the young Newcastle U18 players discovered that the lunatic Lee who had saved Newcastle had come to the sidelines at some point, and they all gathered around. The sudden burst of cheers from the little guys is enough to show the importance of Leo Lee in the hearts of the little players. After trying his best to put on the purest and most friendly face to greet these flowers of Newcastle, Lee Tongfan unceremoniously stepped in, taking over the right to direct on the spot in Pierce's place. Gigi was quickly substituted and formed a new strike combination with Balakit for Newcastle's U18 team. In this way, although the opportunity created by the Dutch big man could not be grasped by himself, it was cheaper for Gigi. The mixed race's ability to grab points in the penalty area is obviously better than that of his peers. At the request of Lee Tongfan, Newcastle U18 played the most primitive and simple long pass and lob. The young players obviously felt their morale soared when they discovered the arrival of Crazy Lee. The score was finally equalized before the end of the game, and it was Gigi who scored for the team. The little guy caught the ball twice from Balachit and sent the football into the door of the Liverpool youth team twice. In the end, the Magpies U18 team drew with the powerful Liverpool youth team thanks to Crazy Lee's change of formation. After signing autographs for the enthusiastic young players and complying with their requests for photos, with everyone's envious eyes on them, Lee Tongfan pointed at Balakit and Gigi. and said to the head coach of the youth team, Miguel Pearson, let these two little guys report to the first team tomorrow. There is a difference of more than 100 words and 4,000. End of update today. I'll make more compensation after Xiodeo finishes his work at home. Chapter 274. Prepare for a rainy day. The next day, Newcastle's first team's vacation time is over, and all the stars must report to the Rig Bottom training base on time before 8:30 in the morning. The first team rookies Nasser Balakit and Gigi were obviously the first to arrive. When assistant coach Alan Shearer arrived at the training base an hour and a half early as usual, Gigi and Balakit were already jogging on the number 1 lawn to warm up. Two fun little guys, the fiery morning sun, golden morning light, wisps of breeze, and crisp bird song. Everything in Rig Bottom was bathed in the glow of the red sun rising slowly over Newcastle Beach. Shearer stood on the edge of the training ground and looked at the two teenagers training hard on the green field, as if he saw Newcastle's bright future. Since Lee arrived at Newcastle, it seems like everything that was bad has turned into the best overnight. After watching the two little guys training with joy and laughter for a few minutes in a soothing mood, Hiller did not disturb him, but quietly returned to his office on the training ground. Hey, Gigi, do you think we can get a chance to play in the remaining 2 Premier League games? It was Perichet who asked the question point. Although Balakit is tall and looks a bit precocious like Peter Pan Robin, in terms of personality he is very similar to Newcastle's future captain Stephen Taylor. He belongs to the kind of simple and honest person, a guy with a bit of perseverance and cunning. So on the first day he came to report to the first team, he was already dreaming of being able to eat a big fat man in one bite and dominate the Premier League. Well, if the team can take a big lead in the game and the two of us are lucky enough to be included in the starting lineup, I think there should be a 34% chance. While Gigi smiled and answered Balakit's question, she accelerated forward, then suddenly stopped, then accelerated again. The movements of her feet were repeated in this cycle. Obviously he is training his explosive power. It seems that the smart mixed race bastard has long discovered that he is far behind in speed and explosive power compared to others, and wants to make up for it through daily targeted exercises. But if the little guy knew that his innate physical fitness had already severely limited his development potential, I wonder what kind of reaction he would have. Oh, damn it, can't you comfort me? 34%, such a probability. Wow, how can Mr. Rice Tong treat a genius like me like this? Balakit grinned and made a painful and disappointed expression, but he was already happy in his heart. Yesterday, when Lee Tongfan said to the youth team coach Miguel Pearson, let these two little guys report to the first team tomorrow, Balakit almost thought he heard wrong. You must know that after his position moved forward to the front line, apart from disturbing the Liverpool youth team's penalty area, he did not perform much else. Instead, he wasted several scoring opportunities the whole night last night. Perichet was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Everything that happened at Arsenal a year ago is still vivid in his mind, and the Frenchman who he originally regarded as his biological father made Beloit even more desperate when he dealt with that matter. What's even more cruel is that for a young player who is just 17 years old, being returned by Arsenal basically spells the end of his football career, because even Wenger, the godfather of young players, doesn't like a guy, which team will want him? Therefore, Balakit had to transfer to Newcastle for a very low price and hang out in the U18, so you can understand Balakit's excitement to join the first team. And just when Balakit was at his most desperate, and even he himself began to doubt his own strength and potential, Madman Lee, the only other man in European football who could rival Wenger in cultivating and discovering young players, like a radiant god, he appeared in front of him and affirmed his potential. At that moment, Balakit was like a landlubber who was about to drown and suddenly got a piece of driftwood to save his life when he was about to sink to the bottom of the water. Arsenal, Professor, Perichet, will prove to you what kind of mistake you made back then. Of course, there is also that hateful guy. I will defeat you openly on the court. It's 8:30 in the morning. After all the players reported, Lee Tongfan introduced the two young players Gigi and Balakit to the first team stars. Guys, I introduce to you two lovely gentlemen. They will be the future of Newcastle. Laoli pointed at Gigi and Gigi with a smile. I hope you can help them, like you help your own family. Led by Captain Michael Owen, the senior players warmly welcomed the arrival of these two juniors. It was just a brief introduction and the training started in earnest after a few minutes. Gigi and Balakit joined the first team players and started training seriously according to the coach's instructions. Captain Owen was called aside by his boss, Madman Lee, and the two were discussing something. After a while, Owen came over with a smile and held two pieces of information, patted Gigi and Balakit on the shoulders. Lucky little guys, this is the training plan given to you by the boss. As long as you strictly follow this plan in the future, ask yourself to be able to play in the first team soon. What's the plan? Balakit took his own information first and took a look at it. Is this useful, Mr. Rice Tong? No, the boss knows so much. Once he entered the first team, he had to change his name to Lee Tongfan. Point in the UK, people generally like to call the head coach the boss. Idiot, how come the boss's things are useless? Gigi said thank you, took the information from Captain Irving, then jumped up and patted Balakit on the back of the head, pointing to the distance. You can tell by looking at the envious eyes of your teammates that this is a treasure. Fool, idiot. Balakit turned to look at his new teammates of the first team who were training in the distance. Sure enough, he found that these guys kept looking over here, their eyes full of envy. So the Dutch youngster smiled, as if he was a thief. Likewise, he quickly and carefully packed the information in his hands into his luggage bag on the sidelines. Owen, however, looked at Gigi in surprise and found that this little guy was smarter than he imagined. That's right. In fact, not only are his teammates envious, but Irving himself is a little envious of these two little guys, because based on the observations of his teammates in the past month or two, Lee Tongfan will give each first team player a very detailed and highly personal targeted training plan. The Hammers, who were a little suspicious at first, conducted their own experiments and were pleasantly surprised to find that the plan was surprisingly effective. What's more noteworthy is that the thicker and more training materials the boss gives to a player seems to indicate that the player's status in his heart is higher, and the ability of this lucky guy will improve faster. Prior to this, among the first team players, Owen, Juan Mata and Stephen Taylor were the players who had received the most training materials, with each of them having 13 pages, followed by goalkeeper Given and Alan Smith, each of whom had received the most training materials, 8 pages. As for the others, it ranges from 1 to 4 or 5 pages. The information that Gigi and Nasser Balakit received today clearly exceeded the previous record of the highest number of pages of information. And Irving also noticed a small detail. When the boss looked at Gigi, there was obviously a little smile and appreciation in his eyes. When handing the information to the two lucky people, Irving counted it carefully, and Balakit got 18 pages, and Gigi it's an incredible 38 pages. Looking at this small forward named Gigi, he is very important in the boss's heart. After returning to the office, Lee Tongfan yawned and rubbed his eyes. Last night, Laoli stayed up until 2 or 3 in the middle of the night in order to prepare information for Gigi and Bala. Those data are the results of Laoli's query from the FM system database. They are forward-looking and predictive for a certain period of time. Of course, the results will be amazing when trained according to the above method. This method can be regarded as the latest cheating method developed by Lee Tongfan after studying the FM 2008 system database. At least in terms of winning people's hearts and showing off, it's a surefire skill that can kill both young and old. Moreover, each time you query the system database, the character points consumed are not many. Of course, all the information was taken out after being processed by Mensei Oman. A lot of shocking content was removed, and the materials were disguised as simple and easy to understand as possible. Even in order to prevent secrets from leaking, everything was compared by Lee Tongfan himself. Hand copied word for word. Michael Owen is right. Among the two young players, Gigi and Balakit, Lee Tongfan's most important thing is of course his old acquaintance and mixed race Rice Bucket. But what Irving doesn't know is that the reason why Balakit can get more information than him and Juan Mata is because the Dutchman is still young and has many on-field habits and technical moves, so he needs more attention. Not because Black Hit is more important than them in Laoli's mind. For the next whole day, Lee Tongfan did not leave his office. Apart from making countless phone calls, I just took out my black notebook and wrote and drew in it until dark. This is a rare scene because for the first time, although he is used to being a hands-off shopkeeper, Lee Tongfan will take some time out more or less every day, put on his sunglasses, and stand by the training ground like a telegraph pole to pay attention to the team's training point. After all, it wouldn't be a good idea to leave everything to Alan Shearer, a hard-working man, but Lee Tongfan just can't spare the time these days because the sultry man has already started scratching his head and thinking about the team's lineup for next season. First of all, many players in the Magpies first team now need to be cleaned. What is certain is that 80% of familiar faces in Newcastle's first team squad will have to leave St James Park next season. This is the cruelty of professional football. There is no way only the strong can survive on the green field. In the next purge, if possible, Laoli hopes to send these old people who have played for Newcastle for several seasons to a club where both parties are happy. Secondly, if someone leaves, someone must come. Lee Tongfan has been conducting a large-scale screening to determine which players are qualified to fight for Newcastle points under his command on the green field of St James Park Stadium and win the highest honor in football with him. Judging from the current situation, the forward line needs to be strengthened, the midfield needs to be strengthened, the back line needs to be strengthened, and the goalkeeper also lacks a qualified substitute. Lee Tongfan patted his forehead and calculated. If he wants to make a difference on all fronts next season, every position in Newcastle must be supplemented by fresh blood. We must take action as soon as possible. Many fans habitually believe that transfers between football club players are only carried out after the league ends and the international transfer market opens. This is actually a very fatal blind view. If you, as the head coach of a club, also if you hold the same views as these fans, you will be in trouble, waiting to eat the leftovers of others, because in addition to the soap operas involving the transfer of some big name red stars, there are actually many transfer matters for powerful players that have been finalized by both clubs before the transfer market opens. They will wait until the transfer market opens to complete the procedures and make an announcement to the public. That's it. Everything is done in advance. For Newcastle, the transfer fee next season will definitely be limited because quasi owner Lee Tongfan himself cannot provide much transfer funds for the team. Although Sir Hall, another major shareholder, loves the Magpies, he will not so generous that one person spent tens of millions of pounds for Laoli to spend as much as he wanted. Therefore, in addition to internally tapping potential and using modifiers to modify players, Laoli also needs to rely on the predictions of this scout tool to network some monster players in the transfer market who are not yet famous, but will shine sooner or later and become a blockbuster, or even though they are an old player who was already very famous, but his condition has deteriorated due to his age. High potential young players will step by step become the cornerstone of Newcastle's future dominance of football after training. Although those old players have declined in form, their natural consciousness and technical foundation are still there. Even if they are modified using FM millimeters, it will not consume too much character points. It's a pity that such players are very popular in the football market. Lee Tongfan will not be arrogant and think that only he who has the FM scouting tool in his hand is the one who knows the goods. You must know that there are many scouts who are born with sharp eyes in the international football world. If you are a little careless, a future star will be born. Maybe he passed by his own point. Therefore, Lee Tongfan must get it done before other teams do it. In 4 days, the 37th round of the Premier League will begin. Newcastle will face the powerful Aston Villa at St James Park at home, and Lee Tongfan plans to go to Germany, Italy, and Spain before the start of this game to first embrace Newcastle's strikers next season. Thanks to I Love 888, The Shadow of Concubine, Wuban, The General of the Hussars, I Love Smoking and Drinking, Water Tao, Danglin 2010. 12-Winged Supreme Angel, Sishomaru and Evil Views, Heaven and Earth I'm the Supreme, Maximum Star, Zyro, Yabingai Alksha, Midnight Pearling, Wazoo, Fox Muddlehead and Male Muddlehead, Favorite Bathskin, Old Buffalo, Wodaffy, Yowlin Fox, Tenny, Jugunshan, New and Old, BLM, Tossing the Head, Book Friends 20,100,322. Stepping Songs, Peeing Against the Wind, Hands in Pockets, Lucifer in the Dark, Moondance Star Traces, Langai Memeing and many other great rewards and support during the National Day. Thank you to all the brothers and swordsmen who have been supporting the knife by subscribing, giving rewards, clicking, and recommending tickets since September. Finally, I found out today that Fengling Xiangsha of the Evil Lord from Another World highly recommended Xiaodao's work, and I'm very grateful. Thank you. Chapter 275 Double Time Period Single Chapter. Please vote for the monthly pass. The updates in the past few days are indeed not in time for the end of the month. The main reason is that Xiaodao has a regrettable thing in real life, and it is the transfer period in the book. So a lot of information needs to be checked, because every player who is coming and leaving must be carefully selected, so as to make the brothers feel involved. Xiaodao often thinks that it would be great if we really have a system information query system in our hands. All the information is available, isn't it, just to character points? Xiaodao consciously thinks that his character is still very strong. These few days, the monthly tickets are doubled at the beginning of the month. 1 ticket is equal to 2 tickets, and the monthly ticket ranking for this month will basically be determined in the 7 days of National Day. So Xiaodao is shamelessly asking for monthly tickets, and the swordsmen support Xiaodao. Things in the middle of the month. Xiaodao will slowly increase. Thank you, brothers. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.